Chapter 332. Zhang Feng immediately came to a conclusion. Xie Zian was already terminally ill when she made her will. She didn't have a clear sense of self, so her will was manipulated and had no legal effect at all. The matter of the will was easy to solve, but if the fact that she and grandfather Hua had an illegitimate child was exposed, would the military really make things difficult for them? Grandfather Hua was already retired, but he had good personal relationships with the military, the Senate, and the cabinet. Grandfather Hua's second son, Hua Guanxin, was also a general and the director of the military's political department. Would he allow the military to investigate his own father? I'm afraid not. And Hua Xiaoheng, he was a major general. Would he let his grandfather's scandal affect his future climb? Definitely not. So in the end, they were just threatening and scaring them so that they would back off and the Hua family could take advantage of them. How could they let them get what they wanted? Grandfather Hua was the only man she had been with all her life. She did loved him her whole life. Did she not have the right to share everything he had? Then let's try it. Zhang Feng held grandfather Hua's arm and wiped her tears with the back of her hand. Elder Hua, as long as our family can be together, I don't care about the reputation. Even if I have to retire and have my military rank erased, I'll accept it. However, Old Master Hua hesitated. He didn't care about Xie Zian's inheritance, but he couldn't ignore his own status and military rank. The price of being with Zhang Feng seemed to be too high. Hua Guanxin saw grandfather Hua's hesitation and quickly took the opportunity to smooth things over. All right, Xiaoheng, father, both of you should take a step back. Father won't remarry, and Xiaoheng shouldn't make a big deal out of this. As his grandson, I have no right to interfere with grandfather's decision. Hua Xiaoheng smiled. But head nurse Zhang's retirement is certain, and that will never change. If Zhang Feng retired and didn't marry grandfather Hua, she would have no reason to stay with the Hua family anymore. Xiaoheng, you have to understand your grandfather. Your grandfather is getting old, and you and I are not home most of the time. He doesn't even have someone to talk to. Fortunately, the Zhangs are with him. Hua Guanxin sighed and tried to persuade Hua Xiaoheng. However, Hua Xiaoheng refused to let the Zhang family stay in the Hua residence anymore. He didn't give in at all. Father, if grandfather wants to find someone to accompany him or even remarry, I have no problem with that. I've already said that he can find someone else. It's just that she can't. Xiaoheng, you're obviously targeting my mother with your words. Zhang Baochun couldn't take it anymore and spoke up for Zhang Feng. Yes, I'm targeting your mother. Hua Xiaoheng replied crisply. You'll be punished for stealing things, not to mention coveting someone else's husband? She has to pay for what she did. What did she do? She was just a weak woman. Zhang Baochun blurted out. Hua Xiaoheng's expression darkened. Shut up. Are you saying that your mother was forced? Is that what you mean? If she didn't admit that she had taken the initiative to seduce him, would that mean she was forced by Old Master Hua more than 40 years ago? Old Master Hua's expression changed as well. This was no ordinary accusation. He suddenly turned to look at Zhang Feng and asked coldly, You're telling your son that I forced you back then? My son had suddenly turned into your son. Old Master Hua's mood had clearly changed. No, I didn't. Zhang Feng was miserable and embarrassed. In a moment of desperation, she slapped her son and said angrily, What nonsense are you talking about? Your father and I were in love back then. That's why we had you. Don't flatter yourself. Hua Xiaoheng unknowingly took out the round gold coin from his pocket and played with it. He turned to Old Master Hua and asked, Grandfather, you and head nurse Zhang were in love that long ago? You clearly said it started after grandmother passed away. Old Master Hua glared at Hua Xiaoheng, feeling that he had lost all face. Fine. Xiaoheng, you're all grown up now. You even dare to humiliate me. I don't want to be a general anymore. Let's go. We don't want to spend the new year here anymore. Old Master Hua was embarrassed and had no choice but to leave. Hua Xiaoheng also completely flipped out. Fine, you can leave, but they can't go back to the Hua family. They can't. What do you expect them to stay on New Year's Eve? Xiaoheng, don't be so cruel. Are you trying to kill them all? Old Master Hua was so angry that his blood pressure was about to explode. Kill them all? Of course not. Hua Xiaoheng looked at Zhang Feng and Zhang Baochen without batting an eyelid. He said calmly, "Rooms 214, 216, and 218 of Chunwei Building B in 3rd Ring Chuyang. 3 duplex suites. Each is 200 square meters. They are all under Madame Zhang Feng's name. 4 apartments with 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms in Baolong Court in 4th Ring, Jichuan District. Each apartment is 150 square meters. They are all under Zhang Baochen's name. Grandfather, I won't say anything else. I'm only talking about these 7 properties in the imperial capital." The Zhang family's faces were instantly filled with fear. They didn't expect Hua Xiaoheng to list all the properties under their names so clearly. Not bad, not bad. Now, we don't have to worry about them sleeping on the streets. Gu Ningji laughed softly. But based on the current property prices in the imperial capital, you're all billionaires. I'm really impressed. The returns from being a nurse are so great. I don't know if I can afford a property like this, even if I've been a lawyer my entire life. Hua Xiaoheng nodded approvingly. He reached out to pat Gu Ningji's head. You're still far from that. How can you compare to them? Being a nurse is so profitable. Hua Xiao, can I be your nurse? Gu Ningji turned around and smiled at Hua Xiaoheng. How much can I earn a month? Zhao Liangzi laughed. A nurse earns a few thousand a month, but the head nurse probably earns tens of thousands. But even if she earns over 10,000 a month, those 7 properties are all worth over 10 million. Think about it. How many lifetimes would the head nurse have to be a nurse to earn that much? Don't slander me. Zhang Baochen panicked. Property prices weren't this expensive in the past. Why can't we afford it? Qin Shui also quickly said, "My family is rich. Those houses were bought by my family." Your family paid for the properties under your mother-in-law and husband's names? Haha, is your family laundering money? Gu Ningji mocked Qian Shui. She purposely didn't look her in the eye. You're the one laundering money. Your whole family is laundering money. Qian Shui was so angry she wanted to jump up and fight Gu Ningji. She had always looked down on Gu Ningji. She didn't expect to be insulted by this little orphan girl. She could tolerate Hua Xiaoheng and Zhao Yangzi. Why should she tolerate Gu Ningji? I was just saying, why are you so agitated? Did I hit a sore spot? Oh my, did I accidentally say the truth again? Gu Ningji covered her mouth and laughed. The Vulgari watch on her wrist drew a bright arc under the light. It was so bright that it almost blinded Qian Shui. I said I bought those properties in the past. Zhang Baochen glared at Qian Shui to shut her up. The property prices were only 1,000 per square meter. Who told you not to buy them earlier? Hua Xiaoheng looked up slowly and nodded at Zhang Baochen. Bought them in the past? How many years ago was it that the price of a square meter was 1 or 2,000? About 20 years ago. Zhao Yangzi thought about it. Or even earlier. That's weird. The Chunwei building in Chaoyang was built 3 years ago. Baolong Court in Jichuan Precinct was only completed last year. Tell me, where did you buy the properties in the past? They weren't demolished. Zhang Baochen's face turned purple from Hua Xiaoheng's words. He stammered and couldn't say anything else. It was so embarrassing to be caught lying in public. Don't talk to him. Think about what he does for a living. Grandfather Hua stood up. Let's go. He won't let you go back to the Hua family. I'll go with you. Zhang Feng was overjoyed when she heard that. As long as Grandfather Hua went with them, they wouldn't have to worry about not being able to return to the Hua family. All right then, Elder Hua can stay at my place. Zhang Feng quickly supported Grandfather Hua. Let's bring the New Year's Eve dinner to Chaoyang. Grandfather Hua snorted and left Hua Xiaoheng's official residence with Zhang Feng. Zhang Baochen and Qian Shui quickly followed. Hua Xiao, are you letting them go just like that? Gu Ningji was still angry, even after the Zhangs left. That's too easy on them. Of course it's not that simple. Hua Xiaoheng smiled. My goal is to let Zhang Feng spend the rest of her life in prison. This was the first night. I'm looking for monthly votes and recommendation votes at the end of the month. 1 p.m. on the second night. Moi. Oh, intersectioners for intersection O. Chapter 333. Gu Ningji cocked her head and looked Hua Xiaoheng up and down. Hua Xiao, another lawsuit? He looked eager to give it a try. Hua Xiaoheng chuckled and ruffled her hair again. No, there's no need to go through so much trouble. Gu Nianji raised her eyebrows in confusion. Hua Xiaoheng's voice was calm, but firm as he said, "Stay out of it. This is an internal military matter." After all, it was related to Grandfather Hua, and Zhang Feng hadn't committed a murder like by Genie, so it wasn't appropriate to involve Gu Nianji. Hua Xiaoheng didn't want her to be estranged from the Hua family in the future. Gu Nianji saw that Hua Xiaoheng didn't want to talk about it, so she was very considerate and didn't ask anymore. She stood quietly beside Hua Xiaoheng and obediently accompanied him. The two of them stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in Hua Xiaoheng's suite on the second floor. They watched the car disappear into the distance in silence. Not long after, Zhao Yanzi knocked on the door and spoke into the intercom. Hua Xiao? Nianji? Time to eat. Gu Nianji rubbed her stomach and giggled. Oh, I'm really hungry. Hua Xiao, we can have a happy reunion dinner now. At around 7:30 p.m., the reunion dinner was ready. It was already 8:30 p.m., but they still hadn't started eating. Hua Xiaoheng walked out of the room with her and headed downstairs to the dining room. Hua Guanchen also left. Because the Zhang family refused to take Hua Jialan with them, Hua Guanchen had no choice but to leave and take Hua Jialan back to the Hua residence for the new year. Song Jining and Yin Shixiang were sitting in the dining room. When they saw them enter, they waved at Gu Nianji. Nianji, come sit with me. Gu Nianji happily walked over and sat down next to Song Jining. Hua Xiaoheng didn't stand on ceremony and sat down at the head of the table. Song Jining was on one side, and Yin Shixiang was on the other. Zhao Yangzi and Gu Nianji sat across from each other with Yin Shixiang and Song Jining. Just as the five of them were about to start eating, a rumbling sound came from the entrance of the living room. A man as fat as a ball, wearing a furry down jacket with a large collar, rolled in and shouted, Hua Xiao, where's the patient? I heard your grandfather is sick. It was Chun Lai. Hua Xiaoheng put down his glass speechlessly and waved towards the living room. The guard standing at the dining room door hurried to the living room to bring Chun Lai in. Chun Lai walked quickly, his arms swinging as he took off his down jacket and threw it on the sofa in the living room. He then walked quickly to the dining room. Counting the people sitting inside, he scratched the back of his head and said in surprise, Where's your grandfather? Where is it? Is he resting upstairs? Hua Xiaoheng invited him over. Since you're here, let's eat together. Our family's old man threw a tantrum, but it's fine now. He went home. Chun Lai breathed a sigh of relief. We should have come earlier, but something happened to the car on the way here, and it almost broke down. I called Little Zay, and he said there's no need to worry. Zhao Yangzi was speechless. Hua Xiaoheng looked over. Zhao Yangzi quickly stood up and said with droopy eyes, Grandfather Hua had just woken up when Dr. Chen called, so I told Dr. Chen not to worry. It was when Grandfather Hua announced that he wanted to marry Zhang Feng. Zhao Yangzi saw that Grandfather Hua was in good spirits and guessed that his condition wasn't that serious. He didn't rush Chun Lai and told him not to worry. Have a seat, he's fine. Hua Xiaoheng raised his glass and saluted everyone at the table. Everyone must be tired tonight. Have a good meal and drink whatever you want. In their line of work, they had to be able to drink, but they couldn't let it affect their work. Most people didn't touch a drop of alcohol when they didn't need to drink in private. However, they had to have a drink during the new year. Gu Nianji followed suit and took a sip of red wine. She saw the stewed ribs and lotus root she had brought earlier in the day placed in front of her. This dish is so authentic. Gu Nianji took a bite of the tender, fragrant, and meaty stewed fresh lotus root and a piece of pork rib that almost melted in her mouth. The double enjoyment of her taste buds was magnified by the stimulation of the red wine. She was tipsy, her watery eyes uncontrollably drifting towards Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng didn't bat an eyelid. He occasionally chatted with Song Jining and clinked glasses with Yin Shixiang. He didn't meet Gu Nianji's eyes. Gu Nianji sneaked glances at Hua Xiaoheng many times. She was unhappy when he still didn't look at her. She drank one mouthful after another until the alcohol kicked in. She didn't care anymore. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Yangzi saw this and panicked. They were afraid that Gun Yinji would cause a scene and be discovered. In Shi Xiang, who was sitting next to Gun Yinji, snatched the glass from her hand. He smiled. Yinji, don't drink too much. We're going out to set off fireworks later. You won't be able to go out if you're drunk. Gun Yinji shook her head and muttered, I don't want to see fireworks. Who wants to see fireworks? No matter how beautiful it is, it's fleeting. I don't want it. She wanted it to last forever. She didn't want it to be temporary. The corners of In Shi Xiang's mouth twitched. He thought to himself, You little girl, I've really spoiled you. He picked up a large piece of lotus root and placed it in Gun Yinji's bowl. He said angrily, Eat up, stewed ribs and lotus root. I brought this fresh lotus root just for you. No way. Gun Yinji glared at him. Her large, watery eyes were a little tipsy. In Shi Xiang was stunned. I bought this. Did you know? I bought it with Hu Xiao. Gun Yinji pointed in Hu Xiaoheng's direction, but didn't look at him. Chun Lai held his glass and looked at Gun Yinji, then at Hu Xiaoheng. He winked and smiled. He was just short of slapping his thigh and yelling at Hu Xiaoheng. Zhao Yangzi saw that the situation wasn't looking good and quickly poured Chun Lai some wine to divert his attention. Dr. Chun, please drink. You must be able to taste the vintage of this red wine, right? Chun Lai also knew about red wine. He was interested as soon as he heard that. He began discussing the quality of the wine with Zhao Liangzi and didn't pay any more attention to Gun Yinji and Hu Xiaoheng. Of course, Hu Xiaoheng didn't ignore Gun Yinji's incessant glances. However, he had always been calm and collected. He didn't have the habit of flirting with her in front of everyone, so he ignored her. However, he kept watching her from the corner of his eye. Seeing that Gun Yinji was getting more and more upset and drinking more and more, Hu Xiaoheng drummed his fingers on the table and looked down to pour himself a glass of wine. He stood up and said to Song Jining, Happy New Year. Song Jining clinked glasses with him and nodded with a smile. Happy New Year. Then she pushed his arm to make him look at Gun Yinji and laugh softly. Why aren't you going to comfort her? The little girl is about to cry. Hu Xiaoheng was speechless. Yinji, let's stop drinking. Your eyes are all red. In Shi Xiang was so busy taking care of Gun Yinji that he almost yelled at her. If you don't listen to me, Brother Xiong won't hold back. How can you not hold back? Do you dare hit me? Gun Yinji rolled her eyes at In Shi Xiang. It was good to be drunk. He had guts. Hu Xiaoheng walked over with a glass of wine and patted In Shi Xiang's shoulder. Big Xiong, you've worked hard this year. Happy New Year. Hu Xiao is too kind. It's my duty. In Shi Xiang quickly stood up and clinked glasses with Hu Xiaoheng. Gun Yinji leaned on the table and looked at Hu Xiaoheng eagerly. She watched as he clinked glasses with In Shi Xiang and drank before walking over to her. He's here, he's walking over. His gaze finally landed on her. Gun Yinji's heart was filled with excitement. The slight resentment she had for Hu Xiaoheng disappeared immediately. In the heart of a young girl passionately in love, one look from her lover was enough to make her giddy and happy for a long time. Gun Yinji supported herself on the table and stood up shakily. She took the wine glass and looked at Hu Xiaoheng with an intoxicated expression. She smiled sweetly and shyly. Hu Xiaoheng was bewitched by her infatuated expression. He couldn't help but reach out to touch her face. However, he realized they were in the dining room. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he changed directions midway and placed his hand on Gun Yinji's shoulder. He said gently, Sit down. You've already drunk a lot. Gun Yinji sat down obediently and nodded. Not a lot, not a lot. I can still drink. Shouldn't you be shaking your head when you say you haven't drunk a lot? In Shi Xiang snickered from his side. And you say you haven't drunk a lot. Your brain is out of sync with your body. What he was thinking and what he was doing were out of sync. He was drunk. Hu Xiaoheng knew Gun Yinji's alcohol tolerance. She couldn't drink at all, especially when she was in a bad mood. It was easier to get drunk if she drank alone. He looked at Gun Yinji speechlessly. He bent down and clinked glasses with her. His voice was low and affectionate. You don't have to drink anymore. I'll drink for you, okay? Gun Yinji looked up at Hu Xiaoheng. Drink for me? She raised a wine glass to Hu Xiaoheng's lips. Hu Xiaoheng finished his wine first, then took Gunyinji's hand and drank the red wine in her glass in one gulp. When he drank, Gunyinji's eyes seemed to be glued to him. She couldn't look away for a moment. In Shixiang and Zhao Yangzi could only pretend they didn't see it. They ate and drank happily. Song Jining smiled with her eyes squinted. She had no intention of interfering. Chunlai was the only one who laughed so hard that he fell over. He raised his glass and said, "Huashao, what's wrong with you? If you're drinking with Ninji, you should at least drink with her. Don't you guys think so?" It was the second watch. Please vote a few more monthly votes and try to get more tomorrow. Chapter 334. Puffed. In Shixiang and Zhao Yangzi spat out their drinks at the same time and looked at Chunlai in shock. Chunlai winked at them. "Don't you think so?" "No." In Shixiang and Zhao Yangzi retorted in unison. In Shixiang added, "Chunlai, you can't say things like that. Our Ninji is still young. You can't make jokes like that." Gunyinji was drunk and focused on Huashaoheng, but Chunlai was laughing so loudly and clearly that she heard it too. Her mind went blank for a moment. She turned to look at Chunlai blankly and saw his smiling eyes. She instinctively repeated, "Cross cups? How do I drink it?" In Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi spat out again. Huashaoheng straightened and walked to Chunlai. He put down his glass and picked up the Mao Tai on the table. He poured a third of it for him, then a third of red wine, and finally a third of tequila. The sparkling wine glass was white, red, and green, just like a cocktail. Huashaoheng raised the glass and swirled it. The three colors blended together to form a rainbow. "Here, Chunlai, you've worked hard this year. Here's to you." Huashaoheng placed the rainbow cocktail in Chunlai's hand and continued to hold his glass of white wine. "Bottoms up." Chunlai gulped. "Huashao, drink. If you don't drink, then you're looking down on me and not treating me as a friend." Huashaoheng put down his glass to show that he had finished it. Chunlai had no choice but to drink since he had already said that. "You win." Chunlai mouthed to Huashaoheng before downing the cocktail in one gulp. Not long after he finished drinking, Chunlai's round, fair face flushed red. His eyes gradually glazed over, and his reaction time slowed when he looked at people. Huashaoheng returned to his seat and continued to eat his reunion dinner leisurely, occasionally chatting with Song Jining and In Shixiang. He looked at Gunyinji and Chunlai from the corner of his eye. Not long after, the two of them were already drunk and unconscious. "One glass and you're drunk." Huashaoheng shook his head. "Guards, take Dr. Chun to the guest room to rest." The guards at the entrance of the restaurant walked in and helped Chunlai out. In Shixiang and Zhao Yangzi knew that Chunlai had spoken without thinking and touched Huashaoheng's sore spot. As expected, it was still a taboo for him to talk about his relationship with Gunyinji in front of him. After Song Jining finished her meal, she stood up and nodded at the people in the dining room. "I'm going back to rest. Enjoy your meal." "Mrs. Song, aren't you going to stay up all night?" In Shixiang and Zhao Yangzi both stood up. Song Jining shook her head and touched her burning face with a smile. "No, I'm used to sleeping and waking up early." She looked at Gunyinji, who was already sprawled on the dining table, and said to Huashaoheng, "Ninji is still young. She can't drink so much. Remember to give her some soup to sober up." Without Huashaoheng's instructions, Zhao Yangzi immediately informed the orderlies in the kitchen to send 2 bowls of hangover soup, one for Gunyinji and the other for Chunlai in the guest room. Gunyinji's dizziness was unbearable, so In Shixiang finally woke her up and fed her the soup with a spoon. She felt a little better after a bowl of pickled bamboo shoots and chicken skin soup, but she still couldn't lift her spirits. "How many times have I told you not to drink if you can't?" Huashaoheng stood up and walked over to her. He bent down to help her up. "Go back to sleep." Gunyinji was practically hanging from his arm, her long hair cascading down her back like a waterfall. In Shixiang quickly said, "Huashao, you're busy. Do you want me to take her back to her room?" Huashaoheng didn't say anything and only gave him a sharp look. In Shixiang couldn't move from that look. He could only watch as Huashaoheng half carried and half supported Gunyinji out of the dining room. "Stop looking." Zhao Yangzi knocked on the dining table. "Let's eat." There's still a lot of food to eat. They're gone, so we can't waste the food. Hua Xiaoheng helped Gu Nianji out of the dining room. He picked her up by her knees and carried her up the stairs to her suite on the second floor. He pushed the door open to enter and slammed it shut with his foot. The lights were off in the room, but the curtains of the floor-to-ceiling windows were open. The street lights outside glowed brightly, making the room seem like it was dusk. It was dim, but not dark. Hua Xiaoheng placed Gu Nianji on the sofa and sat beside her. He looked down at her. "You're awake?" "Yeah." Gu Nianji slowly sat up and rested her head on Hua Xiaoheng's shoulder. "It's not midnight yet. I don't want to sleep." "Why were you angry just now?" Hua Xiaoheng asked in a low voice. He placed a hand on the side of her face and gently rubbed her cheek with his thumb. "Just now?" Gu Nianji frowned. "You didn't even look at me just now. I looked at you so many times. You're angry just because of that?" "Yeah." Gu Nianji didn't dare look Hua Xiaoheng in the eyes. "I was a little angry just now, but I stopped being angry after you came over." She knew she shouldn't have, but she couldn't control herself at that time. When you really like someone, you'll find that your emotions fluctuate with that person. It's completely out of your control. Hua Xiaoheng looked at her steadily. His gaze was a little unreadable. "But if you follow me, there will be more situations like this in the future. It's even possible that when you fell into the river with someone else, I was saving someone else. Can you really take it?" "Oh, you don't have to save me. I can swim." Gu Nianji blinked her large eyes and giggled. Hua Xiaoheng smiled. His gaze was indifferent. His thumb was still rubbing her cheek, but his fingers were gradually losing warmth. It was gradually becoming a little cold. "You still don't understand what I mean?" Falling into the water at the same time was just a metaphor. Gu Nianji looked back at him. Her eyes gradually became clear. She sighed softly and nodded. "I understand. I know everything. I understand all the logic. You have a special identity, a special status, and a special job. You're different from ordinary people, but I just couldn't control myself for a moment. You have to control yourself, even if you can't." Hua Xiaoheng gripped her cheek tightly. He used a little too much force and even pressed a red mark on her cheek. Gu Nianji pressed his hand down and whispered, "I want to control myself, but I can't help myself. Do you understand?" Hua Xiaoheng was stunned and didn't speak. "I like you so much. If I could control my emotions no matter what, I wouldn't be the 18-year-old Gu Nianji. I would be the Hua Xiaoheng who had the rank of Major General at the age of 28 and had made countless contributions." Gu Nianji answered seriously and made a calm expression, but she looked like a child who had secretly worn an adult's clothes. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't help smiling. He bent down and kissed her. He pried open her lips and pressed in, lingering with the tip of her tongue. She was so young and had grown up by his side. She was completely defenseless against him. She was like a flawless crystal, exquisite and translucent. He could even see the other side at a glance. A young girl's feelings were fiery and direct, without any impurities. With Hua Xiaoheng's age and experience, how could he not understand? She only had him in her heart, but his heart and eyes were filled with too many things. She only occupied a very small part of his heart, even though that was all his feelings for a man and a woman. Hua Xiaoheng thought that he was actually a fickle and ruthless man. If he gave her the only bit of feelings he had between a man and a woman, she would probably still feel that it wasn't enough. Releasing her lips, Hua Xiaoheng pressed his forehead against hers and rubbed her back with one hand, as if he was coaxing a child. But Gu Nianji was already satisfied. She didn't want all of him. Some people were full of feelings, like the vast ocean, inexhaustible. Some people were fickle, and all their feelings might only add up to a small well. Hua Xiaoheng was the kind of person whose feelings were at most a well. But even if it was just a small well, she was willing to be a frog at the bottom of a well for him. She stubbornly guarded the sky above her head and treated it as her entire world. Gu Nianji leaned her head against his chest and listened to his steady heartbeat. She smiled happily. Hua Xiaoheng hugged her and rested his chin on the top of her head. He said slowly, "But you have to control yourself. If you can't do it, I'm afraid it will be difficult to continue being together." "I'll do it." Gu Nianji raised her head from Hua Xiaoheng's arms. She seemed to have grown up a lot in an instant. Don't worry, I won't lose control again. Her expression was very determined, but there was still a hint of fear in the depths of her eyes. I'll wait and see. Hua Xiaoheng raised his eyebrows. You should rest early. Come with me to pay New Year's greetings tomorrow. This was the first night. At the end of the month, I'm looking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Moi. Chapter 335. Gu Nianji nodded obediently. I'm going to shower and then go to bed. Hua Xiaoheng kissed her forehead and watched her go to her bedroom. He sat in Gu Nianji's living room for a while before leaving her room. When he returned to the dining room downstairs, Yin Shixiang and Zhao Yangzi were both drunk. Although they didn't fall asleep immediately like Chen Lai, their eyes were wide open and their reactions were slow when they saw Hua Xiaoheng enter. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at them and poured himself a glass of wine. He slowly took a few sips and said to Zhao Yangzi and Yin Shixiang, "Go to bed early today. I'll be back for a meeting on the first day of the new year. We need to make the most of the new year." "Yes, Chief." Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi responded in unison and drank a few more glasses with Hua Xiaoheng before leaving the dining room drunk. Hua Xiaoheng sat alone in the dining room. Since there was no one else around, he took out a cigarette and lit it. He took a long drag and watched the white smoke rise in front of him. He had already made a rough plan for what to do during the new year. Some things had been delayed for too long, and he didn't want them to drag on past the 15th of this year. Gu Nianji came out of the shower and was indeed very tired. She lay on the bed and didn't want to move. Hua Xiaoheng's words echoed in her mind, and she remembered every word clearly. Although it was difficult, she would work hard. Gu Nianji thought back to the kiss just now and bit her finger to savor it again. She didn't come back to her senses until her phone rang. She reached for the phone and saw that it was Yi Zhichu calling. She thought about it and still answered the phone. She said sleepily, "Professor He, Happy New Year." Yi Zhichu heard Gu Nianji's voice on the other end and was slightly surprised. "Nianji, you're asleep?" "Yeah." Gu Nianji's voice grew softer and softer like a feather brushing against his ear. Yi Zhichu gripped the phone tightly and his clear voice softened. "You're sleeping so early? Then go to bed early. Happy New Year." Gu Nianji didn't respond. She had already fallen asleep. After a sweet sleep, she woke up at 8 a.m. on the first day of the new year. Gu Nianji washed up and went to greet Song Jining first. "Mrs. Song, Happy New Year." "Good girl." Song Jining liked her a lot, so she had prepared a big red envelope early on. "Here, this is for you." Gu Nianji accepted it with a smile. "Thank you, Mrs. Song." Song Jining waved at her. "You're welcome. You can play by yourself. I'm going to start working." With that, she buried her head in front of the computer and began to plan the experiment. Mrs. Song is so professional. Gu Nianji smiled as she left Song Jining's room to look for Hua Xiaoheng. But Hua Xiaoheng wasn't in his room. Gu Nianji went downstairs to find Hua Xiaoheng, Chen Lai, Yin Shixiang, and Zhao Yangzi all having breakfast in the dining room. "Hua Xiao, Brother Chen, Brother Xiong, Brother Zhe, Happy New Year. Happy New Year to all of you." Gu Nianji cupped her hands and bowed to the four men in the dining room. It had been like this for so many years, so they were used to it. Chen Lai took out the red envelope first. "Nianji, come here. Although you're already an adult, you're still in school. I still have to give you this red envelope." Gu Nianji hadn't expected Chen Lai to give her a red packet. She walked over to accept it with a smile. Brother Chen is the best. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Yangzi were also prepared. They each took out a red packet and placed it in her hand. Gu Nianji took the 3 red packets and sat down to eat. Hua Xiaoheng looked at her and placed a red packet on the table. "Nianji, here's another one." "Oh, Hua Xiao is giving red packets too?" Gu Nianji was overjoyed. She thought Hua Xiaoheng had given her a custom-made watch as a gift, so there wouldn't be any more red packets. She walked over to Hua Xiaoheng and picked up the red packet from the table. She squeezed it, knowing it must be another bank book. For the past 6 years, Hua Xiaoheng had always given her a bank book with her name in the red packet every year. She had never seen how much money was in it. Perhaps now was the time to see how much money she had. She still wanted to buy a car. "Thank you, Hua Xiao." Gu Nianji almost bowed to Hua Xiaoheng in gratitude. After breakfast, Hua Xiaoheng took her out for New Year's greetings. First, they went to the Hua family's mansion in the military headquarters. "Happy New Year, Uncle Hua." Gu Nianji greeted Hua Guanchen respectfully. Hua Guanchen was quite gentle with her. He also gave her a red packet with 5 thin $100 bills. "Thank you, Uncle Hua." Gu Nianji looked around the living room. Grandfather Hua really hadn't returned. Of course, the Zhangs weren't here either. Hua Jialan came downstairs and looked at Hua Xiaoheng with a complicated expression. She said quietly, "Happy New Year, cousin brother." Hua Xiaoheng nodded casually and turned to Hua Guanchen. "Dad, I'm leaving. There are a few other places I must visit." Hua Guanchen knew the severity of the situation. "Go." He paused and said, "I'll go to your official residence tomorrow. You can go alone." Hua Xiaoheng drew a red line for Hua Guanchen. If he crossed it, Hua Xiaoheng wouldn't give him the chance to see Song Jining. Of course, Hua Guanchen shook hands with him. "Where else are you going today?" "General Ji's house and Speaker Long's house. Other than those two, I'm not going anywhere else," Hua Xiaoheng said honestly. With a shake of his hands, an orderly came over with a coat for him to wear. "Okay, then I won't be going to their house this year. Let's stagger." Hua Guanchen and Hua Xiaoheng decided on a New Year visit. They needed to move around as well. General Ji's house was located in the best area of the military headquarters. It was also the most heavily guarded area. Hua Xiaoheng brought Gu Nianji to General Ji's house. The security check alone took almost half an hour. It was mainly for Gu Nianji. She wasn't a soldier, and because her background was unknown, there were more places to check than others. However, Hua Xiaoheng wasn't in a hurry. Gu Nianji couldn't go in, so he stayed by her side. Lieutenant Colonel Huang, who was in charge of the security check, was very embarrassed. He could only speed up and finally complete all the procedures. When Gu Nianji followed Hua Xiaoheng into General Ji's house, she whispered, "Did I waste your time?" "It's fine. I'm only going to 2 houses anyway." Hua Xiaoheng walked unhurriedly and brought Gu Nianji to the entrance of the Ji residence. From the entrance, she could see the situation in the living room. Although it was past 9 in the morning on the first day of the Lunar New Year, the Ji residence was already full of guests. General Ji was the head of the Supreme Military Council. He was also a friendly person. Many people wanted to visit him for the Lunar New Year, but not everyone could enter. Gu Nianji's gaze swept across the living room and was immediately attracted by a beautiful girl wearing a milky white alpaca coat. She looked somewhat familiar. "Hey, Xiaoheng is here." General Ji looked over and waved for him to come over. The familiar-looking girl was sitting on the sofa opposite General Ji. There was a middle-aged man beside her who was very protective of her. Gu Nianji finally remembered that this girl was the intern police officer who had forced them to stop yesterday. Hua Xiaoheng also saw the people in the living room, but didn't say anything. He walked over to General Ji and said, "Happy New Year, General Ji." Gu Nianji didn't wait for Hua Xiaoheng to remind her and obediently said to General Ji, "Happy New Year, General Ji." "Nianji, Happy New Year to you too," General Ji said as he took out a red packet for Gu Nianji. "I haven't seen you in a few years. I didn't expect you to be a big girl when we meet again." General Ji had officially met Gu Nianji when she was 12 years old and had just been rescued by Hua Xiaoheng. Her sudden appearance and the blueprints in her backpack piqued the military's interest. General Ji personally came to see her and made Hua Xiaoheng her guardian. After that, 6 years had passed in a flash. Gu Nianji smiled. "I remember you. You haven't changed at all." "Oh, huh? Nianji really knows how to talk." General Ji smiled happily and nodded to Gu Nianji. "Go sit over there. I'll bring Xiaoheng to meet a few people." Gu Nianji agreed obediently, but kept following Hua Xiaoheng's back from the corner of her eyes. General Ji brought Hua Xiaoheng to Su Giki, who was sitting on the sofa opposite him. He introduced him. Su Giki, the deputy chief of staff of the operations department. He then introduced his daughter, Su Piaohong. "This is his daughter, Piaohong." Hua Xiaoheng nodded nonchalantly. "Happy New Year." Su Piaohong's face was as red as a tomato. She mustered up her courage and said, "Hua Xiao, I let you down yesterday. Please forgive me." She then bowed to Hua Xiaoheng in front of everyone. It was the second watch. "I'm too tired today. Tomorrow will be the third watch. Let's vote a few more times." Chapter 336. Everyone in the room was silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. It was as if a drop of water had suddenly fallen into a pot of boiling oil. Su Piaohong's father, Su Giki, said apologetically to Hua Xiaoheng, "Chief, I've already taught her a lesson. She won't be so reckless again. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against her." "Oh, what happened? Piaohong, how dare you offend our Hua Xiao? How dare you?" General G's wife, Mrs. G, teased. "Shouldn't you drink 3 glasses as punishment?" She waved for someone to bring a glass of wine. Su Piaohong took it shyly and said to Hua Xiaoheng, "Hua Xiao, I'll drink then." Hua Xiaoheng looked at her and shook his head. "I don't understand what Miss Su means. I don't remember you offending me. I can't afford to apologize or drink as punishment." He then looked at General G and his wife. "Mrs. G, General G, other than wishing you a happy new year, I have something else to discuss with you. General G, I wonder if you have the time? It's New Year's today. Do you still have to work?" Mrs. G smiled sheepishly at General G. It was too much to have work on the first day of the Lunar New Year. Although Gunyinji didn't follow them, her eyes followed Hua Xiaoheng. Seeing that Mrs. G was unhappy with Hua Xiaoheng, Gunyinji had an idea. The glass of red wine in her hand suddenly fell with a loud clang, and everyone looked over. The red wine had spilled all over her light pink dress and was particularly eye-catching. Hua Xiaoheng walked over and picked up her hand to inspect. "Are you okay? Did you get hurt?" Gunyinji shook her head and said apologetically, "No, I was too careless." Hua Xiaoheng brought her over to General G and Mrs. G and bowed slightly to them. "General G, Ninji has been too rash and has caused you trouble." He then turned to Mrs. G and said, "Auntie G, please take her to get changed." Gunyinji quickly said, "I have a set of clothes in the car. Just send someone to get it." Hua Xiaoheng made a call to his orderly, and the clothes were quickly delivered. Mrs. G took Gunyinji's hand and said, "Come with me. It's a pity this dress is St. Laurent's new spring collection, right?" Not only was it a new spring collection, but it was also custom-made for spring. It was also a limited edition worldwide, and there were only 3 pieces in total. Gunyinji's dress had been specially modified according to her preferences, and it even had her name on the inside. Gunyinji smiled and said, "Annie G, you have a good eye. It is indeed St. Laurent's new model. My heart aches too, but I was careless. Who can I blame? Hua Xiao will punish me with a 10-kilometer cross-country run when I get back." "Oh, he's so strict with you?" Mrs. G was amused. "Will you really run?" "It's true. I was punished like this when I made a mistake in the past." Gunyinji was very talkative and eloquent, so she quickly distracted Mrs. G's attention. Her casual flattery made Mrs. G smile. Mrs. G was already so in love with Gunyinji that she couldn't let go of her clothes. She brought Gunyinji around the house and introduced her to all the guests. She was even more attentive than her own daughter. General G watched in shock as his wife and Gunyinji hit it off at first sight. He coughed a few times before smiling at Hua Xiaoheng. "This Gunyinji is really something. She's a lawyer after all. Look at her sweet mouth. She's able to coax your Annie G to the skies." Hua Xiaoheng's eyes revealed a slight smile, but quickly disappeared. He looked at Gunyinji and said, "We're very strict with her. She's just a little more polite than most girls." Su Piaohong didn't think there was anything wrong with his words. She bit her lip as she stood beside her father, Su Giki. She had gone from being the center of attention to being ignored by everyone. She seemed to have been forgotten. Su Piaohong looked at Mrs. G, who had been coaxed away by Gunyinji, and then at General G, who was about to leave the living room to discuss business with Hua Xiaoheng. Su Giki didn't dare to interrupt General G and Hua Xiaoheng's conversation. His status and military rank were much lower than those two. It was all thanks to Mrs. G's respect for Su Piaohong that she was able to speak to Hua Xiaoheng a General G today. That was why she was able to personally apologize to Hua Xiaoheng when he came to visit. She didn't expect Hua Xiaoheng to deny that there was anything wrong. It made it seem like the father and daughter were purposely trying to get close to him. It was so embarrassing. Su Piaohong could only watch as Hua Xiaoheng and General Ji left the living room and went to the study. When they arrived at the study, General Ji sat behind the desk. He was no longer smiling. He placed his hands on the armrests of the chair and asked Hua Xiaoheng, "What's so important that you have to say it now? Because if I don't say it today, it might be too late tomorrow." Hua Xiaoheng took a step forward and placed a flash drive on General Ji's desk. "It's like this. In the year-end report of our department's overseas members, it was mentioned that a relatively large domestic company had set up a branch in Italy. However, they didn't actually do business there. Instead, they were doing money laundering. It was the Lunar New Year period, and many banks were closed. However, since the second day of the Lunar New Year, banks started to open one after another. Therefore, this matter was indeed urgent." General Ji's eyes darkened. He didn't take the flash drive. He stared at Hua Xiaoheng and said, "This doesn't seem to be within your jurisdiction." "I thought so at first." Hua Xiaoheng nodded slightly and continued calmly. "We did a routine check on this company's headquarters in the country. In the end, we discovered that it had done a lot of business with the military. It was even a supplier for several military projects." "What?" General Ji was shocked. "You're saying that this company has connections with the military?" "There's no connection." Hua Xiaoheng sighed. "But in the contracts it gave to the military, there were fraudulent quotes and shoddy products. To be precise, it used illegal methods to earn high profits in its transactions with the military. Now that it's facing an audit by the military, it's worried that it'll be found out. Therefore, it plans to transfer these profits to an overseas bank." "Outrageous!" General Ji was furious. He hated black-hearted businessmen like this the most. They even dared to embezzle money from the military's projects. "I want to see who has the guts to do this." Hua Xiaoheng was silent for a while. He lowered his voice and said, "This is the second thing I want to say." "What is it? Do you know who did it?" General Ji stood up and said sternly, "Is it someone from within our ranks?" Strictly speaking, suppliers for military projects had to go through the bidding process to obtain the project contract. However, there were definitely many people who used their connections. Under the same bidding conditions, those with connections would definitely have a higher chance of winning. This was a tacit, unspoken rule. However, at the same time, if there was a problem with the supplier, the internal personnel who used their connections to vouch for the supplier would definitely be punished. This could be considered as power and obligation complementing each other. They couldn't just take the benefits and not bear any obligations. Hua Xiaoheng nodded and smiled helplessly. "This company did use the military's connections, and it's related to my family." "Your family?" General Ji's expression turned even uglier. "Xiaoheng, don't say it's you. Of course it's not me. To be precise, it's not someone from my family, but it's related to my family. Because that person used my grandfather's name to help that company obtain the contract from the military logistics department." Hua Xiaoheng said calmly, "She's my grandfather's head nurse, Zhang Feng. You know her too." "It's her." General Ji had a strange expression on his face. "It's really her?" "Yes. I've already obtained evidence of her transaction with that company," Hua Xiaoheng said calmly without any emotion. "That company's CEO's son married Zhang Feng's niece, so the two families are in-laws. They wanted to be the supplier for the military project, but they didn't have the qualifications. Zhang Feng used my grandfather's name to negotiate with Deputy Director Liao of the Military Logistics Department." "Old Liao." General Ji was even more shocked. After a moment, he rubbed the back of his head and sighed. "It's not his fault. Old Liao is your grandfather's old subordinate. He was the one who groomed him." "Yes, that's why she was able to use my grandfather's name to get this done." Hua Xiaoheng nodded. "But this has nothing to do with my family. My grandfather didn't know about this the whole time. I can't let the Hua family be humiliated because of this. So I asked General Ji to immediately order the bank to freeze all the company's assets using the reason that the military project was damaged. At the same time, send the military disciplinary department to investigate Zhang Feng. This was the first watch. It was the last day of the month, and the third watch was asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. And today was Monday, so the recommendation list had been forgotten. The second watch was 1 p.m. The third watch was 7 p.m. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 337. But if we really investigate Zhang Feng, wouldn't your grandfather lose face? General Ji asked tactfully. This matter was too important. Before Old Master Hua retired, he was the second in command of the Supreme Military Council. Now, he was also a general. He was a well-known figure in the upper echelons of the empire. He had many connections and interest groups behind him. Hua Xiaoheng frowned and looked like he was weighing the pros and cons. General Ji saw this and nodded to himself. He was indeed a good seedling. He didn't pick the wrong successor. He would act when he needed to and knew what was important. And the CF family, have you ever considered their feelings? General Ji reminded him again, worried that Hua Xiaoheng was too young and aggressive and would make too many enemies. I've considered it. Hua Xiaoheng seemed to have made up his mind. He looked up and replied calmly, only the Zhang family and companies related to them. No one else will be involved. He wasn't a brat and had already considered these conflicts of interest. After all, it was impossible to be promoted from a second lieutenant to a major general in 10 years without brains and ability. That's good. General Ji nodded in satisfaction and instructed him, don't be too aggressive in the beginning, but if other things surface during the investigation, it's not too late to investigate. Yes, Chief. Hua Xiaoheng understood and immediately saluted to show that he obeyed General Ji's orders. General Ji was very satisfied with Hua Xiaoheng's reaction and understood that Hua Xiaoheng owed him a favor. He smiled and leaned back in his chair. Xiaoheng, you're 28 this year, right? Hua Xiaoheng nodded and didn't say anything. General Ji continued, you're still single. This isn't good for your future. The higher one went, the more important it was to have a stable family. At least it was normal to have a positive image in the eyes of the nation. I'm thinking about my personal problems. Hua Xiaoheng knew he couldn't escape this. If it was before, he would have had a headache, but now he had a satisfactory candidate. So he answered readily. Oh, really? General Ji leaned forward with interest. His sharp eyes that could see through people's minds were now full of gossip. Who do you like? Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. What? Not speaking? Why are you embarrassed in front of me? General Ji was amused. Tell me. I'll give you some advice. It seemed like General Ji wouldn't let him off if he didn't say something. Hua Xiaoheng could only vaguely reply. I said I'm considering it, but I don't have a specific goal yet. Is that so? General Ji nodded meaningfully. Xiaoheng, I've told you about this before. The organization places great importance on your marriage. You have to be careful and not make any mistakes. Hua Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat, but his expression didn't change. I understand. Thank you for your teachings, Chief. I know that you have always listened to the arrangements of the organization, but marriage is a big deal. The organization will not force you to have a wife. What era are we in now? I won't do arranged marriages anymore. General Ji chuckled. His tone was soft but firm. But that doesn't mean you can find anyone you want. Do you understand? Understood. Hua Xiaoheng replied immediately. He knew that if he hesitated, General Ji would think of something else. Now is definitely not a good time to talk about his relationship with Ningji publicly. It's good that you understand. General Ji nodded with satisfaction. There were a few girls who match your age today. There's Su Piaohong, the daughter of Deputy Chief of Staff Su. She was the one who apologized to you just now. Look at you. You were obviously stopped by her on the way here, but you still insist that nothing happened. It's good that you're thinking of other girls, but don't be so crude. Hua Xiaoheng realized that he had nothing to say and could only remain silent. General Ji saw that Hua Xiaoheng didn't refute and became even more interested. There's also the daughter of the 1st Military Region's 8th Regiment's Commander Mao. She's quite pretty. She's been in the army for 3 years, and is already a first lieutenant. Another one is the granddaughter of the 5th Military Region's deputy commander. She's 4 years younger than you and about the same age as Su Piaohong. She met you when she was an intern at the Congress and has a good impression of you. What do you think? Do you want to meet them all? Hua Xiaohong was speechless. You can get to know them one by one. General Ji couldn't wait to pair them up. Your Andy and I both have high hopes for Su Piaohong. She's a good girl and has a backbone. She refused to use her family's influence and relied on herself to enter the police academy. She even took the initiative to become a basic police officer. Think about it. You'll be very popular with the public if you have a wife like Su Piaohong in the future. If you were to become a political figure like General Ji, Senior Speaker Long, and Prime Minister Do, he and his family would be scrutinized under a magnifying glass due to the high level of exposure. Su Piaohong's way of doing things was undoubtedly what the public liked the most. She came from a good family, but was willing to work and live like a normal person. Hua Xiaohong chuckled. Chief, I like to settle this myself. Marriage requires a report and a background check anyway. Can you see if that's okay? Sure. General Ji thought about it and agreed, but still warned Hua Xiaohong. If you're in a relationship, you have to report it and get approval from the Supreme Military Council before you can start a public relationship. Do you hear me? Yes, Chief. Hua Xiaohong agreed immediately. He had no choice but to agree. In their line of work, they had to hide behind the scenes, so they were not allowed to have privacy in front of the Supreme Military Council. Hua Xiaohong even suspected that General Ji's words were a warning to him not to be with Gun Yinji, of course. He only thought about it in his heart. He would never tell General Ji about it in person. Hua Xiaohong completely understood General Ji's considerations, but he didn't agree. He had his own ideas and methods, but it wasn't the right time yet. He would be digging his own grave if he told General Ji now. So he remained silent. General Ji stood up to send him out. He put his hand on Hua Xiaohong's shoulder and continued to recommend Su Piaohong. Think about this girl carefully. She's a good person, capable, and very pretty. I heard from her father that she's never been in a relationship before. She's still a very pure piece of white paper. Hua Xiaohong couldn't stay silent anymore. It would be an objection. He could only say, I'll think about it. Thank you for your concern, Chief. All right. General Ji patted his shoulder. Since everyone is free during the new year, you can ask her out for dinner and a movie in the next few days. You can also get to know each other better. I'm afraid I can't for the next few days. Hua Xiaohong rejected calmly. I'm busy with the Zhang's case. I might not have that much time. I still have to go to Senior Speaker Long's house to explain the situation. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if the Senate questioned me. That's fine. No matter how busy you are, you still have to eat, right? General Ji smiled and folded his hands behind his back. It's fine if you don't have time for a movie, but you have to treat her to a meal. You put her in an awkward position today, so you have to make it up to her. The corners of Hua Xiaohong's lips curled into a faint smile. General Ji likes Miss Su that much? Is she really not your relative? Of course not. Do you think I would be a matchmaker if I had a daughter? I would have married my daughter to you a few years ago. General Ji admired Hua Xiaohong very much. He was regretting that he only had 2 sons and no daughters. His relative's daughter didn't think she was good enough for Hua Xiaohong, so he never thought about matchmaking. Until recently, he realized that Hua Xiaohong really should get married. It was the second night watch. There was still the third night watch at 7 p.m. It was the last day of October. Relatives looked at their ticket folders to see if there were any monthly tickets. Also, the recommendation votes on Monday were very important. Moi. Chapter 338. Hua Xiaohong and General Ji returned to the living room and chatted with the guests for a while before leaving with Gun Yinji to visit Speaker Long's home. Mrs. Ji walked Gun Yinji to the door reluctantly and said with a smile, Yinji, come back in a few days? There are only a few close friends. You and Xiaohong can have dinner together. General Ji's heart skipped a beat and he said, Yes, we'll be treating a few close friends to dinner on the 5th day of the Lunar New Year. Xiaohong can bring little Yinji up. He would invite Su Piaohong and Su Giki over then so they could get to know each other better. Gu Nianji looked at Hua Xiaoheng and smiled. Hua Xiao is usually very busy. I'll listen to him. Okay, I'll definitely come. Hua Xiaoheng nodded and got into the car with Gu Nianji. Mrs. Ji was still waving at the door even after the car had left. She said to General Ji emotionally, Nianji is such a good girl. If she were my daughter, I would really love her to death. Huh? Didn't you just say that the Su family's daughter is also very good? I wish she was your daughter too. General Ji folded his hands behind his back and winked at Mrs. Ji. Puffed. You only know how to make things worse. Mrs. Ji punched General Ji. The old couple was very loving. How can it be the same? I said that because of you, and that girl is too straightforward and stubborn. She won't change her mind. What's the point of living with her? Nianji is different. Although she's young, she's very obedient and considerate. She's a doting child. Let me tell you, you can judge a person's age at 3. You can't judge a person by their age alone. Look at you. You've only seen her for 10 minutes, and I can see that you're already biased towards her. Is Gu Nianji really that capable? She bought you over with just a few words. General Ji wanted to argue with her. The couple chatted and laughed as they entered the house. They stopped talking when they saw Su Piaohong coming up to greet them. Room 218, Block B of the Chunwei building in the 3rd ring road of the imperial capital was also bustling with people. However, they were all relatives and friends of the Zhang family and the Qian family, not the Hua family. The Zhang family followed Zhang Feng's lead. They were already the biggest family in their hometown, and many of the Zhang family members came to the capital to do business or find jobs. It was all arranged by Zhang Feng and Zhang Baochen. The Qian family was Qian Shihui's maiden family. There weren't many people in the capital, but they were very close to Qian Shihui. Grandfather Hua was not familiar with these people. He sat alone in the bedroom on the 2nd floor to rest, read, and drink tea. He did not want to meet these people. Zhang Feng knew Hua Xiaoheng's temper and knew that they were not married yet. It would be awkward for Grandfather Hua to stay here, and she didn't want him to see those people. When the guests started eating, Zhang Feng brought Zhang Baochun to see Grandfather Hua. She placed the food in a small room outside the bedroom for him and chatted with him. Dad, try this. It's a local specialty from Shihui's family. Zhang Baochen placed a box of dragon's beard cakes in front of Grandfather Hua. He knew that Grandfather Hua liked these local specialties. They didn't need to be expensive, as long as they were interesting. Grandfather Hua took a look and cut a small piece to eat. The dragon's beard melted in his mouth, filling his mouth with a milky flavor. It was indeed delicious and suitable for the elderly. Not bad, not bad. Grandfather Hua nodded with satisfaction and said to Zhang Feng, You eat some too. This is made from milk skin. It's very nourishing. Zhang Feng also took one and ate it. She felt it was a little rough, but since Grandfather Hua liked it, she agreed. Zhang Baochen smiled and said a few words to Grandfather Hua. Dad, Mom, I'm going downstairs to entertain the guests. Go ahead. I'll eat with your father. Zhang Feng smiled and waved at him, letting him go alone. After Zhang Baochen left, Zhang Feng set the table and ate with Grandfather Hua. The two of them ate and drank like a normal couple, which made Grandfather Hua very emotional and happy. He thought that he must convince his son and grandson to let him marry Zhang Feng. He was getting old, and that was the only thing he wanted. He just wanted someone to accompany him. Zhang Feng took a piece of braised sea cucumber for Grandfather Hua. Elder Hua, eat more sea cucumber. It's very nutritious. You eat too. Grandfather Hua took a piece of braised deer tendon for her. I remember that you like chewy dishes. You still remember. Zhang Feng was very touched. She scooped another bowl of soup for Grandfather Hua and ate as she said casually. I remember too, when Mrs. Xie was seriously ill, she couldn't even recognize people. Didn't the Xies send people to visit her? She even chased them out. Grandfather Hua replied with an "oh" and tilted his head in thought. You mean Xian's brother? Yes, I think so. I was just a nurse then, and only wanted to take care of the chief's health. I didn't dare to say a word about Mrs. Xie, nor could I. Zhang Feng brought Grandfather Hua's memory back to 18 years ago, when Xie Xian was seriously ill. At that time, the Huas were really busy. Grandfather Hua only remembered that after his beloved wife became seriously ill, her temper became more and more irritable day by day. The mild-mannered lady from a respectable family seemed to have changed into a completely different person. She would only speak to Hua Xiaoheng politely, but was impatient with everyone else. That year, the Xies sent Xiezian's older brother and younger brother with doctors from abroad to treat her. In the end, for some reason, the siblings got into an argument, and she chased the older brother out. Xian was sick, so her temper naturally wasn't as good as before. "Thank you for your hard work." Grandfather was sighed. She was spoiled since she was young, so she couldn't take it. I can understand her. However, he didn't think too much at that time. He was still very hot-tempered and ignored her when she ignored him. He didn't expect that he wouldn't even get to see her one last time. "Elder Hua, don't blame yourself. I think Madame didn't want to be like that back then. I'm guessing she can't control herself anymore." Zhang Feng said tactfully, "When I was studying medicine, I heard my professor say that people who are seriously ill may lose their minds and do things they wouldn't normally do under the torture of the illness." Grandfather Hua didn't say anything and ate and drank quietly. "Also, Madame was deeply in love with you. She wanted to marry you despite the Xies objections. She was so deeply in love with you. Think about it. Why would she make such a ridiculous will?" Zhang Feng saw that Grandfather Hua didn't say anything and could only patiently persuade him again. Grandfather Hua thought about it and put down his chopsticks. "That's not a big deal. That was all her dowry. I didn't want it in the first place, but she's gone and I couldn't tell her, so I didn't mind. I transferred all the fund's earnings over the years to Xiaoheng and didn't keep a single cent for myself. Why would I, Hua Xuanong, covet my wife's dowry?" What a joke. Zhang Feng almost couldn't keep the smile on her face when she heard that. She used all her strength to force a smile and said, "Elder Hua, don't think like that. How sad would Madame be if you think like that? She wrote your name in her will because of you, didn't she? That's not bad." Grandfather Hua sighed. "We were married for over 30 years and always had a good relationship. It was only when she became seriously ill in the last year that we argued. It was also my fault. She was already sick. Why would I still be mad at her?" Zhang Feng was a beautiful and understanding flower by his side at that time. Because they had slept together once, they had an extra layer of ambiguity between them compared to the other nurses. Of course, she was more pleasing to him than his wife who was seriously ill and had a bad temper. That was how his heart slowly deviated from its original path. "So, aren't you just breaking her heart again by giving up on the trust fund? You have Madame's trust fund. It's like Madame will always be by your side." Zhang Feng racked her brains, trying to change the topic to Xiezian's inheritance fund. Grandfather Hua glanced at her and lowered his eyes. "I'm full. Go entertain the guests. I need to sleep for a while." Zhang Feng stood up awkwardly and said after a while, "Let me help you sleep first." Grandfather Hua was silent for a while before nodding in agreement. Zhang Feng's face lit up, and she helped Grandfather Hua into the bedroom to rest. Just as she walked out of Grandfather Hua's bedroom, she saw Zhang Baochun rushing to the door with a phone in his hand. "Mom, Uncle and the others are looking for you urgently. What's the big deal? Why are you so flustered?" Zhang Feng smiled and poked Zhang Baochun's forehead. "Your dad just went to sleep. Don't worry." She raised the phone and said hello. After listening to what the person on the other end of the line said, her voice became shrill. What did you say? It's only the first day of the Lunar New Year. Why is the bank account frozen?" It was the third watch. It was the last day of October. Relatives looked at their ticket folders to see if there were any monthly tickets. The recommendation votes on Monday were also very important. Moi. Chapter 339. That's right. That's why I called you immediately. The person on the other end of the line was Zhang Feng's younger brother, Zhang Cheng. His daughter had married the heir of a large company and was working with them in the military supply business. "Your niece-in-law is waiting for news at my house. We've already bought tickets for tonight at a high price to come look for you. Tell me in detail what's going on." Zhang Feng took a few deep breaths and leaned against the wall of Grandfather Hua's bedroom on the second floor. She gradually calmed down. Today is the first day of the Lunar New Year. How did you know the bank would freeze their accounts? How else could I know? They're such a large company. How could they not have one or two people in the bank? They said they just received the news and immediately called their in-laws. We're preparing to start transferring money tomorrow. With this, how are we going to transfer money? Zhang Feng's younger brother, Zhang Cheng, was almost 60. He didn't take care of his health and was in poor health. He panted heavily when he was anxious. Zhang Feng's heart ached when she heard this. Don't panic. It's not a big deal. Why are you so anxious? What's there to be afraid of being frozen? Just you wait. I'll show them how to freeze it, and then they'll beg me to release it. Zhang Cheng was taken aback. His older sister was quite arrogant. Sis, you're that confident? He asked tentatively. Will the chief back us up? Stop calling him chief. You should be calling him brother-in-law. Zhang Feng covered her phone and laughed softly. She immediately reminded her brother. Don't tell anyone. After we get married, I'll bring your brother-in-law back to our hometown. Even if the bank freezes my accounts, he'll have to release it for me. Huh? The chief is marrying you. Really? Zhang Cheng, who had been upset by today's news, was suddenly overjoyed. Don't try to fool me. This is not an ordinary thing. When you get your marriage certificate, our parents will be able to hold their heads high. You make it sound like they haven't been able to hold their heads high. Zhang Feng laughed. The truth was, ever since Hua Guanyuan had died 16 years ago, Zhang Feng had taken the opportunity to tell grandfather Hua about her son, Zhang Baochen. The Zhang family had been able to hold their heads high. Initially, it was to help Zhang Feng raise an illegitimate child, but later on, he realized that the illegitimate child's background was too powerful, using the smallest investment to get the biggest return. Sis, that's different. You're the legal wife now, the legitimate wife of the bureau chief, and I'm the legitimate brother-in-law of the bureau chief. We have to rush over. I'm almost there with the third uncle. Zhang Cheng had completely relaxed on the other side of the phone. Zhang Feng even heard him say to his son-in-law, Don't worry, I'm fine. It's just the local bank that wants your family to pay up. Just ignore them. After the new year, we'll teach them a lesson. Sigh, don't spill the beans. Zhang Feng quickly stopped her brother from talking. Hua Xiaoheng and his father, Hua Guanchen, didn't approve of her marrying grandfather Hua. In order to prevent them from playing any tricks, she had to get married secretly. The most important thing now was to return to the Hua residence and get grandfather Hua's ID, military ID, and household registration so that they could register their marriage at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Zhang Feng hung up and leaned against the second-floor hallway to think for a while. She turned around and walked back to grandfather Hua's bedroom to check. Grandfather Hua was really asleep. She knew that grandfather Hua had a bad temper. If she woke him up like this, she didn't know how angry he would get. Therefore, she held back for now and felt that it was okay to wait. The banks weren't open today anyway, and only some of their services would be open tomorrow. Whether or not the funds were frozen, they wouldn't be able to send money out. Actually, Zhang Feng wasn't keen on sending money out anymore. As long as she could marry grandfather Hua, she was more comfortable in the country. Why would she go out? To live a precarious life like a mole that never saw the light of day? She didn't want to. Zhang Feng adjusted grandfather Hua's blanket and turned to go downstairs to eat with her family and the Qian family's guests. Everyone saw that Zhang Feng had finally arrived and quickly gave up the main table. Sister Zhang, please have a seat. And Zhang, let me toast you as well. May you grow younger and prettier. What, aunt? You're making our sister Zhang look old. Actually, with Sister Zhang's appearance, people would believe you if you said you were my sister. Screw you. This boot-licking is too ridiculous. A distant cousin of the Zhang family pointed at the handsome man in his 30s who was calling Zhang Feng's sister and scolded him. Look at yourself. Are you worthy of calling our sister Zhang sister? Zhang Feng smiled at the handsome man in his 30s and sat down in a dignified manner. Eat as much as you want. I'll treat you to dinner at the Hua Mansion next time. These relatives had only heard of the Hua Mansion, but had never been there before. However, they all knew that it wasn't a place they could enter as they pleased. Just the security check alone would take more than an hour. Sister Zhang's words are interesting. Where are you going to treat us? To the whole mansion. That's where the higher-ups of the military live. Heavenly secrets cannot be revealed. Zhang Feng smiled and kept them in suspense. All right, stop asking me. How have you guys been? How's your company's business? What about you? Did your boss bully you? Is your son going to high school soon? Where are you planning to go? Number 4 high. Or are universities affiliated high? Zhang Feng held a bowl of bird's nest and stirred it slowly without eating. Everyone at the table greeted her like she was the head of the household. Everyone respected her and knew that she was capable and had backing. They flattered her endlessly. The meal lasted from 1 p.m. to almost 7 p.m. before they bid farewell reluctantly. However, before they could leave, they heard banging sounds coming from the main door, as if someone had used a hammer to smash the door. They wanted nothing more than to smash a hole in the door. Who is this? What a nuisance. Zhang Feng raised her eyebrows. Annie Chong, go and see what's going on. Annie Chong was the live-in helper Zhang Feng found for herself. When she wasn't living here in the past, Annie Chong stayed here to look after the house, clean the place, and cook 3 meals a day. Auntie Chong was a plump middle-aged woman in her 50s. She wore a purple jacket and rushed to the door to open it. The moment the door opened, she yelled, "Are you blind? F***CK your mother. Do you know whose house this is? Do you want to die?" No one spoke outside the door. For men in navy winter military uniforms, white gloves, and red armbands stood at the door. They had the insignia of a major with 2 bars and 1 star on their shoulders. They all had pistols strapped to their waists. They glared at Annie Chong, who had just opened the door. You. Who are you? What do you want?" Annie Chang's legs turned to jelly when she saw the 4 military officers. Recalling how she had just scolded an officer, she covered her mouth and slumped to the ground. Everyone in the house was dumbfounded when they saw the soldiers at the door. They didn't know what was going on. "Is this room 218, Block B, Chunwei Building, 3rd Ring Road, Chiuyongli?" The leading officer asked in a deep voice. His voice was sonorous and forceful, and it was like a whip that lashed on one's chest, causing uncontrollable pain. Yes. Andy Chong held onto the door frame, almost kneeling. The military officer scanned the house with his sharp eyes. "Who is Zhang Feng?" "I am. What can I do for you?" Zhang Feng walked over gracefully. "Are you here to pick up Old Master Hua?" She looked at their uniforms and realized that they were military police officers with the rank of major. She was sure that they were here to pick up Grandfather Hua. After all, with Grandfather Hua's status, it was impossible for him to stay outside with them. She had been wondering why they were so late. "You're Zhang Feng?" The special class head nurse of the inpatient department of the Military 314 Hospital, First Lieutenant, serving General Hua Xiwenong. The military officer took out a document and read it aloud. Zhang Feng was a little confused but nodded. "Yes, that's me. Are you here to pick up Grandfather Hua? He's resting on the 2nd floor." Her apartment was a high-rise duplex, and it was very spacious and comfortable. When the guests in the house heard that Grandfather Hua was here, they immediately smiled knowingly. The tension from earlier was gone. Everyone looked at each other, winked at each other, and almost burst out laughing. Just then, the military officer at the door waved his hand and said loudly, "Zhang Feng, you are suspected of abusing your power for personal gain, filling your own pockets with shoddy goods, sabotaging military supplies, and having a large amount of assets of unknown origin. The 2nd Brigade of the Military Police is here to arrest you. This is the arrest warrant. Take her away." A few soldiers rushed in from behind the military officer and handcuffed Zhang Feng's hands. They dragged her out of the house. "What are you doing? How dare you? I'm going to report you to the military law office. The chief will not let you go." Zhang Feng struggled and screamed. She looked up and saw a tall man standing behind the 4 military police officers with his back facing her. He was wearing a black general's uniform, and the star and leaf on his shoulder glowed. Hearing Zhang Feng scream, the man turned around and looked at her calmly. His gaze was calm and serious. It was Hua Xiaong. This was the first night watch. Today was the first day of November, the guaranteed monthly votes for marriage seekers. And recommendation votes. The second night watch was 1 p.m. The third night watch. I hope everyone can vote more monthly. I'll try my best to write the third night watch. Moi. Chapter 340. Hua. Xiao, why are you here? Zhang Feng's expression changed, and her heart started pounding. She had a bad feeling about this. But remembering that Grandfather Hua was Hua Xiaoheng's grandfather, no matter how heartless he would not allow others to torture his grandfather. She stammered, Hua Xiao, what's going on? The chief is resting upstairs. What they're doing is disrespecting the chief and the Hua family. Zhang Feng was trying to incite Hua Xiaoheng's anger. She knew that a man like Hua Xiaoheng was not interested in money, power, or women. The only things that could tempt him were fame and glory. The Hua family's fame and glory should be what he valued the most, right? Hua Xiaoheng folded his hands behind his back and looked straight ahead, ignoring her. I'm here to take my grandfather home. Please move aside. Zhang Feng's eyes widened in shock, and she could not help but shout, Hua Xiao, didn't you see how they treated me? What would the chief think if he saw this? The Hua family has such high prestige in the military. Are they going to let them humiliate me like this? Hua Xiaoheng turned around and glared coldly at Zhang Feng. His tone was filled with undisguised disgust. Head nurse Zhang, I think you don't understand something. Your surname is Zhang, not Hua. What has it got to do with the Hua family? But Zhang Feng trembled at Hua Xiaoheng's cold stare. She stumbled back and looked at Hua Xiaoheng in fear. She was panicking. Hua Xiaoheng looked away and walked into Zhang Feng's suite expressionlessly. The few orderlies he brought with him also followed and crowded around him. Zhang Feng could not help but shout, Hua Xiao, are you really not afraid? Do you really want me to say something nice? Hua Xiaoheng stopped in his tracks and looked up at the ceiling at the entrance. With both hands in his trouser pockets, he turned around quietly and said to Zhang Feng, You can say whatever you want. It's none of my business. He shrugged and nodded to the captain of the military police beside Zhang Feng. You can take her away now. Zhang Feng opened her mouth to reveal her true relationship with Grandfather Hua. But just as the words were about to leave her mouth, she suddenly realized that she couldn't. Hua Xiaoheng had already made it clear that he wouldn't help her. If she revealed her relationship with Grandfather Hua, the Hua family would be humiliated, but Grandfather Hua would be the one who would suffer the most. He might lose his military rank and status. Without Old Master Hua's military rank and status, it wouldn't matter even if she married him. How would Grandfather Hua's scandal affect Hua Xiaoheng's grandson? Perhaps it wouldn't affect him at all, and people might even sympathize with him. Zhang Feng's expression changed several times in an instant. It was as if someone was strangling her, but she had no choice but to shut up. This feeling of being forced made her feel extremely uncomfortable. Zhang Feng gritted her teeth and said to Zhang Baochen and Qian Shui, Don't worry, go look for Grandfather Hua immediately. He'll vouch for me. I'll be fine. You talk too much. A military policeman frowned, took out a piece of tape, and slapped it on Zhang Feng's mouth so that she couldn't speak anymore. At the same time, he took out a paper bag and placed it over her head, covering her head. Just like that, he brought her out. All the family and friends in the room were dumbfounded and speechless. Hua Xiaoheng walked in step by step, and a few orderlies stood guard by his side, watching the surroundings vigilantly. All the guests could do was make way for him and watch in awe as he walked towards the staircase. Zhang Baochen ran in, panting, and chased after Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiao! Hua Xiao! All the family and friends in the room finally snapped out of their daze and immediately dispersed, leaving the Zhang's duplex suite. Hua Xiaoheng didn't stop walking until he reached the second floor. He turned to look at Zhang Baochen, who was being separated by the orderlies, and asked calmly, Where's my grandfather? Over there. Zhang Baochen had a lot of questions to ask, but in the face of Hua Xiaoheng's powerful aura, he immediately shriveled up and pointed to the door at the end of the second floor. Right there, Hua Xiaoheng walked over with the orderlies. He knocked on the door first, but there was no response. Chief, let us in. One of the orderlies stepped forward and turned the doorknob. The bedroom door opened with a click. Hua Xiaoheng walked in first and said to the orderlies, Wait here. No one is to come in. Yes, Chief. A few orderlies stood guard at the door with their guns. Zhang Baochun was so scared he didn't even dare to breathe and went downstairs in trepidation. Zhang Wenna and Zhang Wenjie stood guard beside Qin Shirui, their faces pale. When they saw Zhang Baochun come down, they quickly asked quietly, "What happened? Did you ask Hu Xiao?" Zhang Baochun looked like he was about to cry and shook his head. Hu Xiao went to see father. In the bedroom on the second floor, Hu Xiaoheng stood in front of grandfather Hu's bed with one hand in his trouser pocket and the other playing with a round gold coin. Grandfather Hu's eyes were closed, and his breathing was long and deep. He was fast asleep. Hu Xiaoheng waited for a while and saw that grandfather Hu didn't show any signs of waking up, so he didn't wake him up. He looked around the room alone. The heater in the room was on high, and Hu Xiaoheng could feel sweat on his back after standing for a while. He looked down at grandfather Hu, who was covered tightly with the eiderdown blanket, and then looked at the adjusted temperature in the room. He shook his head helplessly and finally opened the floor-to-ceiling windows to walk out to the balcony. The night of the first day of the Lunar New Year in the imperial capital was bone-chillingly cold, and a breath seemed to freeze. Hu Xiaoheng took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it with a lighter. He took a deep puff. It had been a busy day. He took Gunyinji to General Ji's and Speaker Long's houses for New Year's greetings, settled the arrest warrant from the military police, and the administrative order to freeze the bank accounts. Then he sent Gunyinji back to the military base, and he met up with grandfather Hua's orderlies and the captain of the military police to arrest the Zhangs. Everything was going smoothly, and everything was going according to his plan. Hu Xiaoheng smoked for half an hour on the balcony when he heard movement in the room. He threw the rest of the cigarette into the bin, opened the floor-to-ceiling windows, and walked in, closing the floor-to-ceiling windows behind him. Grandfather Hu propped himself up from the bed and squinted at him. "Xiaoheng, why are you here?" Although he looked surprised and angry, he was actually overjoyed. After running away once, his grandson had finally bowed down. It seemed like Xiaoheng was still filial. Grandfather Hu put on his coat and sat on the bed. He looked at Hu Xiaoheng and smiled. "Sit, have you eaten?" Hu Xiaoheng had eaten breakfast in the morning and had been busy since then, so he hadn't eaten anything. However, he didn't tell grandfather Hu the truth. He nodded lightly. Yes. He looked at grandfather Hu and said, "Grandfather, let's go back. You can't live here anymore soon." "Why can't you live here anymore?" Grandfather Hu looked at him sternly. "This is little Zhang's house. I can live here as long as I want." "Really?" Hu Xiaoheng rubbed his fingers and sat down on the single sofa next to grandfather Hu's bed. "But this place will be sealed soon. How are you going to live here? Are you going to tell the military police that you bought this place for head nurse Zhang?" "Nonsense." Grandfather Hu's face darkened. "Why will it be sealed? Is it because you haven't paid back the loan?" He looked at Hu Xiaoheng again. After struggling for a long time, he softened his tone. "Xiaoheng, grandfather knows that you and your grandmother are close, but grandfather also loves you. Do you have the heart to see your grandfather all alone? Although grandfather is old, he still wants someone to accompany him. I never said I wouldn't let grandfather remarry." Hu Xiaoheng crossed his legs and rested both hands on the sofa armrests. His posture was very relaxed. "But Zhang Feng can't." "Why not?" "She's too greedy and ambitious." Hu Xiaoheng looked up at the house. "Grandfather, you know this, right? With Zhang Feng's wealth, how could she buy so many houses in the imperial capital? Don't mention loans. I know she didn't take a single cent. She bought the houses with cash." Grandfather Hu was silent for a long time before he said vaguely, "You and I know about these things. Isn't that how everyone goes through it? I can't give her a title, so I should compensate her in other ways." Hu Xiaoheng put his legs down and sat up straight. His expression became serious. "Grandfather, do you know what Zhang Feng did? If you say you condoned it, are you going to bear the consequences with her?" It was the second watch. 7 p.m. Try to get the third watch. The first day of November. Hurry up and vote for your relatives. Moi. Chapter 341. Didn't she just introduce someone to the logistics department for a few transactions? What consequences could there be? Grandfather Huo waved his hand nonchalantly. Don't make a fuss. There are no fish when the water is too clear, and there are no disciples when one is too observant. Xiaoheng, you're still young. Grandfather, the person she introduced, is involved in 3 billion in illegal profits. The military audit office is currently investigating their transactions, and they are about to send the money to Italy. Xiaoheng interrupted Grandfather Huo's words and dropped the bombshell on him. Grandfather Huo's face twitched. What did you say? 3 billion? Yes, and she's not only the middleman, she's also one of the shareholders of the company. That's against military regulations for middlemen. Xiaoheng watched Grandfather Huo's reaction closely. He was an old man after all, and Xiaoheng didn't want Grandfather Huo to fall ill from anger because of this. Because it wasn't worth it. Grandfather Huo's breathing grew heavy. He tried his best to control his emotions, but his hands still trembled uncontrollably. Looking at his grandfather, whose face had turned ashen in an instant, Xiaoheng seemed to see his grandmother lying in bed 18 years ago. When she heard that her grandfather wouldn't be coming to see her, her face had also turned ashen. Time flies. What changes is human nature, and what doesn't change is human nature. You know the Zhang family's background better than I do. You also know that she doesn't have the ability to swallow such a large sum of money. Xiaoheng leaned forward slightly, and she used shoddy goods to fill her own pockets and attempted to send the money overseas during the audit. Are you aware of this? Shoddy goods to fill her own pockets? Fill her own pockets? And even attempted to send the money overseas. Grandfather Huo gripped the blanket with both hands. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. How could she have guts? Someone who's afraid to even walk at night. Xiaoheng didn't want to persuade him anymore. He stood up and calmly reminded Grandfather Huo. Grandfather, I've said what I wanted to say. You decide what to do next. Someone would come and close the door of this house tomorrow. They'll have to cough up the money, and all the properties under Zhang Feng and her son's name will be confiscated. Because it's all stolen money, we have to recover it. Unable to vent his anger, Grandfather Huo was so angry that he threw the quilt and pillows on the bed to the floor. Holding onto the bed frame, he stood up and glared at Xiaoheng. The house has been sealed. Where will your third uncle and his family live? I have to bring them back. Although I don't have a third uncle, as long as you're happy with who you want to bring back. Xiaoheng bowed slightly. It'll be even more interesting when the police go to the military compound to arrest people. What did you say? Police arrest people? Arrest who? Grandfather Huo felt that something was wrong. What did you do to Zhang Feng? I didn't do anything. Xiaoheng denied it flatly. I was just reminding the military audit office that someone was desperate and wanted to secretly transfer the money away. She won't. I believe she wouldn't do such a thing. Grandfather Huo was very emotional. He walked a few steps forward in his slippers and waved his arms loudly. Let her see me. Confront her face to face. It's too late. Xiaoheng followed behind Grandfather Huo and shook his head. The military police have already arrested head nurse Zhang. Arrested? What right do they have to arrest my people? Grandfather Huo turned around abruptly and glared at Xiaoheng. And you say you didn't do anything? If it wasn't for you, would she, a military doctor, be able to mobilize the military police to arrest people? Xiaoheng shrugged. If that's what you think, I have nothing to say. But she's not a military doctor. She's just a nurse. Don't remember wrongly. Doctors and nurses are different. Grandfather Huo was furious. He grabbed his coat and put it on. I have to go find old G. I can't just arrest her like this. At this point, Grandfather Huo still refused to come to his senses. Xiaoheng knew that there was nothing else he could do. Even if there was a way, he didn't want to use it. He stood in the middle of Grandfather Huo's bedroom with a sullen face and watched as Grandfather Huo buttoned up his coat with trembling hands and walked out. Father, Grandfather. Zhang Baochan, Zhang Wenna, and Zhang Wenjia saw Grandfather Huo coming down from the second floor and rushed over. Father, a few soldiers took Mother away just now. Zhang Baochan was extremely anxious. Can you go and see now? Grandfather, it was so scary just now. Where's eldest cousin? Didn't he go up just now? Zhang Wenjie and Zhang Wenna surrounded Grandfather Hua on both sides and chattered nonstop. Their voices came one after another, like a swarm of bees buzzing in Grandfather Hua's ears. Grandfather Hua waved his hand weakly and sat down on the sofa in the living room. He lowered his head and thought for a while. Looking at the fine Middle Eastern plush floral carpet on the floor, he said slowly, "I need to find out more about your mother. As for you guys," he looked up at the four anxious faces in front of him. "Do you have any other places to stay? The house under your mother's name is probably uninhabitable." "Huh? Why?" Zhang Baochun was shocked. "Why can't we stay? This is our home. We don't have any loans. We don't owe the bank money. Don't ask so much first. I'm just asking if you have any other places to stay." Grandfather Hua's face darkened as he scolded Zhang Baochun. "You're the backbone of the family when something happened to your mother. How can a man cry like this? Look at yourself." Zhang Baochun had never experienced something like this in his entire life. Although he was an illegitimate child, he had an illustrious father. He had always been the most pampered one in his maternal grandmother's family. When he grew up, under Zhang Feng's protection, he developed the habit of not taking responsibility. He had his mother to earn money, his wife to have children, a nanny to take care of the children, and servants to take care of the household chores. All he had to do was go to work and go home to chat with Grandfather Hua. He never thought that his biological mother would be taken away by the military police one day. "Father, don't you have a house under your name? It's in Jichuan Precinct. Let's go there." Zhang Wenna saw that her father was not doing anything and had to make the decision herself. Qian Shui quickly nodded. Yes, let's go to Jichuan Precinct." Grandfather Hua stood up in relief when he saw that they had a place to stay. "Let's not waste any more time. Quickly pack up and move out." The four members of the Zhang family and the servants packed up together. Hua Xiaoheng walked through the chaos and came to Grandfather Hua's side. "Grandfather, please." Grandfather Hua's face darkened as he left Xiaoyang with him. They returned to the Hua residence in the military headquarters. Grandfather Hua and Hua Xiaoheng did not say a word on the way back. They returned to the Hua residence in silence. Hua Xiaoheng did not even get out of the car. He watched as the metal gates opened and Hua Guanchen and Hua Jialan came out to take Grandfather Hua in. The next day, the largest trading company in Z City, Deshang Industries, discovered that their bank accounts had been frozen. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, the company's chairman, Zhao De, personally went to the bank to inquire. "Chairman Zhao, you almost screwed us over. Your company is currently being audited by the military, and you didn't tell us. Companies that are audited by the military are not allowed to remit funds overseas before the audit is complete. Don't you know this rule?" It was the third watch. On the first day of November, the relatives looked at their ticket folders. There were no monthly tickets left. Moi. Chapter 342. Zhao Da's face fell. He was tongue-tied for a long time before he managed to say, "How is that possible? We have people above us." "Like how we have people." The bank manager in charge of Deshang's accounts rolled his eyes. "People above us will be audited by the military? Are you stupid?" Zhao De glared at the arrogant big account manager, his face turning purple with anger. In the past, when she saw him from afar, she would call him Boss Zhao, Boss Zhao, Boss Zhao, calling him more affectionately than her own father. As soon as something went wrong, he would immediately turn hostile. "Just you wait. I'll go back and ask. I'll make you swallow everything you've said today. My people above us, they'll scare you to death." Oomph. Zhao De stormed out of the bank and called his son as soon as he got into his car. His son Zhao Liangshan married the Zhang family's daughter, Zhang Xiaocui, because of the Zhang family's relationship with the military. Otherwise, with their family's wealth, why would they rush to marry a girl from a poor family? That girl was just average-looking. If it wasn't for her aunt's connections, the Zhang family would only be servants for the Zhao family. "Liangshan, have you reached your aunt's house?" Zhao De asked as soon as the call went through. "Tell her to get the chief to help. Our bank accounts have been frozen." Zhao Liangshan sat on the sofa in Zhang Baochun's living room, stammering as he didn't know how to answer his father. His father-in-law Zhang Cheng and his wife Zhang Xiaocui had flown overnight to D capital. They had just arrived at the Zhang family when they received the bad news from Zhang Baochen. Zhang Feng had been arrested by the military police. Why aren't you saying anything? Zhao panicked. If you're not saying anything, get your father-in-law to talk to me. Zhao Yangshan quickly passed the phone to his father-in-law and said bitterly, "It's my dad. What's up?" My family's bank account was still frozen. My dad lost his temper. Zhang Cheng took the phone immediately, his face full of smiles. "In-law, why are you calling so early in the morning? We just arrived in D capital and haven't had the chance to visit my sister and brother-in-law." "Brother-in-law? When did you have a brother-in-law?" Zhao Huda was shocked. "Your sister. Hadn't she been a mistress all her life?" Zhao didn't dare to finish his sentence. He only muttered in his heart. Zhang Cheng forced a smile. "Why can't I have a brother-in-law? My sister has been with the bureau chief her whole life. She can't possibly be nameless, right? My sister said that after the new year, she'll get married to the bureau chief. Doesn't that make him my brother-in-law?" "Ah, really? This is a joyous occasion." When Zhao heard this, he was overjoyed. He looked up at the hazy sky above him, which seemed to be blue and shiny. When will the banquet be held?" "Do you want to hold a banquet in our city?" "Let me tell you, as long as you bring the bureau chief back, I'll book the biggest restaurant in the city for 3 days and 3 nights. I can even afford to treat everyone in the city." We'll talk about it when the time comes. My sister is a practical person and doesn't like to be high profile. Besides, it won't be good for the chief." When Zhang Cheng said this, he saw Zhang Baochen glaring at him and gesturing for him not to say anything. But how could he not say anything? If he didn't say anything, this in-laws would turn on him at any moment. "That's good too. Take your time. Oh yes, about our company's bank account. Find a chance to mention it to your brother-in-law. Ask him to get someone to call our bank and unfreeze it. It's no trouble at all. It's just a phone call." Zhao wasn't worried at all now. Their previous relationship was shady. Although there were benefits, it wasn't secure. Now that she could be the bureau chief's wife, the Zhang family status was even more extraordinary. Even the **** would probably have to visit them for New Year's. He turned to look at the tall building of the bank and snorted softly. The VIP account manager who gave him a hard time just now was waiting to see when he would kneel and call him daddy. Zhang Cheng hung up the phone. The smile on his face disappeared. He paced around the living room in frustration. He asked Zhang Baochen, "Where's the bureau chief? Your mother was arrested by the military police. Isn't he going to do anything?" He even said that after being with him for so many years, he should have feelings for even a dog, let alone a human life, right? Zhang Wenna and Zhang Wenjia pouted at their granduncle's vulgar words. They dawdled in the living room for a while. Then they said to Zhang Baochen, "Dad, we want to go back to the whole family to move our things." They were chased out on New Year's Eve. They didn't move a single thing. Everything was left there. Qian Shui didn't like Zhang Cheng's arrogant attitude. She tugged at Zhang Baochen. "We haven't moved our things yet. Why don't we go and move our things since we have nothing to do today? We can also look for Grandpa." Zhang Cheng overheard them and asked, "What's going on? Where are we going to move?" He looked around the house. "Aren't you staying in the military compound? Why are you staying here?" Zhang Baochen and Qian Shui didn't want to talk about it. They only smiled. "Our kids are all grown up. They want to live on their own, so we moved out." Zhang Wenna and Zhang Wenjia didn't say a word and waited to leave. Zhang Cheng and Zhao Yangshan looked at each other and communicated. They said to Zhang Baochen and Qian Shui, "Shall we go with you? We can even help you move." They could also meet the legendary general, Grandpa Hua. Zhang Baochen waved his hand. "No, you don't have a pass. You can't go in." "You have a pass?" Zhang Cheng stuck his head out curiously. "Let me see what it looks like. How long will it take to get one?" "We'll get one just the same. Even if we have the other conditions, we'll have to wait until next year." Qian Shui didn't want to waste time with them anymore. Zhang Xiaocui rolled her eyes and stood up. Cousin-in-law, can't your cousin-in-law's husband go and broaden his horizons? Didn't they say that the general has a very high position? Can't we even have relatives visiting? I don't believe it. Qian Shui and Zhang Baochen exchanged awkward looks. Zhang Xiaozue was right. They could enter immediately if they had relatives visiting, but they had to have someone from the military to vouch for them. Zhang Baochen and Qian Shui were no longer considered residents of the military district. In fact, they didn't even know if their passes were still valid. They had originally planned to get the sentries to pass the message if they couldn't get in. Grandpa would definitely send an orderly to bring them in to move their things. But it wouldn't make sense if they brought Zhang Cheng and Zhao Yanshan. They didn't think Hu Xiaoheng would let them in. They discussed and discussed, but before they could leave, a few more people in police uniform came to the door. They knocked and asked, "Is Zhang Baochen in?" Zhang Baochen's heart skipped a beat. He opened the door and asked, "Yes, I am. What do you need?" One of the police officers handed him a form for him to sign. "This is your property, right?" "Yes, please sign here." "Sign what?" Zhang Baochen was confused. He picked up the form and looked at it. The more he looked at it, the more shocked he became. He quickly said, "Are you mistaken? How can you blame me for the mess with the Shang Industries? I have nothing to do with this company at all." Although he was related by marriage to Deshang's chairman, he had nothing to do with Deshang Industries. These were two different matters. The police officer glanced at him and took out a notarized share certificate and threw it in front of him. "Look at this yourself. Your name is on the list of shareholders of Deshang Industries Limited. Although you're only a minor shareholder, you're still one of the owners of the company. Deshang Industries is insolvent. According to the law, all the owners of the company have to compensate for the losses caused to the company according to the size of the shares. If you don't have the money to pay, all your assets will be auctioned off to pay off the debt, including your house." When did I become a shareholder?" Zhang Baochen's eyes bulged. "Are you kidding me? I never knew about this." He looked at his wife, Qian Shui, for help. Qian Shui blushed. Zhang Baochen's position as a minor shareholder was secretly arranged by Qian Shui after she mentioned it to Zhang Feng. It was to give their family more assets. Zhang Feng's 20% shares in Deshang Industries were all given to her by Zhao De. She didn't spend a single cent on it. In order to put Zhang Feng at ease, Zhao De agreed to her request and gave Zhang Baochen 5% of the shares as a bonus. Zhao De owned 65% of the shares, and the remaining 10% was held by his family. Qian Shui usually handled the shareholders' meetings and dividends on Zhang Baochen's behalf. Zhang Baochen really didn't know about it. What does it matter if you knew or not? You're a shareholder legally, so your assets have to be used to pay off the debt. The police ignored his excuses and pointed at the form. "Sign it." This was the first watch. Guaranteed monthly votes for the suitors. And recommendation votes. 1 in the afternoon on the second watch. Do we still need the third watch today? Let's hope the relatives vote more monthly. Moi. Chapter 343. A pen was shoved into Zhang Baochen's hands, but he trembled for a long time and still couldn't sign it. Finally, he mustered his courage and said, I won't sign it." "You won't sign it? Unless you're not Zhang Baochen, you have to sign it." The police officer said firmly, "It's written clearly on the paper. If you don't sign it, you'll be detained." It's not that I don't want to sign it. I want a lawyer. I want a lawyer to represent me, and I'll sign it after I'm clear." Zhang Baochen finally regained his senses and put down the pen, refusing to sign it. "A lawyer?" The police officer was taken aback. "Do you have a lawyer?" Needing a lawyer just to sign something, rich people really have a lot of problems. "I do. I'll call my lawyer right now." Zhang Baochen was in a rush to get the best lawyer to represent him in dealing with the police. The crimes committed by Deshang Industries were still within the scope of the military's internal audit, and because of Zhang Feng's relationship with grandfather Hua, the military had no intention of taking it to court. The police were only there to help the military verify basic information and were not sent by the court. Therefore, it was completely legal for Zhang Baochen to get a lawyer to represent him. If he wanted a lawyer, the police couldn't stop him. "Then call them right now." The police officer took back the form. "We'll wait here." Zhang Baochen's face was tense as he turned around and went inside. He went to the study on the second floor, turned on his computer, and quickly searched the internet for the best law firms in the country, but all his calls were answered with voicemail. It was the second day of the new year, and even if there were any on duty, it was almost noon now, and perhaps lunchtime. A sweet robotic voice sounded from the phone. "Hello. If there's an emergency, please call 110. If it's a criminal case, please press 1. If it's a financial case, please press 2. If it's a legal representative, please press 3. He pressed a series of numbers, but it only went to a voicemail for him to leave a message. How could Zhang Baochen have time to leave a message? The police were waiting outside, and if he didn't call a lawyer over immediately, they wouldn't let him go. He anxiously searched the imperial capital's local website, trying to find a reliable law firm that could also hire people to be his agent. His mouse pointed to a law firm called Monarch Descends. This law firm was established not long ago and was not considered big. It had a team of less than 15 people, but its boss was very powerful. According to the online introduction, he was a partner of the largest law firm in the United States and a tenured professor at Harvard Law School. He had fought a long list of cases, and one of them was against the U.S. military. This lawyer even dared to defy the U.S. military, let alone the Huaxia Empire. Zhang Baochen rubbed his chin and quickly browsed through the law firm's website before making a call. "Hello, this is the Monarch Descends Law Office. How may we help you today?" It was actually not an electronic voice message system. Zhang Baochen became even more agitated. He tugged at his bow tie and asked eagerly, "Hello, I'm in urgent need of a lawyer to represent me. Could you please send one over immediately?" The voice on the other side of the phone seemed to pause for a moment, then said politely, "Can you tell me the details? It's the second day of the Lunar New Year right now, so it's not easy for us to find someone, but we'll try our best to find you a suitable lawyer. So please tell me the details." Zhang Baochen hurriedly explained the situation and added, "They're outside right now and want me to sign a form, but I don't know if I should sign it." The woman on the other side of the phone paused for a moment, as if taking notes, then quickly asked, "How did the police determine that Deshang Industries is insolvent? It shouldn't have happened so quickly, right?" I don't know either." Zhang Baochen didn't want to talk about the military. He had finally found a reliable person to answer the phone, and it wasn't an electronic voice. He was worried that he would scare her away. "Mr. Zhang, you have to tell me the truth. If you tell me half of the truth, you're not harming us, but yourself." The woman's voice was very gentle. "No matter how things go, we will still charge you, so all the losses will be borne by you. Think again. Is there anything else you haven't said?" Zhang Baochen was defeated by this woman, so he had no choice but to tell her everything he knew bit by bit. There was a pause for a full 2 minutes, so long that Zhang Baochen thought she was going to hang up. In the end, he heard her say, "Okay, we'll take it. Where are you? I can find a lawyer of our firm to represent you." "Huh, really?" Zhang Baochen heaved a sigh of relief, feeling alive again. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, "I'm at room 1043, Block C of Baolong Court, Jichuan District, 4th Ring Road. Can he come over immediately?" The woman smiled. "I'll give him a call right away. May I know how to address you?" "My surname is Wan Shui." When Shui put down the phone and laughed softly. She didn't celebrate the Lunar New Year here, so the first and second days of the Lunar New Year were meaningless to her. She had come to the law firm alone to prepare materials and prepare for her classes, but she didn't expect to get a job like this. She sent the payment information to Zhang Baochen, asking him to pay a deposit of 100,000 yuan first, and the lawyer's fees will be deducted from the deposit. Zhang Baochen quickly transferred 100,000 yuan over. When Shui saw that the money had been transferred and called Lawyer Jean. "Lawyer Jean, someone is looking for a legal representative. It's urgent. Are you free?" Lawyer Jean had been fired from JD Law Firm because he lost by Jeannie's case. Other law firms in Imperial Capital didn't want to hire him because they were afraid of offending the Bai family. Only the foreign law firm, the Sovereign Descends, gave him a chance. He was trying his best to get back at them and win back his honor as the lead lawyer. He was having lunch with friends and relatives when he received Shui's call, but he quickly agreed. "No problem. Where is he? I'll go right away. Wen Shui nodded with satisfaction. I've sent the details to your email. You'll see it right away. The person's name is Zhang Baochen. His address is room 1043, Block C of Baolong Court, Jichuan District, 4th Ring Road. His phone number is 136X. Okay, got it. Lawyer Jean unlocked his phone and saw that Wen Shui had already sent an email to his work inbox. He opened it and skimmed through it. He was immediately excited. Wen Shui's memo was very well done. Not only did it detail the ins and outs of the case, but it also introduced the people behind it. For example, Zhang Baochen was only a manager in a financial company, but his mother, Zhang Feng, was the head nurse of Hua Xiwenong, the second in command of the Supreme Military Council. Although Hua Xiwenong had retired, he still held the rank of general. His son, Hua Guanchen, was the director of the military political department, and his grandson was the famous Major General Hua Xiaoying. Jean Dazhuang couldn't be more familiar with this string of names. Bai Jini's lawsuit was against the Hua family. Luo Xinxue, whom Bai Jini was accused of murdering, was the widow of the Hua family's eldest son, the late Colonel Hua Guanyuan. He'd seen Hua Xiaoheng in court. When he thought of Hua Xiaoheng, he couldn't help but think of Gun Yinji, who had caused him to lose so badly. Lawyer Jean, as Hua Xiwenong's head nurse, is Zhang Feng close or distant to him? Wen Shui had just arrived in Huaxia Empire and didn't know much about these relationships. Jean Dazhuang put on his Bluetooth headset and took out his iPad to highlight key points as he walked out. He said to Wen Shui on the other end of the line, "Lawyer Wen, the chief's nurses have a lot of power. Sometimes they can even control the chief's daily schedule and decide who he sees and who he doesn't. Even the chief's wife can't compare to their relationship with the chief at times." "Oh, really?" Wen Shui was very interested. Then who is qualified to be a nurse? If it's in the military, it has to be at least a commander or a general, the same standard as a personal secretary. Jean Dazhuang said politely, "I'll have to look into the details. If Lawyer Wen is interested, I can send it to you after I'm done." "Oh, it's okay, I was just saying." When Shui turned on her computer and searched online, "Hurry up, he's going to be anxious." Jean Dazhuang put down the phone and got into his car, quickly arriving at Jichuan Precinct on the 4th Ring Road. There were very few people on the road on the second day of the Lunar New Year. He found Zhang Baochen's residence and called him. "May I ask if you're Mr. Zhang? I'm Lawyer Jean from Sovereign Law Firm." It was the second watch. Try to get to the third watch at 7 p.m. First day of November. Hurry up and cast your monthly votes. Wax. Oh, intersectioners for intersection. Oh. Chapter 344. Lawyer Jean, you're finally here. Zhang Baochen almost jumped out of the door and hugged Jean Dazhuang's arm. "Hurry up and help me. Help me." Lawyer Jean smiled and comforted him. "Don't worry, Mr. Zhang. I'll do my best to help you." He then turned to the police officers at the door. "I'm a lawyer from the Sovereign Law Firm. I'm representing my client. May I ask why you're looking for him?" The police officers looked at each other and took out the form. "This is Mr. Zhang's asset verification form. He needs to sign here to facilitate our investigation." Lawyer Jean took the form and looked at it for a while. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. "May I ask why you're asking my client to sign this form?" "Because he's a shareholder of Deshang Industries Limited. Deshang Industries is insolvent, and the creditors want to pursue them. We've been entrusted by the creditors to help verify his assets." The police officers were still very polite to Lawyer Jean and spoke in professional terms. Lawyer Jean smiled and adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses again. He shook his head meaningfully. "I'm sorry, we won't sign this form. Also, Deshang Industries' insolvency has nothing to do with my client. Please stop harassing him." "What did you say? Nothing to do with him?" The policemen were very surprised. They looked at each other, exchanged glances, and asked again, "Are you sure? He's a shareholder of the company." "Yes." Lawyer Jean took a few steps forward and put his hands behind his back. Deshang Industries Ltd. is a limited liability company. Every shareholder bears limited liability for the company based on their capital contributions. The legal person of the company bears full liability for the company's debts with all of the company's assets. If the company needs to be liquidated and becomes insolvent, the shareholders are not jointly liable and do not need to use their assets to pay off the company's debts. May I ask why you're asking my client to sign this form? Well said. Lawyer Jean, well said. I knew there was a problem. Zhang Baochun was very happy with his decision. Although the police officers knew a little about the law, they obviously couldn't argue with an old fox like Lawyer Jean on this issue. They discussed quietly and said to Lawyer Jean, "All right, we'll go back and ask our superiors what to do." Then they looked at Zhang Baochun. "Sorry for disturbing you, Mr. Zhang." After the police left, Zhang Baochun was in complete awe of Lawyer Jean. He almost worshipped him like a Buddha and strongly requested him to stay for dinner. Zhang Cheng and Zhao Yanshan were also impressed by Lawyer Jin's ability to make the police leave with just a few words. They kept urging him to drink during dinner. In the afternoon, Hua Xiaoheng was in the study of his official residence when he received a call from the police station. He frowned after hearing it. He didn't want the people in the army to know too much about this, so he didn't ask the people from the military's legal department. The military audit office was auditing Dasheng Industries Limited. They only knew that this company was connected to Zhang Feng, and that Zhang Feng was indeed using Grandfather Hua's name to make money. But using Grandfather Hua as head nurse or Hua as to Hua's mistress's Hua. As he could. Jean was. As can Jean. Or as. He. Hua Xiaoheng didn't want it to escalate if he could limit the damage to a certain level. Zhang Feng was a smart person. She had already thought it through, so she wouldn't expose her relationship with Grandfather Hua. But others might not be the same. Now that there was a lawyer involved, he might not be able to keep it under wraps. Therefore, this matter had to be resolved quickly. Hua Xiaoheng only hesitated for a minute before calling Gun Yinji. Nianji, come to the study. Gun Yinji had just woken up from her afternoon nap and was in a daze. She immediately woke up when she received Hua Xiaoheng's call. "I'll be right there." "Hua Xiao, what's the matter?" Gun Yinji sat across his desk and smiled at him. Hua Xiaoheng told her about the call. "It's not that I don't have a way to deal with this, but I don't want others to know too much." Gun Yinji understood. Her eyes sparkled like the stars in the sky. "I understand. I can help you. Hua Xiao, let me deal with Lawyer Jean. You can deal with him?" Hua Xiaoheng raised his eyebrows in surprise. He hadn't even told her his reason, and Gun Yinji had already thought of a way. "Of course." Gun Yinji smiled and raised her chin. She said arrogantly and coquettishly, "I want to make Jean Dazhuang lose wholeheartedly again. I want him to avoid me whenever he sees me in the future. I want him to have a phobia." Hua Xiaoheng laughed at her words. He stood up and patted her head. "Good. Take a look at this document. Tomorrow, you'll represent the military to negotiate with Zhang Baochun's lawyer. Once Zhang Baochun was taken care of, the rest would be easy." "No problem." Gun Yinji grabbed Hua Xiaoheng's hand. "I'll go back and study it. Don't worry, Hua Xiao. I have plenty of experience negotiating with Lawyer Jean." Hua Xiaoheng smiled. He couldn't help patting her head again as he watched her leave. After she left, Hua Xiaoheng asked the police to arrange another meeting with Lawyer Jean and Zhang Baochun. He also asked Zhao Liangzi to prepare the car for tomorrow morning. Gun Yinji woke up early in the morning of the third day of the Lunar New Year. Hua Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangzi drove to the sovereign descent law firm. Lawyer Jean was Zhang Baochun's lawyer now. If they wanted to talk to Zhang Baochun, they had to talk to Lawyer Jean. Hua Xiaoheng didn't go up. He sat in the car and waited for her. Gun Yinji walked into the elevator with Zhao Liangzi. The sovereign descent law firm was on the 36th floor of the building. When Gun Yinji entered, she saw that the wall beside the door was engraved with shiny black letters. It read Sovereign Descent Law Firm. Next to the black name was an embossed statue of the Goddess of Justice. It was the Sovereign Descent Law Firm's logo. The goddess's face was covered with a black mask, and her eyes were blindfolded. She held a scale in one hand and a long sword in the other. During her first law class, her professor had talked about the statue of justice. The scale symbolized fairness and justice. The long sword symbolized the use of force to punish criminals. The face covered with a black mask symbolized equality, objectivity, non-partiality, and the spirit of the rule of law. Gunyinji looked deeply at the logo, then walked in. When Shuyi came out of her office and was surprised to see Gunyinji. "Miss Gu, are you the one who wants to see Lawyer Jean?" She didn't expect the military to let a rookie lawyer like Gunyinji be their representative. "Yes, we made an appointment yesterday. It's about the Deshang Industries LLC case." Gunyinji was wearing a dark gray business suit, long pants, and leather shoes. She looked very professional. When Shui nodded, "Come with me." She brought Gunyinji and Zhao Liangzi to the reception room. Lawyer Jean and Zhang Baochen were already waiting there. Zhao had rushed here overnight with his lawyer. The four of them looked nervously at the door. When they saw a very cute and pretty girl enter, three of them sighed in relief. Although Gunyinji was wearing a professional suit, her young face and clean eyes revealed that she must be very young. Zhao almost wanted to shake hands with Zhao Liangzi. He thought he was the military representative. However, Zhao Liangzi followed closely behind Gunyinji like a bodyguard. Lawyer Jean cautiously walked in front of Gunyinji and extended his hand. "Miss Gu, we meet again." It was the third watch. On the second day of November, the relatives looked at their ticket folders. There were still monthly votes. There were still recommendation votes. Moi. Oh, intersectioners for intersection. Oh. Chapter 345. So this young lady, Gunyinji, who looked like she hadn't even graduated from university, was the lawyer sent by the military? Zhao breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Lawyer Jean, who looked like an elite, and then at the delicate little girl across from him. She was even younger than his granddaughter. What was she capable of? She must have gotten into the military through connections. He sat back on the couch by the window and crossed his legs. He took out a cigarette to smoke, but when Shui stopped him in time. "Mr. Zhao, this is a non-smoking office. If you want to smoke, you have to go outside the building." "Oh, really? Then I won't smoke, I won't smoke." Zhao smiled sheepishly as he crumpled the cigarette into a ball and threw it into the bin. He looked at Lawyer Jean and was slightly taken aback when he saw that Lawyer Jean looked like he was facing a formidable enemy. Lawyer Jean had already sat down cautiously with Gunyinji on both sides of the conference table. Zhang Baochen sat next to Lawyer Jean and looked at Gunyinji. He wondered if Hua Xiaoheng was here as well since Gunyinji was here. Zhang Baochen recognized the man who came with Gunyinji, Zhao Liangzi. He was Hua Xiaoheng's personal secretary. Why was he here with Gunyinji? Did Hua Xiaoheng have something to do with what happened to Deshang Industries? Zhang Baochen's mind was running wild as he heard Lawyer Jean start talking nonstop. "Miss Gu, are you here today on behalf of the military to ask my client to sign this asset investigation form?" Lawyer Jean shook the faxed copy in the air. Gunyinji nodded. "Of course. You didn't sign it yesterday, so I had to make another trip today." She then looked at Zhang Baochen. "Mr. Zhang, I'll ask you again. Are you going to sign this asset investigation form or not?" When Gunyinji wasn't smiling, she had an aura of silence. Even a timid person would be intimidated by her and agree to her request without even realizing it. Zhang Baochen clearly knew that Gunyinji was an orphan and was completely relying on Hua Xiaoheng to intimidate her. But when he saw her dark eyes, his heart trembled and his back broke out in sweat. He stammered as he looked at Lawyer Jean and braced himself to say, "Lawyer." Lawyer Jean said. What did Lawyer Jean say? Gunyinji cut him off and once again exerted psychological pressure on him. Gunyinji had studied these negotiation techniques before. Because of this, she had specially taken courses related to psychology. Later, when she was in the Special Operations Forces, she learned a few tricks from the professionals in the Special Operations Forces who specialized in bluffing people. Compared to the average legal practitioner, she knew how to use her tone, posture, and micro-expressions to break through the other party's defenses and get what she wanted from the other party. However, Zhang Baochen was even more useless than Gunyinji thought. Because he didn't know anything, no matter how much he scared him, he couldn't scare him. Instead, he was so nervous that he ran to the toilet several times. Gun Yinji secretly cursed Zhang Baochen for being the most useless of useless people, but she maintained a smile on her face and pushed the asset survey form towards him. If you can't give me a reason, then sign it. Zhang Baochen almost took the pen in a daze. Lawyer Jean finally grabbed Zhang Baochen's hand and pushed the asset investigation form back to Gun Yinji. Miss Gu, you can't possibly be thinking that the Dasheng Industries LLC incident would involve my client's personal assets, right? Why else do you think I made this trip? Gun Yinji cocked her head and smiled. She thought to herself, here it comes. She didn't seem to take it to heart at all. In fact, she had just entered her true combat state. The pressure he exerted on Zhang Baochen was just the appetizer. Then let me repeat myself. According to our country's company law, Dasheng Industries Limited is a limited liability company. If Dasheng Industries has any problems with its operations and becomes insolvent and needs to be liquidated, then just liquidate Dasheng Industries. Please don't count my client's personal assets. Lawyer Jean pointed at the asset investigation form. Don't freeze my client's personal bank account, and don't confiscate his real estate. These properties belong to my client and have nothing to do with Dasheng Industries. In other words, even if Dasheng Industries went bankrupt, Zhang Baochen would only lose 5% of his shares. Also, he hadn't actually invested a single cent in Dasheng Industries. The shares were given to him by Zhao De. If Dasheng Industries made money, he would receive dividends along with it. If it lost money, he would at most not receive any dividends. He wouldn't have any more responsibilities. Yes, Lawyer Jean is right. Zhao Da's lawyer also chimed in. He sneered at Gun Yinji. This is the most basic company law. Miss Gu, don't tell me you don't know that. Have you graduated from university? Do you want to go back to school and study company law? Yes, both of you are right. I agree with what you said about company law. Gun Yinji clapped her hands to express her approval. Zhao Da's lawyer had never interacted with Gun Yinji before. He saw that the young female lawyer from the military had been led around by the nose with only a few words. She had no fighting spirit at all. He was even more disdainful of her. Lawyer Jean had suffered at Gun Yinji's hands before, so he was more cautious. He could hear the reservation in Gun Yinji's words. He thought about it for a while and asked, did I say something wrong? Or is the military planning to bully others and disregard the law to seize other people's assets? Oh, Lawyer Jean, I haven't seen you in a few days, and you've learned to accuse others. Gun Yinji braced her hands on the edge of the table and straightened her back even more. That's not good. We are lawyers. We need to use the language and logic of the law to speak. Don't imitate those who don't understand the law and only know how to spout nonsense. Every word a lawyer says must be backed up by evidence. Did I say something wrong? Lawyer Jean sneered. He was still brooding over his previous defeat at Gun Yinji's hands. He slammed the table and stood up. He threw the materials he had prepared in front of Gun Yinji and almost roared. See for yourself. My client only owns 5% of the shares. He has nothing to do with the management of Dasheng Industries. He's only a shareholder, and a minor shareholder. He doesn't have to bear any responsibility for Dasheng Industries' debts outside of his shares. Do you understand? Gun Yinji moved back to avoid Lawyer Jin's roar and stood up as well. Are you done? I'm done. Tell me what legal reasons you have for my client to bear responsibility for a limited liability company's debts outside of his shares. Remember, it has to be legal. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're from the military. Believe it or not, I can report you to the media. Lawyer Jean happily explained his reasons and sat down. His mouth was dry, and he hurriedly drank another glass of water. Okay, now it's my turn. Gun Yinji also took out the materials she had prepared and threw them on the table. Lawyer Jean, you're right. For a limited liability company, the shareholders don't have to bear any responsibility outside of their shares. If the company goes into liquidation, the shareholders will lose all their shares at most. There won't be any other losses. Isn't that obvious? Then what else is there to discuss? You can leave now. Lawyer Jean laughed. You repeated what I said. Do you want my client to sign? Of course. Gun Yinji's voice turned cold. Lawyer Jean, are you still so impatient? Can't you wait for me to finish? You still have something to say? If you still want to repeat what I said, please don't waste my time. Lawyer Jean was getting impatient. It's the Lunar New Year. Everyone is in a hurry. Gunyinji raised her eyebrows. Her voice became even colder. If you keep talking nonsense, I can go to the Lawyers Association and sue you for lack of professional ethics. Lawyer Jean finally shut his mouth, but his face was full of disdain and indifference, as if he was saying, I knew you're a newbie with no skills. Gunyinji's eyes swept across everyone's faces in the conference room. She looked at Zhao Yangzi, who had been silent but was looking at her worriedly. She smiled at him reassuringly. She pulled out a red-marked report from the materials she had prepared. She looked up and began to show the evidence to Lawyer Jean and Zhao Yangzi's lawyer. Deshang Industries, LLC. Its full name is Deshang Industries, LLC. According to company law, its company form is Limited Liability Company. The English abbreviation is LLC. According to the company law's definition of an LLC, the number of shareholders of such a company cannot exceed 50. It cannot raise funds. Shareholders are limited to the amount of capital they have contributed. Therefore, under normal circumstances, if there is a problem with the company, the risk to the shareholders is limited to the amount they have invested. Lawyer Jean crossed his arms. His eyes were about to roll to the ceiling. He had a mocking expression that said, I knew you were memorizing. But Gunyinji changed the topic and glanced at Lawyer Jean again. Lawyer Jean instantly froze. He hated the word but the most. F***ck. So annoying. What do you mean, but? Why don't you go to heaven? As soon as Gunyinji finished her but, she paused for a moment. Seeing Lawyer Jean and Zhao Da's lawyer's expressions change, she smiled and said, Don't forget, there's also a system of denial of corporate personality in company law. It's called uncovering the company's veil. In short, shareholders cannot hide under the banner of shareholders and do whatever they want. If a shareholder uses a limited liability company to commit illegal acts, there is no exemption for the shareholder if there is evidence. In other words, when a shareholder uses an LLC to commit illegal acts, the shareholder not only has to bear the responsibility with their capital, but they also have to bear all the responsibility with their personal assets. This rule was also called uncovering the legal person's veil. Lawyer Jin's mind buzzed. His face turned purple again. He roared in his heart, F***ck. How could I forget this exception? F***ck. Can't we talk properly and fight the lawsuit? This was the first chapter. It had 3,000 words. The guaranteed monthly votes for the suitors and recommendation votes. Today was a little busy, so the second chapter could only be written at 7 in the evening. I can't write it at noon. I hope my friends will vote more. Moi. Chapter 346. But the problem was that the exception to the system of denial of corporate personality was easy to say, but it was very difficult to implement. This was because it required a very complicated legal process to determine that the shareholder was using the LLC to commit illegal activities and not the LLC itself. This rule was rarely used in real-life situations and was basically impossible. Therefore, most lawyers ignored it for a good reason. Based on Lawyer Jin's 20 years of experience, he had only barely won once, but both sides had expended too much effort and lost in the end. Therefore, Lawyer Jean only paused for a moment before his expression darkened. Fine. First prove that my client intended to use Deshang Industries to commit illegal activities. Then go to court and see what the judge will decide. Zhang Baochun quickly said, I didn't do that. I can swear. I don't even know what Deshang Industries does, and I've never interfered with its management. Did you hear that? Lawyer Jean laughed coldly. Don't think you can criticize me just because you know a few legal provisions. Go ahead and sue me if you dare. Gunyinji smiled and took out a stack of documents marked with a blue label and placed it in front of Lawyer Jean. Lawyer Jean, please take a look. These are the military supply contracts Deshang Industries did with the military. These are the serious damages caused by the products supplied by Deshang Industries during military training. These are the conclusions of a third-party independent expert's investigation. Deshang Industries intentionally used shoddy goods to fill their own pockets and made undue profits from the military supply business. This caused harm to the soldiers and posed a threat to our nation's security. Lawyer Jin's face turned as white as a sheet. He took the documents from Gun Yinji and flipped through them one by one, quickly examining the ins and outs of the situation. That's not enough to say that my client is breaking the law. Lawyer Jin looked at the documents for a long time, then braced himself and said, "Using shoddy goods as quality is too subjective. If we go to court, I don't believe the judge will find my client guilty of illegal activities." "Really?" Gun Yinji smiled and took out the documents from Hua Xiaoang. This was the most important piece of evidence. "And take a look at this." Gun Yinji passed it to Jin Dazhuang. Deshang Industries shareholders, Zhao De, Zhang Feng, and Zhang Baochen, have used all sorts of methods to transfer the company's cash to their private accounts. At the same time, they set up a shell company in Italy to launder money through Deshang Industries' bank account. Lawyer Jin slumped into his chair and let out a long sigh. If it was the previous evidence, he could still argue and was 70% sure that the court would side with Zhang Baochen. However, the evidence that Gun Yinji had thrown out in the end couldn't be cleared no matter what. If they really sued Deshang Industries, the court would definitely judge that the shareholders of Deshang Industries had used the LLC to make money. When the crime was proven, not only would he have to pay the compensation, but he would also have to go to jail. Lawyer Jin swallowed with difficulty and looked at Gun Yinji blankly. "What if we choose to reconcile? It's simple. Just sign this." Gun Yinji smiled as she pushed the asset survey form back towards him. "Then auction off all the real estate on this form and return all the cash in the bank account to the military. I will plead with the military not to prosecute your client." Lawyer Jin nodded with a pale face. "Okay, I agree." Zhang Baochen exploded. He jumped up and pointed at Lawyer Jin's nose. "Are you out of your mind? You're my lawyer. Why do you have to listen to everything she says? All these assets are mine. Mine. Why do I have to pay the debts of that stupid company? I don't even know what they owe." Gun Yinji looked down at her documents and found a copy of Zhang Baochen's signature. She pushed it to the other end of the conference table. "Mr. Zhang, look at this yourself. This document has your signature and fingerprints." "What document?" Zhang Baochen took it in confusion and flipped it open. He immediately jumped up. This. I don't remember signing such a document." The document was a letter of authorization for Deshang Industries to set up a branch office in Italy. The sole purpose of that branch office was to evade the audit in the country and transfer most of the assets overseas to launder money. It's fine if you don't remember. You just have to confirm that this is your signature and the fingerprints are yours, Gun Yinji said nonchalantly. Gun Yinji said nonchalantly, "The law only recognizes evidence. What you think in your heart has little to do with this case." Zhang Baochen's hands trembled and his mouth twitched. He actually remembered that his wife had asked him to sign it. She said it was related to Deshang Industries, so he signed it. He didn't expect it to be a trap. Zhang Baochen was so angry that he threw the document on the table and said angrily, "My wife made me sign all this. I don't know what's going on. How can you blame me for this?" "Mr. Zhang, you're an adult. You have to be responsible for your actions. You're trying to shirk responsibility by saying you don't know. Do you think you're in the right, even if you're stupid?" Gun Yinji resisted the urge to roll her eyes and ignored Zhang Baochen. "Lawyer Jin, do you understand now?" Gun Yinji chose to communicate with Lawyer Jin. The military audit office said that Deshang Industries was insolvent and asked them to use their private assets to repay the debt. The major shareholders of Deshang Industries, Mr. Zhao and Ms. Zhang, intentionally lied to the military. Not only will they have to cough up the illegal profits, but the military will also have to sue them in court. It's useless even if they declare the company bankrupt. Not only will they lose all their assets, but they'll also have to go to jail. This was a crime, and they had to bear legal responsibility. It didn't mean they could get away with it just because they were a shareholder. Zhang Baochen finally understood and pulled Lawyer Jin anxiously. "Lawyer Jin, I don't want to go to jail. I don't want to go to jail." Help me fight the lawsuit. I'll pay any amount. As long as he didn't go to jail, he didn't care if he lost all his assets. Gu Nianji snorted and pushed the asset investigation form. Mr. Zhang, you should sign it. According to your shares, you'll have to bear 265 million of the 3 billion military losses. Sell all the assets under your name and add that to your bank account. That should be enough. Lawyer Jean sighed and advised Zhang Baochen. You don't have any other choice. Just do as Miss says. You won't have to go to jail that way. Because Zhang Baochen didn't have many shares and wasn't involved in the company's operations, he only had to cough up the dividends he had taken in the past. The military wouldn't chase after a small shareholder. Their main targets were Zhao De and Zhang Feng. Zhao Da's face turned pale as he listened and finally called out to Zhang Baochen. Baochen, aren't you going to beg the chief? Isn't he going to marry your mother? Zhang Baochen turned around abruptly. Shut up. There's no such thing. Don't spout nonsense. Zhao De immediately understood that the marriage had fallen through. His face darkened and his hands tightened until there was almost a hole in the sofa's leather cover. I really don't have to go to jail as long as I pay up. Zhang Baochen ignored Zhao De and turned to look at Lawyer Jean. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Lawyer Jean, can you guarantee that? Lawyer Jean looked at Gu Nianji. Miss Gu, if my client pays the money, may I ask if the military can issue a waiver to my client? That way, he wouldn't be charged. Gu Nianji nodded with certainty. Of course. As long as he pays up, I'll apply for a waiver. Zhang Baochen finally sighed and said to Lawyer Jean, then I'll have to trouble Lawyer Jean to calculate all of my assets. Gu Nianji pouted. She thought to herself that Zhang Feng was really good at profiteering. She was already a rich woman, yet she still gave her son a huge sum of money, but he had to spit it out after eating something that didn't belong to him. Zhang Baochen picked up a pen and signed the assets investigation form. At the same time, he also signed the authorization to auction the property. Gu Nianji put away the documents and forms that Zhang Baochen had signed in her briefcase and stood up to leave. She and Zhao Liangzi walked out of the sovereign descent law firm and stood at the elevator. They chatted quietly as they waited for the elevator to come up. Not long after, the elevator dinged and the doors opened. He Zichu, wearing a camel cashmere half-length coat, appeared in front of them, tall and handsome. Gu Nianji instinctively took a step back. This was the first time they had met since the last time she had a conflict with Zichu at his home. She felt a bit awkward. It was the second watch. Dear friends, please cast your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Wax. Chapter 347. When the elevator doors opened, Zichu didn't expect to see Gu Nianji there. He looked at her in surprise and blurted out, Nianji, what are you doing here? Are you here to see me? However, he decisively choked the last sentence in his throat and did not say it out loud. The two of them had been in a heated argument that day, and Gu Nianji had looked at him as if she'd seen a ghost. It was only when he called her that things had calmed down a little, but she still kept her distance. She would rather die than come to his territory to see him. Zichu had one hand in his coat pocket and the other holding a briefcase. He suppressed his emotions as he stepped out of the elevator and nodded to Zhao Liangzi, who was standing beside Gu Nianji. Happy New Year, Mr. Zhao. Zhao Liangzi was also surprised that Zichu would greet him so politely. After all, Zichu's arrogant attitude had left a deep impression on him back in the United States. Happy New Year, Professor He. Despite his shock, Zhao Liangzi quickly composed himself and returned Zichu's bow with a professional smile. Gu Nianji had no choice but to say, Happy New Year, Professor He. Yeah, you still haven't answered me. Why are you here? Zichu looked up at the entrance of his law firm. You came from there? Yes. Gu Nianji thought of Wen Shuyi and Jin Dazhuang's expressions and couldn't help laughing. I came from your law firm. Zichu looked at her quietly. What happened? Coming out of a law firm was either a lawyer or a client. Either way, it wasn't a good thing. You're the boss, don't you know? Gu Nianji mocked quietly. Your lawyer became Zhang Baochen's lawyer, and I came to negotiate with him as the military's lawyer. The military's lawyer? He Ji-Chu frowned again. You're working for Hua Xiaoheng again? Did you forget what you promised me? After the incident with Do Qingyan, He Ji-Chu had told Gun Yinji not to become a negotiator for the military. Gun Yinji had also promised him, but Gun Yinji thought this was different. Professor He, I'm representing the military as a lawyer. I'm not an employee of the military. I haven't broken my promise. Gun Yinji had always been eloquent in front of He Ji-Chu. No matter how unreasonable something was, she could still argue it out. It's good that you remember. He Ji-Chu looked at her deeply. Has the matter been resolved? It's settled. Gun Yinji patted the small bag she was carrying. Goodbye, Professor He. I have to go back now. He Ji-Chu nodded and watched as she and Zhao Liangzi entered the elevator. The elevator door slowly closed in front of him, and a downward arrow appeared on the button next to the door. The number on the floor began to change continuously, and He Ji-Chu only turned to leave when the number changed to 1. Entering his law firm, He Ji-Chu looked around. When Shuyi came out of her office and was shocked to see He Ji-Chu, she rushed up to him and said, Professor He, it's only the second day of the new year. Why are you here? He Ji-Chu stared into her eyes and asked slowly, What lawsuit did you accept? How could it be related to the military? When Shuyi forced herself to be calm, it's not a lawsuit. It's just a small negotiation. Both parties have reached an agreement and it's been resolved. Is that so? He Ji-Chu strode inside. He passed the reception lobby and turned around the Taihu stone in the middle of the lobby to enter a corridor. On the left side of the corridor was the conference room, where Gun Yinji and Jin Dazhuang had just clashed. Zhang Baochun, Zhao De, and the lawyer Zhao Debrot had not left yet. They were nervously negotiating with Jin Dazhuang. He Ji-Chu stood at the door and watched quietly for a while before reaching out to knock. Jin Dazhuang turned around to see He Ji-Chu. He quickly pushed his chair away and stood up. He walked to his side and bowed respectfully. Mr. He, Happy New Year. He Ji-Chu grunted and looked coldly at the people in the conference room. He said to Jin Dazhuang, Have them leave. Come to my office in 5 minutes and tell me everything. Jin Dazhuang nodded quickly and watched He Ji-Chu enter his office. He turned to the 3 people in the conference room. You guys go back first. Deal with Mr. Zhang's matter quickly according to the agreement. If Mr. Zhao wants our lawyer, please contact our law firm and sign the authorization form. We'll talk again. I'm sorry, I have something else to do. Zhang Baochun, Zhao De, and the lawyer he brought had no choice but to leave. Jin Dazhuang immediately went to find He Ji-Chu. Sit. He Ji-Chu sat behind his desk and pointed at the chair in front of him. Tell me what's going on. Jin Dazhuang told him the whole story from beginning to end. He Ji-Chu listened to everything without saying a word, then looked up some information online before saying, Not bad. You reacted quickly enough. Zhang Baochun's case ends here. As for Zhao De, we won't take his case. Jin Dazhuang was also inclined to not take the case after he understood everything. Zhang Baochun's responsibility was much smaller, and the military was willing to let him off the hook as long as he paid back the money. As for Zhang Feng and Zhao De, they were obviously chosen by the military to serve as a warning to the others. They were going to spend the rest of their lives in prison. Mr. He is wise. Jin Dazhuang smiled and rubbed his forehead. I didn't expect Gun Yinji to be so good. I lost her twice. He Ji-Chu looked up from his computer, and his tense expression relaxed. His voice was no longer cold, but had a hint of a smile. He said, It's not a shame that you lost to her. Jin Dazhuang knew Gun Yinji was about to become He Ji-Chu's student and had wanted to please him by complimenting her. He didn't expect He Ji-Chu to be so rude. How much did he value Gun Yinji's ability as a student? Jin Dazhuang muttered to himself and couldn't help but show a shocked expression. He Ji-Chu glanced at him and threw his pen on the desk. He stood up and walked to the window to look downstairs. You don't believe me? She's already so much better than you guys. If she hadn't wasted so much time, she would have been the chief lawyer a few years ago. You can go now and call when Shuyi in. Jin Dazhuang was so humiliated he didn't want to speak anymore. He turned to leave He Jichu's office sullenly and began to doubt his life. Oh, Professor He, why did you want to see me? When Shui smiled warmly as she arrived at He Jichu's office. Close the door. He Jichu turned away from the window and put his hands in his trouser pockets as he leisurely leaned against the windowsill. The sun shone in from behind and gilded his silhouette. When Shui was stunned by his beauty and didn't dare to look directly at him, she turned away slightly and closed the office door. Why did you take Zhang Baochen's case? You better give me a reasonable explanation. He Jichu's voice was cold and his eyes were cold. When Shui was silent and involuntarily clenched her fists. Why can't I take it? He needs a lawyer. We can provide one, and he has the financial ability to pay. Is that so? He Jichu pursed his lips tightly. If you didn't know this case was related to the Hua family, would you have taken it? Am I that kind of person in Professor He's heart? What are you trying to say? When Shui was a bit embarrassed and almost pushed into a corner by He Jichu's indifferent gaze, she blurted out the words in her heart. Is it because of Gun Yinji? You know what it is. He Jichu's expression darkened. Just because I'm not pursuing the matter doesn't mean I've forgotten what happened in the past. When Shui trembled and her eyes suddenly widened with fear. Professor He, I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it that way. She was so anxious that she was sweating profusely. She wanted to explain to He Jichu, but didn't know what to say. He Jichu's gaze and tone were too hurtful. I don't care what you meant. I've already given you enough chances. He Jichu returned to his desk and sat down. I just sent a message to my family. I'll give you 3 days to pack your things and never come back. You're kicking me out. When Shui immediately covered her mouth with her hand as tears streamed down her face. She choked out, why? What did I do wrong? Mr. He won't agree to you being here alone. It's none of your business whether he agrees or not. Don't use my father to pressure me. He Jichu leaned back in his high-back chair. His eyes were cold. If Nianji didn't still see you as her savior, I would have shot you a long time ago. You're still alive, thanks to Nianji. You didn't cause trouble for her. This was the first night watch. The guaranteed monthly votes for the betrothal candidates and recommendation votes. The second night watch was still 7 p.m. They were working overtime. I hope my dear friends will vote more monthly. Moi. Chapter 348. When Shui stared blankly at He Jichu's emotionless eyes, and a chill ran down her spine. Countless words tumbled in her heart, but she didn't dare say a single word. If she dared to take another step, He Jichu would really shoot her with a gun. He could do it. When Shui tried to calm her breathing and said as calmly as possible, okay, then I'll go back. But Professor He, if I leave, you'll be here alone. The people back home will be very worried about you, especially old Mr. He. You're his only son. Are you questioning my ability? He Jichu didn't look at her anymore and turned on his computer to send a message. I'll find a secretary and housekeeper again. You can go now. At this point, when Shui could no longer deceive herself, she slowly turned around and put her hand on the doorknob. She was about to open the door when she hesitated. She turned back to look at He Jichu's half-lowered profile, unable to hide the longing in her eyes. Mr. He, if I wasn't the daughter of the He family's gardener, would your attitude towards me be better? When Shui finally asked after holding back for so long. This question had been hidden in her heart for a long time, and she hadn't dared to ask it before. It wasn't until the irreparable situation today that she finally asked. He Jichu didn't even look up as his fingers flew over the keyboard. He said coldly, my attitude towards you has never changed, no matter whose daughter you are. But you didn't treat me like this during the first 3 years I was with you. When Shui turned around and leaned against the door, she touched her face with one hand. At that time, you asked me to stay by your side and never leave your side. If you didn't see me for a while, you would look for me everywhere. He Jichu's typing hand paused. He said dryly, you're mistaken. It was Annie Chin who asked you to stay by my side, not me. It was Annie Chin? When Shui froze. It was really Annie Chin? If you don't believe me, go back and ask her yourself. He Jichu was getting impatient. He pushed the keyboard away and looked up at her coldly. Are you done yet? When Shui wiped her tears. Then I'm leaving. Take care, Mr. He. She finally opened He Jichu's office door and slowly walked out. She turned around and closed the door behind her. When Shui stood at the door of He Jichu's office and looked longingly at the place. She had personally decorated this place. From choosing the location to decorating to buying furniture and furnishing, she had done everything herself. Now she had to get out of here. When Shui walked to her office, Lawyer Jin's office was next to hers. When he heard the noise, he poked his head out to have a look and happened to bump into Shui. Lawyer 1, may I ask if Mr. He has anything else to say? Lawyer Jin asked with a bitter face. He had been dealt a heavy blow today and had lost all confidence. When Shui smiled at him and asked quietly, You lost to Gun Yinji again? It's not really a loss. Lawyer Jin rubbed his chin. She came prepared. I underestimated her. Who would have thought that such a simple case would have so many inside stories? Yes, you're right. You didn't get your 20 years of experience for nothing. Don't be discouraged. I have high hopes for you. When Shui placed her hand on Lawyer Jin's shoulder and patted him gently. I'm going to resign and go back home. Mr. He will definitely promote someone to be the executive director of the law firm. I will recommend you to Mr. He. At the same time, I will hand over all the administrative matters of the law firm to you. Are you free tomorrow and the day after? I only have 2 days to hand over the responsibilities. Lawyer Jin was stunned for a moment. He couldn't accept that a golden lump had suddenly fallen from the sky and hit him. Why aren't you saying anything? You don't want to? When Shui smiled and whispered, Gun Yinji is very likely to intern at our law firm. Don't you want to see what it's like to have her as your subordinate? To be able to order the person who had once defeated him around as his subordinate. Just the thought of it was fascinating. However, Lawyer Jin only thought about it for a minute before saying, That's not a good idea, is it? Gun Yinji and I actually have no personal grudges. It's just a disagreement at work. Why would I want to mess with her? When Shui was speechless. I didn't ask you to mess with her. What are you thinking? When Shui looked at him strangely. I thought you would want to regain your confidence. Even Lawyer, one could tell that he was doubting his life after being defeated by Gun Yinji. Lawyer Jin crossed his arms and said thoughtfully, That's not a bad idea. I can try. Then it's a deal. I'll go back and write an email recommending you to be the executive director. When Shui turned around and went into her office to prepare for the handover. She was usually very organized and had a list of daily tasks. She sent it to He Jichu and also recommended Lawyer Jin as the executive director. He Jichu looked at Lawyer Jin's qualifications. He was indeed the most experienced among his own employees. He had also been a lawyer at JD Law Firm for many years. He had a good understanding of the domestic legal industry. Having him as the executive director would indeed make things easier and allow the sovereign law firm to quickly integrate into the Huaxia Empire's legal industry. He emailed back, Okay. When Shui breathed a sigh of relief when she saw He Jichu's quick reply. She quickly sent Lawyer Jin a copy of her daily task list and scheduled a time to meet in her office tomorrow and the day after to prepare for the handover. Gun Yinji and Zhao Liangzi came out of the elevator to see Hua Xiaoheng's car still parked on the street. There was no traffic on the streets during the new year, so he could park on the street without punishment. After getting in the car, Hua Xiaoheng looked at her. How did it go? Did Zhang Baochen agree? Yeah, he agreed to sign and also agreed to the auction. Anyway, he'll agree to anything as long as he can stay alive and not go to jail. Gun Yinji replied casually as she rubbed her temples. The car started and Zhao Liangzi turned around from the front passenger seat to ask Hua Xiaoheng, Hua Xiao, Professor, he also went there. We met him at the elevator. Really? Then he might have gone straight from the underground parking lot. Hua Xiaoheng propped an arm on the window and said thoughtfully, I haven't seen anyone go up here. Gun Yinji quietly sighed in relief. She didn't know why, but she was afraid that Hua Xiaoheng would run into He Jichu. Last time at the Special Operations Forces headquarters, the tension between He Jichu and Hua Xiaoheng had already made her tremble in fear. She didn't want there to be a next time. When Shuyi and Lawyer Jean were busy for 2 whole days before they finished the handover. They worked until midnight on the 4th day of the new year. Lawyer Jean rubbed his neck and smiled at Wen Shuyi. What time is Lawyer Wen's flight tomorrow? Do you want me to send you off? No. Thank you, Lawyer Jean. Wen Shuyi politely declined. I won't be coming back again this time. I have a few friends here who want to send me off. Oh, that's good. Have a safe trip, Lawyer Wen. Lawyer Jean smiled and said goodbye in advance. When Shuyi smiled gently at him, she printed out the final items from the computer and handed them to Jean Dajuan. On the morning of the 5th day of the new year, when Shuyi carried a small suitcase and quietly left the imperial capital airport to go to America, she would return her hometown from there. As soon as when Shuyi left, the Monarch Descent law firm refused to take on the Zhang and Zhao families' cases. The Zhangs and Zhaos quickly lost. Zhang Baochan sold all the properties under his name and even handed over his bank savings to pay off his debts. He didn't even have a place to live now. Grandfather Hua heard about it and took a private car to Zhang Baochan's rented place to take a look. It was a 3-bedroom apartment with less than 100 square meters. It was much worse than the house Zhang Baochan's family used to live in. Zhang Wenna and Zhang Wenjie were not used to it. There was only a bed in their room, and there wasn't even room to turn around. Zhang Wenna had so many designer bags, clothes, and shoes, but had nowhere to put them. They were all messily thrown under the bed. When Grandfather Hua arrived, Zhang Baochan's family was on the verge of tears. However, they didn't dare to act rashly in front of outsiders and respectfully called Grandfather Hua chief. Grandfather Hua felt sorry for them, but couldn't ask them to move back to the Hua residence. He could only secretly give Zhang Baochan a key. Take it. I'll get someone to transfer the ownership to you after the new year. It's not a good idea to keep renting. Zhang Baochan was so touched that he wanted to wipe his tears. He asked, Chief, what about my mother? You must save her. She's involved in too many things. There's nothing I can do. Grandfather Hua sighed. He really didn't expect Zhang Feng to have such a big appetite. She looked gentle and didn't fight for anything. Zhang Baochan knew he was in trouble and quickly begged Grandfather Hua. Chief, my mother has been loyal to you for so many years and has been taking care of you with all her heart. No one will say anything if you speak up for her. If you don't say anything, your subordinates will be disappointed. Zhang Feng's unusual relationship with Grandfather Hua aside, she was officially Grandfather Hua's head nurse and had taken care of him for more than 40 years. Grandfather Hua could not just stand by and watch as Zhang Feng was convicted of the crime. She had done a lot of hard work, even if she had not done much. I'll go see her, but you have to know that I'm already retired. I can't help her anymore. Grandfather Hua had been trying to get Hui Xiaoheng and Hua Guanchen to vouch for Zhang Feng for the past few days, but both of them pretended to be deaf and dumb. Grandfather Hua was mentally and physically exhausted. It was the first time he showed signs of weakness in his old age. Zhang Baochan quickly nodded. Let me go with you? Grandfather Hua thought about it. That's fine. You can come with me. Grandfather Hua brought Zhang Baochan to where the military police were holding the criminals to visit Zhang Feng. Grandfather Hua let Zhang Baochan visit Zhang Feng first. It had only been 4 to 5 days, but Zhang Feng seemed like a completely different person. His previously dark hair had now turned white, and his fair complexion had turned yellow and dry without the daily maintenance of top-grade skincare products. His sparse eyebrows drooped over his eyes, and there were deep crow's feet at the corners of his eyes. His eye bags were even more obvious. Mom, why do you look like this? Zhang Baochan's heart ached. Why is your hair so white? Did they torture you? No. Zhang Feng shook her head listlessly. I didn't dye my hair. That's why I look like this. It was the second watch. Dear friends, please cast your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Wax. Oh, and no. Chapter 349. Zhang Feng was in her 60s. When she wasn't locked up, she would go to the imperial capital's most famous beauty salon twice a week for regular maintenance. She took care of herself from head to toe, not a single hair out of place. She used to look like she was in her early 50s. If it wasn't for grandfather Hua's disdain for plastic surgery, Zhang Feng would have done a knife to her face just to retain some of her youthful look. Now, she looked like she was in her 70s and had aged tremendously. However, she wasn't in the mood to look at herself in the mirror. Seeing Zhang Baochen come to see her, she grasped at straws and asked, "How are you? I heard something happened to Deshang Industries and we lost all our shares." Not only did they lose their shares, they had already spat out everything they had swallowed all those years ago. Zhang Baochen couldn't help but complain, "Mom, what did you and Sure Hui do? Deshang Industries suffered a huge setback and caused me to go bankrupt. If it wasn't for the chief giving me an apartment, I would have had to rent." "What? How could Deshang Industries cause you to go bankrupt?" Zhang Feng was shocked. Zhao had told me that he would only take the shares and not take any other risks. Zhang Feng had been locked up and hadn't been interrogated yet, so she didn't know what had happened outside. Zhang Baochen laughed bitterly. "Mom, you didn't know? The Shang Industries military supplies business was suspected of committing crimes, but the military let me off the hook and didn't press charges if I paid up the money. So I sold all the properties under my name, and with my savings in the bank, I managed to gather over 200 million. At least I won't have to go to jail." "What? You sold all your properties?" Zhang Feng couldn't stop screaming. Her face was ashen and her hands were stretched out like chicken claws. The veins on the back of her bony hands were popping out like earthworms. She was extremely agitated. Number 38. Watch your emotions. If you keep screaming, you won't be allowed to see guests. The female prison guard saw that something was wrong and shouted at Zhang Feng. "Mom, what are you screaming for?" Zhang Baochen quickly lowered his voice. "Everyone's looking over." Zhang Feng panted heavily, her eyes red as she stared at Zhang Baochen. You idiot. They asked you to pay them back, and you did it. You don't even want to go to court. How scared are you of going to jail?" "I don't want to go to jail." Zhang Baochen objected subconsciously. "I don't want to go to jail, even if I have to go bankrupt." "You idiot. I'd rather go to jail than go bankrupt." Zhang Feng was furious. "Looks like I protected you too well. You have no idea what it's like to be poor." "Mom, don't think about this. Anyway, it's already been sold. Besides, the chief has already given me a house. It's very spacious for our family of 4. Of course, Zhang Baochen was comparing it to his rented apartment. It was indeed spacious. However, it couldn't compare to the property he used to own. Of course, it couldn't compare to the Hua family's mansion in the Military General Hospital. Actually, you shouldn't have asked for a house. You should have begged the chief to let you stay with the Hua family. Zhang Feng propped her head on her hand and leaned against the long table. She could not accept such an ending. She had once stood at such a high place and seen the most beautiful scenery in the world. She could no longer return to her original place and lived on this small piece of land. Although this was her real position, she had never been satisfied with it. Zhang Baochen held Zhang Feng's arm and whispered, "Mom, the chief is here to see you. You should beg the chief to get you out of here." Until now, Zhang Baochen and Zhang Feng did not believe that grandfather Hu would stand by and do nothing. They also did not believe that they would go to jail. Grandfather Hu would not stand by and do nothing. After Zhang Baochen left, it was grandfather Hua's turn to see Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng had already combed her hair, washed her face, and changed into a white sweater and white straight pants. Her sallow face looked even more haggard against the contrast of the white clothes, adding a sense of pitiful weakness to it. This was also what had moved grandfather Hu the most in the beginning. Grandfather Hu walked into the guest room and saw Zhang Feng. As expected, he immediately felt sorry for her. Sai, why did you do this? You've gotten yourself into this mess." Grandfather Hu sat opposite Zhang Feng and asked her with concern, "Are you used to living here? They didn't do anything to you, did they?" He stared at Zhang Feng's white hair and was just as shocked as Zhang Baochen. He had never seen Zhang Feng in such a sorry state. He remembered the first time he saw her was when he had just been promoted to lieutenant colonel. He had been hospitalized for half a year due to his unwell body. When he was discharged, Zhang Feng was sent to be his private nurse to help him recover. The young nurse was wearing a snow-white nurse uniform. She stood behind him obediently like a shadow, obedient and obedient. At that time, he didn't even care about her, only his wife. His wife, Xiazian, was a beauty that everyone complimented. Her intense beauty was like strong alcohol, intoxicating with just one sip. The couple had a great relationship and had 2 sons. He climbed higher and higher in the military and broke through the bottleneck within a few years to become a general. Zhang Feng stayed and officially became the chief's nurse. Xiazian was from the Xie family. Her family background, character, and temperament were all good. She was beautiful to the point of being bold and unrestrained, but she had a stubborn temper. When there was no comparison, Grandfather He didn't think it was bad. Later, when Zhang Feng became his nurse, Grandfather He realized that not all women were as strong as fire. There was another type of woman who was as soft as water. The existence of water was soft and still. When there was fire, no one would notice the existence of water. It was only when the water grew stronger and extinguished the fire that Grandfather He realized he couldn't leave the water. He looked at the terrified Zhang Feng with a complicated expression and patted her hand. "Don't panic. I'll go talk to someone. No matter what, you've been my nurse for over 40 years. I won't sit by and do nothing." This was a matter of pride. He couldn't let anyone humiliate him. Of course, he couldn't just go and talk to her directly. He still needed Hua Xiaoheng to do it. Even Hua Guanqin might not be able to do it. Zhang Feng let out a long sigh. She was relieved as long as Grandfather Hua made this promise. As far as she knew, there was nothing that Grandfather Hua couldn't handle. "Chief, thank you. My family is very grateful to you." Zhang Feng looked at Grandfather Hua lovingly. Her sallow cheeks were flushed. "Do you remember that year when you visited Baoqin's family at my maternal home?" Of course, Grandfather Hua remembered. He had only visited Zhang Feng's maternal home once in his life. He had also helped the Zhang family move into a bigger house. Zhang Feng's father was so grateful that he and his wife knelt before him. Grandfather Hua was shocked and quickly helped them up. He tried to persuade them not to do this. Zhang Feng's father said stubbornly, "Chief, you are our family savior. You deserve this." Zhang Feng's parents were considered Grandfather Hua's elders. After all, he had married their daughter and had a son with her. However, they treated him like an honored guest and didn't put on any airs as his in-laws. He had only met them once, but the scene of that meeting was deeply engraved in his heart. 16 years had passed, and Zhang Feng, who had always been by his side, was about to go to jail. How could he face her parents? "Take care of your assets. Sell what you need to sell, and pay back what you need to pay. See if you can gather the money." Grandfather would felt a headache coming on. "It's over $1 billion. How can you be so bold? I still have to pay back the money? But that's what we earn from doing business. We can't just take it all away just because the military says so, can we?" Zhang Feng saw that Grandfather Hua was still willing to help her and still had her in his heart. She grew bolder. "Elder Hua, I really don't have much money left. The rest is for Baoqin. He can't return to his family anymore. We can't just leave him some security, can we? He still has a son and a daughter." Grandfather Hua frowned. "Then what do you want? If you don't pay back the money, are you really going to spend the rest of your life in jail?" It was even possible that she would be sentenced to death. Grandfather Hua just didn't say it out loud to avoid scaring her. Zhang Feng pursed her lips and shifted uneasily in her chair. She murmured, "Why don't you help me pay it back?" "Me?" Grandfather Hua was stunned. "I don't have that much money." "You don't have it, but Sister Xie's trust fund has it." Zhang Feng's eyes glistened with tears. Her voice was choked up. "Her trust fund's annual income is more than this. A rich person like her is thicker than our waists. As long as you give me a year's worth of income, you can help me. I'm not asking you to marry me, and I don't expect Baoqian to return to his family. I just want to leave him some assets. This is the only thing I can give him as his mother." This was the first night watch. The guaranteed monthly votes for the suitors and recommendation votes. The second night watch was still 7 p.m. "I hope my relatives will vote more." Mwax. Chapter 350. You're talking about Xian's trust fund? Grandfather Hua was even more shocked. Didn't I tell you before that I transferred the proceeds to Xiaoheng a long time ago? But according to the will, the proceeds should belong to you. Xiaoheng is so filial, he would return it to you as long as you ask. Zhang Feng said softly, her gaze gentle as she looked at Grandfather Hua with admiration. Moreover, Sister Xie was so loving to you when she was alive, she wouldn't care about a little bit of money. A little bit of money. $1 billion is a little bit of money in your eyes? More than $1 billion Zimbabwean dollars? Grandfather Hua's brows gradually furrowed. Zhang Feng, have you lost your mind from being locked up? Zhang Feng smiled bitterly and shook her head. Her voice became even gentler. Elder Hua, I know $1 billion is not a little bit of money to you and me. I might only have that much money in my entire life. But Sister Xie is different. Her assets are uncountable. Just the annual income from the trust fund is already that much, isn't it? Think about it. After so many years, how much money would that be? Can you give me your share and help me return it to the military? That's all I have my entire life. Grandfather Hua was stunned for a moment. He sighed heavily and closed his eyes. 16 years ago, your family of 5 to 6 people squeezed into a 2-bedroom apartment that was less than 50 square meters. Today, you're telling me $1 billion is a little bit of money and that you'll only have $1 billion in your entire life. Zhang Feng was uneasy. Her eyes twitched uncontrollably. She muttered softly, I'm saying this from Sister Xie's perspective, not myself. If I had as much money as she does, I would give it to you without hesitation. You're her husband. Everything she has belongs to you. Yet you're so polite and refuse to use a single cent from her. If Sister Xie finds out in the afterlife, how sad would she be? Although Grandfather Hua had been biased for the past 16 years, he wasn't completely muddled. He glared at Zhang Feng and finally slammed the table as he stood up. That's enough. How many times do I have to say this? The trust fund was created with Xian's dowry. I'm already embarrassed that she gave me a portion of the profits. How could you ask for it? Zhang Feng didn't expect Grandfather Hua to still be so stubborn. She cried anxiously, Elder Hua, I don't have a choice. I know I shouldn't say anything, but what can I do when I'm poor? I can't really go to jail, right? If you don't want to go to jail, take out your own money to pay off the debt. It's not like you can't afford it. You're richer than me. Aren't you embarrassed to ask me for Xian's dowry? Grandfather Hua said coldly, do you want to spend the rest of your life in prison? Or do you want to commit suicide? Decide for yourself. Grandfather Hua angrily left the Imperial Capital Military Police and took his own car home. Zhang Baochan didn't dare to walk with him, so he quietly turned back to look at Zhang Feng after Grandfather Hua left. Mom, how did it go with the chief? Did the chief agree? Zhang Baochan asked carefully because Zhang Feng's expression was very ugly, as if the conversation didn't go well. Zhang Feng lowered her head and clasped her hands in front of her. After pondering for a long time, she finally made up her mind. She asked Zhang Baochan to come closer and whisper in his ear, keep in touch with the chief. If he agrees to lend me money to pay off the debt, then forget it and continue to keep his mouth shut. If the chief doesn't agree, you can threaten to reveal your identity. What? Zhang Baochan was shocked. That's not good, is it? With his age, anyone could tell that Grandfather Hua had an affair when his wife was still alive. Otherwise, how could he have an illegitimate child in his 40s when his wife had only passed away 18 years ago? I'm not asking you to really say it. Why are you so stupid? Zhang Feng couldn't help but poke at her son. Threaten? I'm talking about threatening. With Grandfather Hua's temperament, he values his reputation more than anything else, including relationships. I see. Zhang Baochan pondered. What if he doesn't agree? He'll definitely agree. Zhang Feng nodded confidently. Trust me, as long as you threaten to reveal your identity to the media, he'll give you any amount of money you want. Any amount of money. Zhang Baochan didn't think much of it. Although the chief has a high military rank, he doesn't have much money to spare with his dead salary. He doesn't have it, but his wife's trust fund does. Zhang Feng instructed her son in a low voice. Zhang Baochun was a little embarrassed and whispered, "That's not the chief's money. Can we take it?" "Of course we can. That's grandfather Hua's wife's money, which means it's grandfather Hua's money. That's what we agreed on when we got married. So don't be afraid. Just bide your time and observe the situation. If the chief goes around asking for help, don't mention it. If the chief doesn't release me in the end, go to him and threaten to reveal your identity to the media." Zhang Feng planned everything out for her son. "Got it. That's so troublesome. Why don't you sell all the properties under your name and add that to the money in your bank account? That should be enough, right? Why are you scheming against other people's money?" Zhang Baochun pursed his lips in disapproval. "As for the chief, as long as you're released, how can he not care about you? What's the point of holding so much money? I'm scheming against other people's money. Who am I doing this for?" Zhang Feng was about to go crazy from her son's anger. "I'm already so old. What's the point of having so much money? It's all for you, you heartless bastard." Zhang Baochun couldn't even lift his head from Zhang Feng's scolding. "Mom, I was wrong, I'm sorry." He apologized sincerely to Zhang Feng and promised to do as she said. Zhang Feng nodded in satisfaction. "You finally thought it through. Let me tell you, money isn't everything in this world, but you can't do anything without money. You have to remember that everything I do is for you and your 2 sons and daughters. Don't give money away carelessly." Zhang Baochun thought to himself, "I don't even have money. How am I going to give it away?" He chatted with Zhang Feng for a while before leaving the military police to go home. When he got home, he found grandfather Hui sitting in his house, talking to his 2 grandchildren, Zhang Wenjie and Zhang Wenna. These 2 kids grew up by grandfather Hui's side and were even closer to him than Hua Xiaoheng. "Chief, have you eaten?" Zhang Baochun asked sheepishly. Grandfather Hui glanced at him. "Not yet. I was waiting for you." "Waiting for me?" Zhang Baochun was shocked. "Waiting for me for what?" "Come back to the Hua residence with me. Regarding your mother's matter, we need Xiaoheng's help." Although grandfather Hua had spoken harshly to Zhang Feng at the military police station and rejected her outright, he thought about it and decided to ask Hua Xiaoheng first for him to make a decision. "Xiaoheng?" Zhang Baochun shrunk his neck. "He won't want to see us. Don't be a coward." Grandfather Hua felt bad seeing him like this. "He's your nephew. If you have any difficulties, just tell him. How would he know you need help if you don't beg him?" "But..." Zhang Baochun scratched his head. "I have a feeling that Xiaoheng won't agree." "How do you know he won't agree when you haven't even asked?" Grandfather Hua stood up angrily. "Let's go back." Zhang Baochun quickly grabbed grandfather Hua's arm and left with him to return to the Hua residence at the military headquarters. On the way back, grandfather Hua called Hua Xiaoheng to come back. When they entered the house, they found Hua Xiaoheng already waiting inside. "Grandfather, what's the matter?" Hua Xiaoheng asked calmly, still in his military uniform. Grandfather Hua glanced at him and frowned. "It's the new year. Why are you still in your military uniform?" "I'm already at work." Hua Xiaoheng rubbed his forehead. "What's the matter? Hurry up and say it. I have a meeting with the people in the U.S. tonight." Grandfather Hua glanced at Zhang Baochun. "Say it. Didn't you say it on the way here?" Hua Xiaoheng's deep black eyes looked over. He did not speak, but his gaze was so intimidating that Zhang Baochun could not even lift his head. Zhang Baochun stuttered and almost could not lift his head. "Hurry up and say it." Grandfather Hua was furious. "Why are you stuttering? Are you a little wife?" Zhang Baochun was forced into a corner. "Xiaoheng, can you help us think of a way to release my mother? She was taken away by the military police." "I don't have that kind of authority." Of course, Hua Xiaoheng refused immediately, but used a more dignified excuse. "Is there really no other way?" Zhang Baochun covered his face. He was on the verge of tears. Hua Xiaoheng looked at his 3rd uncle. He didn't understand how someone as smart and forbearing as Zhang Feng raised her son to be such a useless person. "Yes, Xiaoheng. Can't you think of something?" Grandfather Hua patted Zhang Baochun's back. He was very affectionate towards him. Hua Xiaoheng looked coldly at the father-son pair. He crossed his arms and said slowly, "It's not that there's no way." "What way?" "Hurry up and say it." Grandfather Hua and Zhang Baochun asked in unison. Zhang Feng's assets and bank deposits amount to more than 1 billion. Get her to hand it all over. At least half of her sentence will be reduced. Hua Xiaoheng didn't finish his sentence. That was, she could be spared the death penalty after returning the money, but she wouldn't be able to escape punishment. If she didn't return the money, it would be worse than death. Grandfather Hua and Zhang Baochun looked at each other. The troublesome part was to get Zhang Feng to hand over the money. I'm afraid my mother won't be able to gather that much money in a short time. Chief, can you lend me some? Zhang Baochun thought for a long time, but still couldn't bring himself to ask for the money directly. In the end, he used the word borrow. Grandfather Hua shook his head. I don't have that much money. Why don't you ask Xiaoheng? It won't be impossible. Hua Xiaoheng sat on the sofa and crossed his legs. He pretended not to hear the father and son's conversation and said pleasantly, How about this? First, you get a power of attorney for all of your mother's assets and give her full authority to you. I'll find someone to auction it for you and see how much it can be sold for. If it's not enough, we'll think of something else. What do you think? Zhang Baochun thought it was a good idea. He looked at Grandfather Hua. Chief, why don't we do this? Grandfather Hua looked at Hua Xiaoheng with a dark expression. He waved his hand at Zhang Baochun. Go get the power of attorney first. I still need to talk to Xiaoheng. It was the second watch. Dear friends, please cast your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Mwax. Chapter 351. Zhang Baochun received a guarantee from Grandfather Hua, but still looked at Hua Xiaoheng worriedly. Although Hua Xiaoheng was a generation younger than him, Zhang Baochun feared him from head to toe. Hua Xiaoheng's status in the military had increased over the years, and his temper had become more and more hidden. He was no longer the 12-year-old boy who showed his anger and grievance on his face. Xiaoheng, I'll go get the power of attorney then, he said softly, rubbing his hands and fidgeting. Hua Xiaoheng nodded calmly and looked at him intently. Try it, but I don't think your mother will give you all her assets so easily. Xiaoheng, you're absolutely right. Zhang Baochun slapped his thigh and nodded vigorously. I can only try. I really can't guarantee. Try your best. I'll get a lawyer to help you draft the power of attorney. Hua Xiaoheng took out his phone to call Gu Nianji. Nianji, I need your help with something. Look at your email. I've sent it to you. Zhang Baochun froze. Gu Nianji? She knows how to draft the power of attorney? The power of attorney needs a lawyer to draft it. She has a sample with her and will send it to you tomorrow morning. You can meet in front of the military police building. Hua Xiaoheng typed quickly and forwarded a copy of Zhang Feng's assets to Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji had just showered and was playing games on her iPad on her bed. Hearing the phone ringing, she stared at the iPad screen and unlocked the phone with one hand. Gu Nianji only closed the game when she heard Hua Xiaoheng's voice and lay down on the bed with a smile. Hua Xiao, what can I help with? Hua Xiaoheng hung up without saying anything else. Gu Nianji was speechless. It sounded like he was busy. Biting her lip, she sat up listlessly and opened her email on her phone. She saw the information Hua Xiaoheng had sent, as well as a short email from him. So it was about the power of attorney from Zhang Feng. She had also sent a list of her assets. Gu Nianji got off the bed and took out her laptop to sit in front of her desk. She found the power of attorney template and made a detailed power of attorney based on Zhang Feng's assets list. She clicked her tongue as she typed. Zhang Feng really knew how to make money. The wealth she had earned over the past decade was more than the total profits of many listed companies. After Zhang Baochun left, Grandfather Hua looked at Hua Xiaoheng with a frown. His gaze was so sharp that it seemed to be able to penetrate Hua Xiaoheng's calm exterior and see what he was really thinking. Unfortunately, he couldn't tell. Grandfather Hua knew better than anyone what Hua Xiaoheng did in the military. If someone could see through Hua Xiaoheng's thoughts, he would have died countless times over. Grandfather Hua averted his gaze resentfully. After a while, he said, Forget it. I'm not marrying Zhang Feng anymore. You can stop now. Hua Xiaoheng still looked indifferent. He took out a pack of cigarettes from his trouser pocket and lit one for himself. He mumbled, Grandfather, what are you talking about? I didn't hear you clearly. I said I won't marry her. Are you satisfied now? Grandfather Hua stood up abruptly. I didn't expect you to be so heartless. Not only are you heartless to your enemies, you're heartless to outsiders, and you're heartless to your own family. Hua Xiaoing held the cigarette in one hand and rested the other on the sofa. His legs were still crossed, and his posture hadn't changed at all. He flicked the ash off his cigarette and looked straight into Grandfather Hua's eyes. Grandfather, you can't wrong me. I've always been as warm as spring to my family and friends. Go ask them and see if they're unhappy with me. You're warm. Grandfather Hua was furious at Hua Xiaoheng's nonchalant attitude. Do you need me to say it? You've never looked Zhang Feng in the eye, never treated Baochun like an elder, and treated Wenna and Wenjie even worse. What's so bad about them? Why are you treating them like this? If I hadn't said I wanted to marry Zhang Feng, their family wouldn't have to go through such an undeserved disaster. Hua Xiaoheng's fingers trembled, and a bit of hot cigarette ash landed on the back of his hand. It hurt, but he didn't care. He put out the cigarette in the ashtray, stood up, and looked at Grandfather Hua at eye level. Grandfather, there are two fatal mistakes in what you said. First, the Zhang family isn't my family. You can't use that to criticize me. Second, what happened to Zhang Feng has nothing to do with whether you want to marry her or not. Really? I don't believe you. Grandfather Hua clenched his fists and shouted at Hua Xiaoing. You think I'm old and can't see through your tricks? Of course it doesn't matter. Hua Xiaoheng spread his hands and said word by word, because regardless of whether you marry her or not, Zhang Feng will definitely get into trouble and go to jail. You, Grandfather Hua, was furious. He raised his hand high and wanted to slap Hua Xiaoheng's face. Hua Xiaoheng put his hands behind his back and straightened his back in front of Grandfather Hua. He didn't even flinch. Grandfather Hua looked at Hua Xiaoheng's eyes that were almost identical to Xie Zian's and couldn't bring himself to slap him. Xiaoheng, why do you hate Zhang Feng so much? Grandfather Hua slowly put his hand down and rubbed the sofa behind him before sitting down slowly. She's never done anything wrong to you all these years and has never said anything bad about you in front of me. Instead, she often praises you in front of me. Hua Xiaoheng hurriedly raised his hand to stop Grandfather Hua from continuing. Stop. Grandfather, I'm not interested in what happened between you and head nurse Zhang. I don't want to hear the details of your daily interactions. But you have to give me a reason, right? You were too cruel this time. Zhang Feng will never be able to make a comeback for the rest of her life. Grandfather Hua's heart ached at the thought of Zhang Feng's haggard and helpless appearance. After all, she had been by his side for so many years. She took care of him, but didn't he also take care of her? She's been arrogant for most of her life. It's enough. Hua Xiaoheng was unmoved. Turn over a new leaf in prison and work hard. On the day she dies, I'll get Zhang Baochun to collect her body. That's as far as I can help her. You want her to spend the rest of her life in prison? Grandfather Hua was shocked and angry. Do you have to be so cruel? It's not that I want her to spend the rest of her life in prison. It's her own fault. She deserves it. Hua Xiaoheng took a step forward and stood in front of Grandfather Hua. Did I ask her to collude with Zhao De to embezzle money from the military supply business? Did I ask her to set up a shell company in Italy to launder money? You know better than me what her family situation was like back then. But in just a decade or so, she has a net worth of over $1 billion. If you don't get rid of this parasite, will you let it tarnish your reputation? Grandfather Hua's heart softened when he heard that Hua Xiaoheng was still thinking about his reputation. After all, he was the eldest grandson he was most proud of and the most promising. Although he was angry at him, it wasn't to the point where he would break ties with his grandson just for Zhang Feng. She's gone too far this time. I went to see her and told her that she has to pay the money back. Grandfather Hua paused and glanced at Hua Xiaoheng. He asked tentatively, if she auctions all her assets and it still isn't enough to pay the debt, can you help her pay it back? Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. At that moment, Hua Xiaoheng was glad that his grandmother had passed away long ago and didn't have to face such an embarrassing and painful situation. His grandmother must have hated him as much as she loved him back then. As for Hua Xiaoheng, he had been carrying out missions in the military all these years and had experienced countless struggles and trials on the line between life and death. His tolerance was also much higher. Hearing his grandfather's unreasonable question, he was still able to remain calm. Hua Xiaoheng heard himself, still brushing off Grandfather Hua. We'll talk about it after all the assets are auctioned. I'm only responsible for helping the military recover the losses. Other things are not under my jurisdiction, and I can't do anything about it. With that, he quickly turned and left the Hua residence. Returning to his official residence, Hua Xiaoheng suddenly had a strong desire to see Gun Yinji. He walked straight to Gun Yinji's bedroom and opened her door with his own key. The living room was dark, and the bedroom door was ajar. A few rays of light peeked out from the crack in the door. Hua Xiaoheng walked over and gently pushed the door open. Gun Yinji had her back to the door and was sitting at the desk, typing away on her laptop. What caught his eye was the familiar, delicate back view. Her neck was lowered, and her long hair was tied into a bun at the back of her head, revealing the delicate, snow-white skin at the back of her neck. Hua Xiaoheng felt his blood rush to his head. He quickly walked over, and before Gun Yinji could turn around when she heard the sound, he had already hugged her from behind. He lowered his head to kiss the back of her neck and sucked hard. "Yinji, don't leave me, never." This was the first night watch. The guaranteed monthly votes for the suitors. And recommendation votes. The second night watch was 7 o'clock in the evening, and the third night watch tomorrow. I hope the suitors will vote more. P.S. Thank you, President Enigma Yangxi, for your gift yesterday. Moi. Chapter 352. Hot breath assaulted her from behind, and Hua Xiaoheng's deep and magnetic voice whispered in her ear. Gun Yinji had never heard Hua Xiaoheng say something so emotional. She froze and trembled uncontrollably. Her long-desired wish had finally been fulfilled, and she couldn't believe her ears. Was this what it felt like to be loved and loved? Gun Yinji tried to turn around, but Hua Xiaoheng hugged her tightly, his broad chest almost burying her entire body. She wanted to hug Hua Xiaoheng again, but he lifted her up from the chair by the waist. With a twist of his arm, he spun her around to face him. Hua Xiaoheng sat down on the soft chair she had been sitting on, placed Gun Yinji on his lap, and leaned over to kiss her. Gun Yinji was shackled in his arms and couldn't move. This was the first time she felt the difference in strength between a man and a woman. And Hua Xiaoheng was much stronger than the average man. She couldn't resist at all in front of him. When he didn't want her to have the ability to move, she could only obediently be controlled by him. Gun Yinji's legs were separated, and she straddled Hua Xiaoheng's lap. She wrapped her arms around Hua Xiaoheng's neck and raised her head to kiss him. He had already forcefully sucked the tip of her tongue all the way to his lips. His lips were tightly pressed against hers, and he rubbed them inappropriately. Hua Xiaoheng's kiss was stronger than before, and Gun Yinji soon felt her lips hurt from his kiss. She couldn't help but cry out. Hua Xiaoheng paused for a moment, then kissed her even more forcefully. It was like the tide crashing against the shore, wave after wave. Gun Yinji's lips went from stiff from nervousness to trembling from slight pain, and then numb and swollen. She thought her lips must be swollen from his kiss, but she didn't want to retreat at all. Instead, she responded to his kiss even more passionately. She could feel that Hua Xiaoheng was different from before, but she couldn't tell exactly what was different. This was because Hua Xiaoheng was still controlling her mind and body, and she was immersed in his intense desire, unable to extricate herself. Hua Xiaoheng held her neck with both hands and kissed her more and more passionately. His body slowly changed. Gun Yinji was dizzy from his kiss and only realized something was wrong after a while. She desperately wanted to move back, not wanting to touch something she shouldn't touch. Perhaps because she was struggling too hard, Hua Xiaoheng gradually stopped kissing her. He pressed his head against hers and said hoarsely, "Don't move. I'll be fine after a while." Gun Yinji couldn't move even if she wanted to. She was only trying hard to move. She stopped and obediently leaned against Hua Xiaoheng's chest, but she deliberately avoided the part where Hua Xiaoheng got hard. The bedroom was so quiet that only the sound of their uneven breathing could be heard. Gun Yinji reached out to fiddle with Hua Xiaoheng's collar and pouted slightly. Hua Xiao, what's wrong with you today? It was fine that he came back so late, but he actually came to her room the moment he came back, kissed her until she was dizzy, and said those words. Nothing, I just missed you. Hua Xiaoheng's voice was still raspy, but it was even more magnetic. Gun Yinji's ears were about to melt. She leaned weakly against Hua Xiaoheng's chest and lowered her eyes. She pretended to ask casually, Really? Why do you want me to never leave you? Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. Are you afraid that I'll leave you? Gun Yinji waited for a while and asked again when Hua Xiaoheng didn't respond. Hua Xiaoheng grunted and said dryly, I spent so much energy and time on you. I even spent money. I can't just let you run away like this. I know you can't leave me, right? Gun Yinji's small hand climbed up his neck and caressed the side of his neck. Who told you not to tell the truth? Her fingers were soft and delicate with an indescribable gentleness. Hua Xiaoheng's entire body trembled with every caress. He almost couldn't control himself. Only with his strong willpower from years of training could he resist Gun Yinji's temptation. Who can't leave who? Do we even need to discuss this? Hua Xiaoheng's voice became even more hoarse. He removed her hand from his neck and pressed it against his chest. Gun Yinji wasn't satisfied with this answer. Her hand was firmly held by Hua Xiaoheng again, so she couldn't tease him anymore. She bit her lip in defeat and even purposely rubbed against Hua Xiaoheng's private area. She straddled his lap and was pulled closer by him again. It was easy for her to do this. Hua Xiaoheng looked at her without batting an eyelid. One of his hands had already reached under her pajamas and was gently kneading her waist. Gun Yinji's waist was very thin. It wasn't thin like a stick, but thin enough to be held in one's hand. She wasn't actually thin, but because she had a small frame, she didn't look fat even if she had meat. Also, it felt unexpectedly good. He didn't know if it was because her skin was especially delicate or because her curves were too alluring. Gun Yinji twisted her body. She was ticklish and looked up with a chuckle. Seeing Hua Xiaoheng's Adam's apple bobbing up and down, she pursed her lips and tilted her head up. She stretched her neck slightly and kissed Hua Xiaoheng's Adam's apple. Or rather, it couldn't be called a kiss. She bit his Adam's apple and used the tip of her tongue to trace the shape of his Adam's apple. She then opened her lips to wrap around his bulging Adam's apple and licked it gently. Hua Xiaoheng's mouth went dry from her sucking. Where did you learn this trick? I didn't need to learn it. I learned it without a teacher. Gun Yinji released Hua Xiaoheng's Adam's apple and licked it again before letting him go. It wasn't that she wanted to let him go, but she was shocked by the sudden increase in hardness under his body. Gun Yinji released his Adam's apple, and Hua Xiaoheng could breathe normally. He had never thought that his Adam's apple was actually one of his sensitive spots. Hua Xiaoheng instinctively touched it. However, Gun Yinji had already lowered her eyes to look at the large bulge between Hua Xiaoheng's legs in a daze. What are you looking at? Hua Xiaoheng looked down to follow her gaze. He wanted to tease her. Gun Yinji glanced at it and then looked away. However, not long after, she looked back again. It was like there was some kind of magic there that attracted her gaze. No matter where she looked, she couldn't help but look back. What the F***CK? Gun Yinji was very upset, but she couldn't control her gaze. She had no choice but to make up her mind and throw herself at Hua Xiaoheng. She whispered in his ear, What does it look like down there? Can you let me see? Hua Xiaoheng didn't expect Gun Yinji to make such a request. He smiled and began to tease her. Where's that? It's here. Gun Yinji reached out with a slender finger and pointed at his hard spot. Hua Xiaoheng quickly grabbed her hand to stop her from doing anything rash. He warned her in a low voice. That's enough. I'll just take a look. Gun Yinji's voice was very soft and delicate. It was like a feather caressing his ear. A numb and trembling feeling spread from his earlobe. Hua Xiaoheng still insisted. No, why not? I've always been curious. Gun Yinji bit her lip and used her other hand to quickly poke him through his pants. It was extremely hard, as if a piece of iron was hidden there. She couldn't imagine how a human's body could become so hard. "I'll show you later," Hua Xiaoheng said perfunctorily. He felt that their conversation was beginning to develop in a strange direction. However, the good thing was that the depression he felt when he first came in had unknowingly dissipated. She could always make him happy in just the right amount of time. Gun Yinji refused to give up. She threatened, "Then I'll go online and look for pictures to see." Hua Xiaoheng twisted her waist and used force to force her to fall back. His voice was threatening. "Look for pictures on the internet. You could try." It was the second watch. "Everyone, hurry up and vote for me. Moi. Oh, I don't even know." Chapter 353. Gun Yinji could hear the threat in Hua Xiaoheng's words, but she wasn't afraid this time. Perhaps it was because Hua Xiaoheng's rare display of his sincerity had satisfied her and stopped worrying about personal gains and losses. Or perhaps it was the natural expression of her true feelings. Gun Yinji looked up at him with a smile. "Are we threatening each other? We can even hurt each other. Do you want to?" Hua Xiaoheng removed his hand from her waist and gently patted her butt. Although he didn't use much strength, it still caused a series of ripples. It was incredibly soft. The feeling was too good. His hand actually paused for a moment before he wanted to leave. Gun Yinji's reaction was especially fast. She quickly raised her arm and covered the back of Hua Xiaoheng's hand to block his escape route. "Didn't you want to hurt each other? Continue." The area where Hua Xiaoheng's palm was pressed was so hot it was about to burn. She blushed and continued to press down on Hua Xiaoheng's hand. She ignored his faint struggle and refused to let go. A pair of big eyes were half closed. Her eyes were like limpid autumn water, and under the light, there seemed to be ripples in them. Hua Xiaoheng looked away and stopped looking at Gun Yinji's eyes. He didn't expect Gun Yinji to react so quickly. He only punished her a little, and she took advantage of it. Looking down, he saw his large hand being pressed down by a small, snow-white hand. On the other side of his palm was the soft, but he had just patted. Hua Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat. His body clamored for more, but he still sat straight on Gun Yinji's chair and didn't move. He allowed his desire to explode. His breathing was light and heavy, and Gun Yinji felt an indescribable sense of arousal when she heard it. She waited for a while, but Hua Xiaoheng didn't move at all. She couldn't help feeling discouraged. Letting go of Hua Xiaoheng's hand, she turned to put it on his shoulder to support herself and planned to get off his lap. Hua Xiaoheng held her waist tightly. "Where are you going? You won't let me see. What's the point of me sitting here?" Gun Yinji deliberately expressed her displeasure and intentionally looked away, but the corner of her eyes kept staring at Hua Xiaoheng's indescribable body part. Her soft voice and expression were like a small hand plucking at his heartstrings. He knew that he shouldn't indulge her. If this kind of unreasonable request happened once, there would be a second time. In the end, it would develop to the point of no return. Based on his usual attitude towards Gun Yinji, he should have sternly rejected her or diverted her attention. But tonight, he could not refuse any of her requests. "You really want to see it?" Hua Xiaoheng whispered into Gun Yinji's ear. Because of the long period of forbearance, his voice was a little hoarse. Gun Yinji's ears instantly turned red, and then her ears began to itch. She quickly reached out to rub them and pretended not to care. "You'll have to show me sooner or later. It's better to do it sooner than later. I'll take responsibility after I see it." After a long silence, Hua Xiaoheng reached to his waist and began to unbuckle his belt. Gun Yinji, who had been silent, immediately widened her eyes. Her mind went blank, and she was so nervous that she even stopped breathing. Her heart pounded against her eardrums, and all she could think was, "I'm going to see it. I'm going to see it. I'm really going to see it." But the moment Hua Xiaoheng unzipped his pants, Gun Yinji suddenly closed her eyes and covered her face. She said repeatedly, Okay, put on quickly. Put on quickly. Why aren't you looking?" Hua Xiaoheng saw that Gun Yinji was embarrassed, so he calmly zipped up his pants. "Didn't you want to see it? You still want to take responsibility? You don't want to see it because you don't want to take responsibility? Gunyanji felt that her face was so hot that she could definitely put an egg on it. I'll take responsibility, but hurry up and put it in. Gunyanji covered her face anxiously. Are you done? Hua Xiaoheng couldn't help laughing and continued to tease her. Put it in. Where should I put it? Tell me a place, and I'll see if I can put it in. Gunyanji could only cover her face with one hand and point at Hua Xiaoheng's indescribable place with the other. I'm just putting it back in your pants. Why can't I put it in? Didn't he just put it in that place? Uffed. He only knew how to play dumb with her. Oh, what a pity. Hua Xiaoheng continued to buckle his belt and shook his head. I thought you wanted me to put it in your place. Gunyanji didn't react for a moment. She whimpered. Are you stupid? How could you put in my place? Or would I have space for you? As soon as she finished speaking, she finally understood what Hua Xiaoheng was asking and what her answer was. She was embarrassed and angry at the same time, so she gritted her teeth and let go. Her watery eyes stared at Hua Xiaoheng, but it didn't have much of a deterrent force. It only made him feel extremely tempted and delicious. Hua Xiaoheng gulped and hugged her fiercely again, kissing her hard. He kissed her lips, and one of his hands had already followed her waistline and rubbed up a few times. Gunyanji's whole body went soft from his kisses. She nestled in his arms and clutched his collar tightly. Her voice was trembling so much that it was out of tune. She was kissed until she was about to faint. Hua Xiaoheng finally let go of her and pushed her away. He hurriedly got up and returned to the suite across from his. Gunyanji stood with the support of the desk and panted heavily. She looked in the direction where Hua Xiaoheng disappeared and thought about it for a long time. She couldn't control her feet and walked out of her bedroom to the door across from Hua Xiaoheng's. The door was already locked, so she knocked. Hua Xiao. She waited for a while, but there was no answer. Gunyanji could only turn on the intercom at the door and called again. Hua Xiao. There was still no response. She didn't want to go back to her room, so she turned around and leaned against the wall by the door. She recalled what she had just seen and couldn't help covering her face again. She actually saw a little bit of black hair. So men actually had hair there. She leaned against the wall and thought about it for a long time before she heard Hua Xiaoheng's voice from the intercom. Yanji, what are you doing in front of my door? Gunyanji turned around and realized her legs were numb. She glanced at her watch and realized she had been standing in front of Hua Xiaoheng's door for half an hour. She smoothed her hair and blushed into the intercom. I still have something to ask you. She then added, it's about Zhang Feng's property authorization. Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. Hua Xiao, what are you doing? I've been waiting for half an hour. Gunyanji knocked on the door. Are you busy? Hua Xiaoheng said, I want a shower. Come in first. He opened the door remotely. Gunyanji dashed inside and immediately locked the door. Hua Xiaoheng's suite was very large. Her suite wasn't small, but Hua Xiaoheng's suite was 3 times the size of hers. There was a living room, study, gym, small meeting room, small kitchen, sunroom, and a bathroom outside for guests. There was also a large bathroom in the innermost bedroom. Gunyanji took a minute to walk to Hua Xiaoheng's bedroom. She pushed the door open and saw that the lights were dim. The sound of the bathroom running water had just begun. He took so long to shower. She didn't know what he was doing. Gunyanji thought to herself and looked around. She saw a military magazine on his bed and sat down to read it. When Hua Xiaoheng came out of the shower, she was already sitting cross-legged on the bed and reading the magazine with her chin on her hand. Gunyanji heard the bathroom door open and looked up to see Hua Xiaoheng walk out. He was topless and had a white towel wrapped around his waist. He was turning to open the closet to take out some clothes. Hua Xiaoheng's tall back was facing her. The wheat-colored back muscles on both sides of his waist were strong and well-defined. Her former college roommate, Little Temptress, had told her that the muscles here were commonly known as the Triscato. The stronger they were, the more capable they were. Gunyanji's face turned even redder. She felt like her head was about to explode from all the messy thoughts in her head. She quickly got up from the bed to leave. Hua Xiaoheng reached out to grab her. Where are you going? Didn't you say you want to talk about the power of attorney? I'm sleepy. We'll talk about it tomorrow. I'm going back to sleep now. Gun Yinji's eyes darted around. She tried her best to raise her head and not look below Hua Xiaoheng's waist. Although it was also wrapped in a towel and she couldn't see anything, Gun Yinji couldn't stop her imagination from running wild. Hua Xiaoheng laughed. You're really sleepy? Then why are you hugging my pillow? This is the first watch. I'm asking for monthly votes of the third watch today. And recommendation votes. Recommendation votes on Monday are very important, dear. The second watch is 1 in the afternoon, and the third watch is 7 at night. I hope my dear friends will vote more. Moi. Chapter 354. What is pillow? Gun Yinji was confused, but when she looked down, she was indeed hugging a pillow. She quickly turned around to throw the pillow on Hua Xiaoheng's bed and fled in a panic. Hua Xiaoheng smiled at her back and didn't stop her. He went to the closet to get a black t-shirt and pants and changed into them. He then opened the door to the suite and turned on the lights in the living room before returning to the study to start work. Gun Yinji couldn't fall asleep in her bedroom. She tossed and turned in bed, occasionally looking at the light shining in from the door. It was the light from Hua Xiaoheng's room. Gun Yinji reached out and imagined the light falling on her palm. She gripped it gently, like she was holding Hua Xiaoheng's hand. Hua Xiaoheng turned on his computer to deal with a few emails, then looked at the progress of Zhang Feng's case. Although he knew it was the new year and most people didn't have work, he still felt it was too slow. He wanted to close the case as soon as possible. An hour had passed by the time he finished his work. Hua Xiaoheng drank a glass of water and went to see Gun Yinji. As soon as he entered her bedroom, he saw her quickly turn her back to him. Hua Xiaoheng knew she wasn't asleep yet, so he sat by her bed and adjusted her blankets. He asked her quietly, "Why aren't you asleep?" Gun Yinji's face was burning red. She had been fantasizing and didn't expect the Prince Charming she had just fantasized about to come sit by her bed. The shock was too much. Gun Yinji, who had always been fond of dragons, retreated into her shell. "Why is your face so red? Are you sick?" Hua Xiaoheng touched her forehead with his hand. His movement was very gentle, only a touch. Then he quickly left like a dragonfly, skimming the water. Gun Yinji hated herself for not having the habit of turning off the lights to sleep. That way, Hua Xiaoheng wouldn't be able to see her burning red face in the dark. She turned around to look at Hua Xiaoheng, her large eyes watery. She snorted softly, "I'm not sick. I'll fall asleep immediately." Hua Xiaoheng gazed deeply at her and touched her face. He wanted to say something, but stopped himself. In the end, he only turned off the lights for her. "Go to sleep. I'll keep the lights on and wait for you to fall asleep." After Hua Xiaoheng left, Gun Yinji hid under the blankets and thought, "Gun Yinji, you pervert, you're hopeless. Hua Xiao only wanted to kiss your lips, but you were thinking about his body. However, his back muscles were really sexy. I really want to wrap my legs around it. I can't think about it anymore." "Sleep. Sleep?" Gun Yinji covered her head with the blanket and finally forced herself to sleep. She didn't sleep well. She woke up at 6 o'clock the next morning and couldn't go back to sleep. She had no choice but to wash up and go for a morning jog. In the winter morning, the air was bone-chilling, but there was a hint of freshness in the cold. Taking a deep breath, the coldness in her lungs cleared her head. He had finally woken up from his dream last night. Gun Yinji started running. She ran 5 or 6 laps around the training track before she slowed down. Hua Xiaoheng came back from his morning exercise and saw Gun Yinji's tall figure as he passed the track. Her hair was tied up in a high ponytail, revealing her fair and full forehead. She was still panting because she had just run. Her small and exquisite nose flapped slightly, giving her a different kind of charm. Hua Xiaoheng didn't disturb her. He quietly watched her for a while under a tree on the side of the road before turning to return to his official residence. During breakfast, he didn't wait for Gun Yinji. He quickly finished eating alone and went to work in the office building. When Gun Yinji returned from a run, only Song Jining was eating breakfast in the dining room. "Good morning, Annie Song." Gun Yinji sat across from Song Jining and looked around. Where are Hua Xiao, Brother Xiong, and Brother Zhe? Have they had breakfast yet? They finished a long time ago and said they'll officially start work today. Song Jinning spread butter on her toast. I have to work too. I have to report to the Institute today. Song Jinning was now the director of the Institute of High Energy Physics, but she hadn't had a job in 16 years. She wasn't sure if she could adapt. Gunyinji ate her milk and oatmeal and thought about it. She said to Song Jinning, "If there's anything you're not used to, don't force yourself. You can tell me, or tell Hua Xiao directly. I'll tell him anyway." Song Jinning nodded with a smile. "I'll definitely tell him. Ninji, I won't hold back. If I need your help, I'll definitely look for you." I couldn't ask for more. Gunyinji nodded. "It will be my honor to help you." The two chatted happily and returned to their rooms to shower and change after breakfast. They both had to go out in the morning. Zhang Baoqin also left early in the morning and waited in front of the military police building. He came earlier than his appointment with Gunyinji because he wanted to talk to Zhang Feng first. Seeing that he was back, Zhang Feng hurriedly asked, "Is there news? Are you here to take me home?" Zhang Baoqin pursed his lips and coughed softly. He leaned forward and lowered his voice. "Mom, what do you plan on doing with your assets? Why don't you sign a power of attorney and give me full authority over them?" Zhang Feng immediately became cautious. "My assets? Why are you asking this? What power of attorney?" Zhang Baoqin stammered. He knew he couldn't say he was auctioning them off to pay off his debt. Zhang Feng would never agree to it if he did. In a moment of desperation, he blurted out, "Didn't you say you were doing this for me? Can't you give it to me now?" Zhang Feng was a bit upset and looked at Zhang Baoqin blankly. She shook her head. "You're just doing this for my money? What's the rush? I'm not dead yet. Yes, I'm doing this for you, but that doesn't mean I have to give it to you now." Zhang Baoqin was tongue-tied. He stammered for a long time before saying, "But I don't have any money right now. If you don't have any money, ask the chief for it." Zhang Feng glared at him. "Why are you so stupid? You should take this opportunity to move back and live with the bureau chief. Can't you be a little more ambitious by staring at the things in my hands?" Zhang Baoqin was also angry. "So you're growing up just because you're watching the chief? Mom, what do you want? I'm trying to help you. If you want to help me, then go ask the chief. I'm telling you, this is the only way." Zhang Feng stood up. "I'm going back now. You can go." She did feel uncomfortable in her heart. Her son, whom she loved dearly in the palm of her hand, only had eyes for her money. She hadn't even been released yet, and he was already thinking of stealing her assets. Zhang Baoqin walked out in disappointment. He hung his head and stood listlessly in the plaza in front of the building. He stared at the empty streets in a daze. He didn't know if he should continue waiting. What use would Gunyinji have the power of attorney in Zhang Feng's situation? He didn't think Zhang Feng would sign it. After hesitating for a while, he decided to leave. Just as he was about to flag a taxi, he saw Gunyinji get out of a BMW and walk towards him. Zhang Baoqin stopped and nodded at Gunyinji. "Miss Gu, you're here." Gunyinji looked at Zhang Baoqin. He was a middle-aged man in his 40s, tall and thin. He didn't look much like Grandfather Hua. His face shape was the same as Zhang Feng's, but his eyes were very similar to Grandfather Hua's. Of Grandfather Hua's 3 sons, Gunyinji had only seen Hua Guanqin and Zhang Baoqin. Both of their eyes looked like Grandfather Hua's. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes didn't look like his father's, so naturally they didn't look like Grandfather Hua's. But they didn't look like his mother's either. They should look like his grandmother's. Gunyinji took out the power of attorney and passed it to Zhang Baoqin. "You've been waiting? This is the power of attorney. Take it to your mother and let her sign it. I'll wait for you outside." Zhang Baoqin didn't take it. He shook his head with a bitter smile. "I went just now, but my mother wouldn't sign it." Gunyinji was speechless. She looked at the power of attorney she had spent a few hours making last night. She didn't want to give up. After thinking about it, Gunyinji asked Zhang Baoqin what he had told Zhang Feng. Zhang Baoqin repeated what he had said, word by word. Gunyinji's brows furrowed slightly. She thought about it for a while and came up with an idea. She smiled slyly and said to Zhang Baoqin, "Go in again and tell her that she has too much assets under her name." The court can force the auction of her assets without her consent. So if she wants to protect her assets, it's best that she gives all her assets to you. You're her first heir anyway. If she doesn't give it to you now, she won't be able to give you anything in the future. It was the second watch, asking for monthly votes at the third watch today, and recommendation votes. Recommendation votes on Monday were very important, dear. 7 p.m. of the third watch. I hope my dear friends will vote more. Moi. Oh, and no. Chapter 355. Give? Isn't that an authorization? Zhang Baochun was confused. She won't agree to it. You first make a more stringent request to get her to reject it, then make a slightly more stringent request. Gun Yinji could only explain to Zhang Baochun step by step, then she'll agree. Zhang Baochun didn't really understand. Are you sure this will work? Wait, I'll make another copy of the transfer of assets. You just have to add a few words to this authorization. Gun Yinji took out her laptop and opened the original document. She quickly saved it as a transfer of assets and deleted some of the terms of the agent. She reorganized it according to the template of a direct transfer of assets. Gun Yinji and Zhang Baochun took the flash drive and went to the military police building to get someone to help her print out the transfer of assets. Here, take these 2 documents to see your mother. Gun Yinji stuffed the 2 documents into Zhang Baochun's hands. Your mother won't be able to accept the transfer of assets first. Then you take out the authorization and say it's better to be safe than sorry. It's inconvenient for her to deal with her assets in prison, so you'll help her run errands outside. Not only will you need to use money, but if something goes wrong, you can deal with it immediately. You don't have to wait until you can see your mother to make a decision. That would really be too late. Zhang Baochun finally understood what Gun Yinji meant. He looked at the 2 documents and stuffed them into his briefcase. Then I'll try again. Zhang Feng saw Zhang Baochun for the second time today. She didn't want to see him at first, but Zhang Baochun told the prison guards that he had something important to discuss with her, so she came out reluctantly. What is it now? Zhang Feng was impatient. If it's about the assets, then don't talk about it. Zhang Baochun placed the transfer of assets on the table uncomfortably and muttered, Mom, it's like this. I thought about it outside and felt that I didn't explain the reason clearly and caused you to misunderstand. Misunderstand? Why would I misunderstand? Zhang Feng wanted to roll her eyes. She was on the verge of breaking down after 3 to 4 days in prison. Isn't it all about money? Zhang Baochun was furious now. Why do you have to run around outside and see people rolling their eyes at him? Wasn't it so that his mother wouldn't go to jail? But in his mother's eyes, it seemed that she really didn't care about going to jail, as long as she could keep her money. But the problem was, with her current condition, could she keep it? Gun Yinji's words reminded him that once Zhang Feng was sentenced, her assets would automatically be confiscated. Not only would she lose her money, but she would also be charged with refusing to voluntarily return her illegal gains. Did she really want to spend the rest of her life in prison? She didn't care, but Zhang Baochun cared, and so did his children. Is it good to have a grandmother in prison? He and Qian Shirhui had always wanted their children to marry into a wealthy family. Now that Zhang Feng was in trouble, they would never be able to enter that social class again. Zhang Baochun frowned. Mom, all you think about is money. Have you ever considered that once you are convicted, your property will be judged by the court to be obtained illegally, and will be confiscated as well? Rather than having it confiscated at that time, you might as well give it to me now. Zhang Baochun pushed the document toward Zhang Feng. Just sign it. Otherwise, you won't be able to keep your money, and you won't be able to protect yourself. Nonsense. Zhang Feng panicked. Her heart wrenched in pain, and her face scrunched up. No, I won't be sentenced. Zhang Baochun didn't say anything. He just looked at Zhang Feng and waited for her to calm down before saying bitterly, Mom, it's not up to you to decide whether or not to sentence me. If you still don't listen to me, then I really have no choice but to visit you a few more times in the future. Zhang Feng scolded him profusely. Why don't you find someone to help me, and instead say such depressing things? Are you even my son? Have you spoken to the chief? Will he allow you to go back? Zhang Baochun shook his head. The chief has already given me a house. How can he let me go back? Zhang Feng stared at him blankly. How did things end up like this? Grandfather Hu had clearly agreed to marry her before Christmas last year. How did everything fall apart after the Lunar New Year? Mom, are you listening to what I'm saying? Zhang Baochun knocked on the table and followed Gu Ninji's instructions to toss out another document. If you don't want to sign the document now, that's fine too. Here's the document. You can sign it. This authorization form only authorizes me to help you manage your assets. You will still be the owner of the assets. Oh. Zhang Feng's mood suddenly sank. She didn't want to argue with her son anymore. She couldn't just hand over all her assets to Zhang Baochun now, even if he was her son. But she could authorize a portion of her assets to him. That was also to give herself a way out. Deep in her heart, she still didn't believe that she would actually go to jail. But it was better to be safe than sorry. So she gave half of her assets to Zhang Baochun as a form of insurance for Baochun's family. Zhang Feng looked down at the list of assets in the authorization form. She crossed out half of it and said to Zhang Baochun, "Remove this half. I'll authorize you to handle the other half." Zhang Baochun thought about it. This was better than not signing at all. But the authorization form was messed up. He had to get a clean copy. Okay, I'll get someone to print another authorization form and bring it back for you to sign. Zhang Baochun stood up and left with the document. He met with Gunyinji outside and said, "My mom only agreed to authorize me half of the assets." As he spoke, he showed her the authorization form that Zhang Feng had altered. Gunyinji looked at it for a while and nodded. "Okay, we'll do as she says. We'll take as much as we can." Zhang Baochun also knew how stubborn his mother was. This was probably the most she could do. Zhang Baochun took the amended authorization form again. This time, Zhang Feng signed it without hesitation. After signing, she even reminded Zhang Baochun, "You must be careful. Don't let others cheat you. These are all properties. You just have to collect the rent. You don't have to do anything else to make sure Winna and Winjit don't have to worry about food and clothing." Zhang Baochun nodded. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. Zhang Feng was indeed doing this for his family. But these methods were too much. Even Zhang Baochun couldn't take it. He returned with the signed authorization form to Gunyinji. "Xiaoheng asked me to give this to you to bring back." Gunyinji took out another authorization form for Zhang Baochun to sign. This is an authorization form for a professional to auction off the properties. Sign it, and the auction will begin soon. Zhang Baochun quickly signed it and asked her, "Do we have to return the money to the military after the auction?" "Of course. The military will give you a receipt." Gunyinji placed the signed documents in her briefcase. She waved goodbye to Zhang Baochun and got into the car. She returned to the Special Operations Forces headquarters and sent the two documents to Hua Xiaoheng's office. "Hua Xiao, this is the authorization form you requested." Hua Xiaoheng flipped it open and was confused. Why did the assets decrease by so much? Zhang Feng only authorized half of the assets to Zhang Baochun. There was nothing we could do. Gunyinji shrugged. She didn't even want to authorize a single cent before. We had to persuade her repeatedly before she finally relented. Hua Xiaoheng shook his head speechlessly. He filed the documents and waved goodbye to Gunyinji. "Go back first. I have a meeting to attend." Gunyinji knew Hua Xiaoheng was a busy man. She also had things to attend to, so she left happily and returned to her room in the official residence to prepare for school. Hua Xiaoheng immediately found an auction house he was familiar with after receiving the authorization form and authorization form. He asked them to take over the properties and begin the auction. The auction house only opened on the 16th of January. Because it was Hua Xiaoheng's entrustment, the auction house opened on the 6th of January to handle half of Zhang Feng's properties. Zhang Feng's properties were all bought in good locations in big cities. They were luxuriously decorated and had large living spaces. All of them were considered luxurious. It wasn't difficult to get rid of them. Not only were the properties of good quality, but they were also in good school districts. To sell them off as soon as possible, the auction house didn't even raise the price. They used the purchase price of the properties as the starting bid. There were indeed many people who knew their stuff. A private auction that wasn't open only took half a day to sell off half of Zhang Feng's properties. That was about 600 million. The money had to be transferred to the auction house's bank account within 3 days. 3 days later, Hua Xiaoheng came to see Grandfather Hua with the receipt from the bank account. Grandfather, head nurse Zhang authorized half of her assets to her son. This is the proceeds from the auction. It's only half of her debt. Hua Xiaoheng placed a bank notice in front of Grandfather Hua. What do you think we should do? It was the third watch. Asking for monthly votes at the third watch today. And recommendation votes. Recommendation votes on Monday are very important, dear. I hope my dear friends will vote more monthly. Mwax. Oh, and for an O. Chapter 356. Only half. Grandfather Hua frowned and took the bank notice. He looked down and read it several times. Are you sure it was auctioned off at the best price? A professional auction house. I personally commissioned it. If they dare to interfere, they can forget about doing business in the country. Hua Xiaoheng sat back on the sofa and rested one arm on the back of the sofa, looking very relaxed. Grandfather Hua was silent and looked at him a few more times. If you don't believe me, get someone to check the market price of these houses. Then you'll know if it's the best price. Also, it's only a day and it's a small auction. What else do you want? Hua Xiaoheng was very detailed and honest. Where's the best price? It's all relative. A small auction? I don't think that's a good idea. Grandfather Hua said slowly. If not many people come, how can the auction get the best price? Hua Xiaoheng nodded. Okay, then I'll return the money and request the auction house to advertise it all over the country, or even the world. We'll auction it online so everyone in the world can bid. Is that okay? Isn't that the best price? But are you sure you want everyone to know what's going on with these houses? To know that your girlfriend became a billionaire in just a few decades? Grandfather Hua was about to agree when he looked up to see Hua Xiaoheng's expressionless face. He paused and quickly understood. Of course not. How can we auction it publicly? Yes, since you're against public auctions, then this is the best price. Hua Xiaoheng stood up. If you don't object, I'll transfer the money to the military account tomorrow. Grandfather Hua had no choice but to return the bank notice to Hua Xiaoheng. What about the other half? There are 2 ways. One is for Zhang Feng to give Zhang Baochuan full authority over the remaining half of the assets, and we'll continue the auction. What about the other way? Grandfather Hua obviously knew that the first way was not feasible. If Zhang Feng was willing to sell, she would have given the authority to Zhang Baochuan long ago. Hua Xiaoheng folded his hands. The other way is for her to owe it and add a few more years to her sentence. The wrinkles at the corners of Grandfather Hua's eyes deepened. He pursed his lips tightly. The wrinkles on both sides of his nose were like 2 deep ravines. At a few more years? She wasn't young anymore. Would she be able to come out alive after a few more years? No. Grandfather Hua finally objected. Then what do you suggest? Hua Xiaoheng bent down to pick up his coat from the sofa and put it on. Why don't you go talk to head nurse Zhang and try to persuade her? But he couldn't meet Zhang Feng empty-handed. Old Master Hua thought about it and sighed. How about we do it this way? Xiaoheng, return the rest of the money to her. After this is over, I'll ask her to return the money to you. Are you sure? Hua Xiaoheng smirked. It's not a small amount of money. What if I lend it out and can't get it back in the future? No, she won't. She won't disobey my orders. Grandfather Hua assumed the posture of a general. That's settled then. You pay back first. No. Hua Xiaoheng objected slowly. Unless head nurse Zhang uses the remaining half of her assets as collateral, then I'll help her pay off her debt. What's the difference between using the remaining half of her assets as collateral and using it herself? Grandfather Hua finally lost his temper. All these years, I've transferred all of your grandmother's funds to you without any change. Now you're not even willing to do me a favor. Grandfather? Hua Xiaoheng's expression darkened. You've finally spoken. I've been waiting for you to say something. Grandfather Hua's lips opened and closed. He wanted to say something, but found that no words would work. I've been thinking about how far you and head nurse Zhang will go before you'll stop. Hua Xiaoheng shook his coat and put it on. Do I really want people to laugh at me for saying that the grandson pays the bills for the grandfather's women? Grandfather Hua was fuming with anger. He punched the back of the sofa. Nonsense. You make it sound so bad. What women? Is Zhang Feng one of those cheap women who can't even be seen in public? In my eyes, she can't even be compared to those cheap women who can't even be seen in public. Hua Xiaoheng raised his head. Those women at least know their place. But Zhang Feng doesn't even know how to spell the word shame. How can you say that about her? If your grandmother heard the grandson she raised speak ill of her, she wouldn't be able to rest in peace. Grandfather Hua almost pointed at Hua Xiaoheng's nose and scolded him. I've only ever told the truth. You can't say it's evil just because the truth isn't nice. If Hua Xiaoheng really wanted to argue, he would be as eloquent as Gun Yinji. Plus, he kept these words in his heart for a long time. He had to say it now. In this family, ever since grandmother fell ill, she became the mistress behind the scenes. After grandmother passed away 18 years ago, the Hua family changed their surname to Zhang. She pissed grandmother off. She used the Hua family's power to earn money, meddle with military supplies, and launder money. She can't clear her name of any of these crimes. Hua Xiaoheng crossed his arms. His expression was cold. I already said I wronged her first. What does she have done wrong? Grandfather Hua had always been apologetic about this. If he hadn't gotten drunk that night, he wouldn't have had that one night with her. Everything that happened afterward was all because of that night. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. What do you mean? Because you were in the wrong first. She was an innocent girl from beginning to end. She didn't do anything wrong? Grandfather, you really treat her differently. You did make a mistake, but that doesn't change the fact that she was also in the wrong. Not only was she in the wrong, but she was also guilty. Are you scolding your grandfather by saying that? Grandfather was still tried to defend Zhang Feng. He pointed at his own nose and sneered. If your grandfather isn't a good person, what good are you? I also regret it, but I can't choose my birth. Just like how I can't change the fact that you and my father are my family. Hua Xiaoheng's words meant he was breaking ties with Grandfather Hua and Hua Guanchen. Hua Guanchen stood at the door without saying a word. Seeing the grandfather and granddaughter arguing in the room, he finally opened the door and walked in. He said sternly to Hua Xiaoheng, Xiaoheng, how can you speak to grandfather like that? Did I say something wrong? If grandmother hadn't intentionally suppressed Zhang Feng when she was still alive, she would have exposed her affair with grandfather long ago. Father knows about it too. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at Hua Guanchen and turned to the stunned grandfather Hua. Grandfather, did you think you could have kept this scandalous secret for so long with your methods? And to such an impeccable degree? Did you think that if this scandal had been exposed back then, you would still be able to climb to the position of second in command of the Supreme Military Council? What did you say? Grandfather Hua felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His entire body stiffened. You said that your grandmother knew when she was alive that me and her. Of course, if you don't believe me, you can ask Zhang Feng yourself. She knows best. Hua Xiaoheng tried his best to control himself and spoke slowly. Ever since grandmother was bedridden, Zhang Feng started to give the game away in front of grandmother. Do you know what it's like for a seriously ill woman to suddenly find out that the husband she loved all her life had cheated on her long ago and had an illegitimate child? Grandfather Hua was completely speechless. His heart was greatly shaken. Tears welled up in his eyes uncontrollably. His legs were so weak that he couldn't even stand properly. He could only lean against the back of the sofa for support. He had always believed that he had never wronged his wife. Even though he had a one-night stand with Zhang Feng when he was drunk, he didn't like Zhang Feng at all. It was a mistake. Later, he had feelings for Zhang Feng after his wife had passed away. He didn't expect his wife to have known about all of this. It was understandable why she had added such a line in her will. He kept replaying his wife's face in his mind. He thought about her every frown and smile. Even when she was so ill that she had a bad temper, he kept replaying it. Of course, he had loved his wife. They were each other's first love and had been together for more than 30 years. Their relationship had always been good. Until that year when she fell ill and Zhang Feng came between them. Zhang Feng didn't kill grandmother herself, but her methods were 100 times more despicable than doing it herself. Because she destroyed grandmother's hope of survival. Xiaoheng said word by word. He wanted to let the man in front of him know all the sadness, regret, pain, and unbearability he had felt when his grandmother had passed away. He should have known that he didn't deserve such deep love from a woman. He should have spent the rest of his life repenting, not trying to marry the woman who had angered his wife to death. This was the first night watch, a reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. The second night watch was 1 in the afternoon. P.S. Thank you to Huaishuan Mai for tipping me yesterday. I owe this dear one an update. I'll write it down in my notebook. Moi. Oh, NFNO. Chapter 357. Grandfather Hua was trembling so hard that he could barely stand. He supported himself against the back of the sofa and sat down. Hua Guanchen hurried over and asked, "Dad, are you all right? All right? I'm so mad at you." Grandfather Hua glared at Hua Guanchen and raised his hand to slap him. He pointed at his nose and asked loudly, "Why didn't you tell me earlier if you knew?" He vented all his anger on Hua Guanchen. Hua Guanchen didn't dare dodge and took the hit. You two appreciate each other. I won't keep you company." Hua Xiaoheng calmly adjusted his coat. "Goodbye." He turned around and strode towards the door. "Stop." Hua Guanchen quickly stopped Hua Xiaoheng and said sternly, "That's enough. Don't you think our family has embarrassed ourselves enough?" Hua Xiaoheng stopped in his tracks and remained silent. He put his hands in his pockets and turned around. His lips curled into a smile as he shook his head. "If you had known that you would embarrass yourselves, you wouldn't have done something like this in the first place. It's one thing for you to teach your father a lesson, but you actually want to teach your grandfather a lesson?" Hua Guanchen was furious. "I'm going to ask Song Jining how she raised her son. That's where you're wrong." Xiaoheng bowed slightly and said politely, "Grandmother raised me." "Father, are you going to ask grandmother how she raised me in the afterlife?" At the mention of his mother, Hua Guanchen immediately deflated like a deflated balloon. His entire being seemed to dissipate. He fell down next to Grandfather Hua and supported his head with his hands. He said helplessly, "If Mother was still alive, so much wouldn't have happened at home. Mother loved eldest brother the most. If eldest brother was still alive." Hua Xiaoheng looked at his watch and said calmly, "My mother is going to restart the experiment soon. Uncle won't die in vain." He had grown up with his grandmother and was very familiar with his uncle, Hua Guanyuan. Hua Guanyuan was close to his mother, Xie Zian, while Hua Guanchen was close to his father, Hua Xiueno. Hua Guanchen stood up abruptly. "Your mother is going to restart the experiment? When? Is she still living at your place?" Hua Xiaoheng glanced at him and shook his head speechlessly before turning to leave again. This time, no matter what Hua Guanchen said behind him, he didn't turn around. Hua Guanchen saw that he couldn't stop Hua Xiaoheng, so he could only persuade Grandfather Hua. "Dad, Xiaoheng's like this. Over the years, his prestige in the army has been growing, and his thoughts are getting deeper and deeper. Even I can't figure him out." "I know. Xiaoheng was promoted to Major General at such a young age and was the most promising in our family. He's smarter than Guan Yuan and more tolerant than you, so his achievements are naturally greater than yours." Grandfather was sighed and curled up on the sofa, unable to get up for a long time. Regarding head nurse Zhang, Hua Guanchen glanced at Grandfather Hua. "What do you plan to do?" "I'll go see her tomorrow. For the last time, I want to ask her some questions." Grandfather Hua's eyes were originally very energetic, but now it was as if all the blood in them had been sucked out. He couldn't even lift his eyelids. Hua Guanchen didn't know what to say. He walked over to the coffee table and poured Grandfather Hua a cup of tea. "Have some. Don't get too worked up." Your blood pressure is rising again, isn't it? Grandfather was slowly finished his tea and placed the gold-rimmed bone china teacup with a pale butterfly pattern on the coffee table. He looked down at it and said, "This was your mother's favorite tea set. Didn't I say to put it away? Why is it being used now?" Huo Guanchen was speechless. It had been used for a long time, but he only saw it now. All the utensils in the house were arranged by Jialan. Huo Guanchen coughed. But this tea set was indeed used by head nurse Zhang, because she said she liked it. Grandfather Huo was speechless for a long time. Huo Xiaoheng sat on the sofa like a statue. After a long time, when the sky outside was darkening, he finally whispered to Huo Guanchen, "Xiaoheng said that you also know what your mother did all those years ago." "Actually, it's nothing." Huo Guanchen poured himself a cup of tea uncomfortably and gently blew on it to hide his embarrassment. "I just gave head nurse Zhang a reminder when she was being evaluated." "A reminder?" "Yes, head nurse Zhang was indeed tempted at that time." "Father, you were at a critical juncture of being promoted to Major General. So mother let her know that if word got out about her illegitimate child, she wouldn't even be able to keep her position in the army, let alone get married. She would definitely be persuaded to retire and go home to live on her own." Huo Guanchen immediately continued, "But mother didn't do anything. She only asked Sister Chang to chat with someone for a while." Head nurse Zhang is a smart person and immediately understood what was going on. She never appeared in front of mother again. "It's like this." Grandfather Huo closed his eyes. "Your mother is indeed very smart. Although she came from a good family and was pampered since she was young, she's not ignorant of the ways of the world." What he actually wanted to say was that Xie Zian was stubborn and had never been willing to bow down. When they had conflicts in the past, it was always Huo Xuenong who took the initiative to apologize. But this kind of person actually tolerated the incident with Zhang Feng. Grandfather Huo felt indescribably sad just thinking about it. "Father, don't be too sad. Mother is stubborn, and Xiaoheng has the exact same temper as his grandmother." Huo Guanchen comforted Grandfather Huo. "It's been so many years since head nurse Zhang's incident. You already have a son and a grandson. Don't worry about it anymore." Time cannot be turned back. Everything that had been done and said would leave a mark, not to mention a living person. Grandfather Huo knew that he would never be able to rest in peace for the rest of his life. He stood up. "I'm going to rest. You should sleep early too." Grandfather Huo was actually not asleep when he returned to his room. He tossed and turned the entire night and woke up before the sun rose the next morning. He hurriedly ate breakfast and called for a taxi to take him to see Zhang Feng. Huo Xiaoheng received the news and personally followed behind to the reception room where the military police temporarily held the prisoners. When Grandfather Huo met with Zhang Feng, Huo Xiaoheng had already ordered Zhao Liangzi to take over all the surveillance cameras in the reception room. If the two of them were to argue and bring up any inappropriate topics, he would be able to shut off the cameras in time. Grandfather Huo and Zhang Feng knew that their meeting was under strict control, but they did not know that Huo Xiaoheng was the person under strict control. "Half of your assets have been auctioned, but it's only enough to pay off half of the debt." Grandfather Huo sat down and looked at Zhang Feng. "What do you plan to do with the other half?" "Auction? Why would it be auctioned? Who agreed to it?" Zhang Feng couldn't stop screaming. "That's for my son and grandchildren's living expenses. How could you be so heartless?" Grandfather Huo's eyelids drooped as he said in a low voice, "You think I'm heartless? Elder Huo, that money is for Bao Qin and his 2 children." Zhang Feng begged softly. "Please, they don't have the Xie's backing like Xiaoheng. My parents are counting on me to make ends meet. They can't be relied on at all. Don't you have the other half?" Grandfather Huo reminded her coldly. "Can't you leave the other half for them?" "I can't give him the other half now." Zhang Feng's entire body ached at the thought of half of her assets being auctioned. She begged Grandfather Huo bitterly. "Elder Huo, I beg you. I've never begged you in my life. You've begged me for many things in your life. Every time you beg me, you have to say this. You've never begged me?" Grandfather Huo raised his eyebrows. "Zhang Feng, is your memory really that bad?" Zhang Feng blushed at Grandfather Huo's words. The corners of her mouth twitched as she lowered her head and said sadly, I don't have anything. I only have you. I can only beg you. You only know how to make trouble for me. Don't you? Grandfather Hua snorted coldly. Weren't you very scheming back then? You even purposely leaked information in front of Xian's bed. As he spoke, Grandfather Hua's voice turned cold. Zhang Feng, how dare you? Zhang Feng was shocked. She raised her head abruptly and covered her face. She stared at Grandfather Hua in shock and retorted instinctively, I didn't. You didn't. It's fine if you think I'm an idiot, but if you think Xian is an idiot, then you've miscalculated. Grandfather Hua's heart ached at the thought that Xian, who was lying on the bed, already knew about him and Zhang Feng. Elder Hua, you have to save me. Zhang Feng saw that the situation was dire and began to cry. I only have you. I don't want to go to jail. I've been with you for so many years, and I have a son. If you don't help me, I can't think of any other way. I can only what? Grandfather Hua slammed the table angrily. Are you going to tell everyone about the shameful things we did back then? Zhang Feng cowered and leaned back. She stammered, if you get me out, I won't tell anyone. In other words, if Grandfather Hua stood by and did nothing, Zhang Feng wouldn't let him have it easy either. She would expose everything that had happened between him and her. At this point, compared to Xian's tolerance for the big picture, Zhang Feng was like a blood-sucking worm attached to him. Grandfather Hua looked at Zhang Feng's evasive gaze and wondered why he still wanted to officially marry this woman. He stood up and said in a hoarse voice, You're on your own now. If you dare to say anything, I'll be the first to deal with you. Elder Hua. Zhang Feng couldn't believe her ears. Hua, Xu Wenong, who had taken care of her for more than a decade, was saying such heartless things to her. What's wrong? Whose rumors did you hear? They're all lies. I'm the only one who has your best interests at heart. Zhang Feng stood up and lunged forward to grab Grandfather Hua's sleeve across the long table. Have you forgotten what you said before? Grandfather Hua pushed Zhang Feng away without a word and turned to leave. At that moment, the door to the reception room opened. Hua Xiaoheng crossed his arms and leaned against the door frame with a flash drive in his hand. He shook his head at Zhang Feng. If it wasn't for me today, you would have made this public. It was the second watch, a reminder about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Oh, and you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.